Morning, good afternoon, good evening. Coffee went down the wrong way. What's going on, y'all? Neve, you said he sent a message? All right, I'll check it right now. Did you ask him what his Discord name was? Because I gotta find it on this list. If it's not Mozzie, I'm not gonna find it. Yeah, I'll ask him when I see him if he pops on. Let me check my other Discord. All right, well, we're back to standard time, so CME closes at 4 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. Not 5. It opens at 5 instead of 6. We got to get used to that. Yeah, 1 hour ahead for everything. Yep, 1 hour earlier. It's at 1600 instead of 1700. I think we're actually coming off of daylight savings, right? We're back on the standard time. So far, what we wanted, right? We said pop up out of the weekend trap, come back for CME. There's an argument to be made whether we freed these trap longs or not. I would have to err on the side of we freed the trap longs already, which would mean a false move up. But oh man, it's right. I hate double tops. Like I hate when they do this because it's so subjective. You know what I mean? Because it's like, yeah, it got back to the trap longs, but I don't know. I'm calling it hit though. We'll see how it reacts to CME closes. Yeah, we haven't had a false move down for the longest time. I really wish this would have been more I wish that move up would have been more obvious. Let me see what ETH CME got. Same shit. Now, interestingly enough, CME for ETH, our trap longs are way higher. So that's just going to add a little bit more subjectivity to that false move up or down. Three hours and 36 minutes to close this weekly candle. Remember, our goal for the weekly candle was twofold. Don't close underneath 1046. And best case scenario, put in a new body high on the close. Right? Which means in the next 3 hours, 4 hours, we would have to come all the way down underneath 1086 to invalidate the bullishness from this candle. I know it's a red candle. You're like, how can it be bullish? It is because of where it held. Right? It's macro bullish. Watch what happens when I take away all of this shit. You see all our temps down here? See how that buy pressure has come in higher and higher or stronger? Right? Big bottom wicks. We like that. We like that a lot. Big bottom wick. Big bottom wicks. M2 is basing out still above our highs, right? It's still above where we are currently with liquidity, which is down here. About right there. I'd actually like to see if I could pull anything here in the last couple minutes. I'd sweep, grab this liquidity, close CME, gone. This right here looks kind of juicy. Yeah, we're starting to see some alts sort of make jumps, but it's their ability to maintain, right, their push is what we have to focus on. Guys, we know there's a drop from Halloween all the way until the first week of November, November 7th. Liquidity is contracting during these periods. Doesn't mean price has to go down the same way that didn't mean price had to go up when we went up into the Halloween pump. Right? But just be aware that our underlying liquidity is in contraction right now, which means that it's going to rely heavily on aggressive buyers. We need people to come in and slap market. Pink vector. Market makers already setting up positions for the ride back up. Setting longs inside of this vector. Let's see if they sweep. Exactly what I would do, bro. I'm not gonna hold you. I'd sweep this with a vector, set my long positions in that vector on the way up. Get CME, pay myself on that. It can be chasing your own tail if you're doing it the way they're doing it on Twitter, where they're constantly running to the offset that matches the closest. But our global M2 correlation has made me more money in the last year than anything else. But yeah, you're absolutely right. If every day that goes against global M2, you start jumping on there and trying to fix the offset and see where you end up, people are talking about a 75-day offset now. It's like watching somebody use a tool incorrectly. Damn right, Neve. Gotta think of global M2 as a compass, not a GPS. People are like, M2 said we were going to this spot, and it's like, yeah, it's the compass. What it didn't tell you is that there's going to be a tree in your path that you have to walk around. Right? It's directionality. But there are obstacles on the path, right? Yeah, you got BlackRock. You got that run on metals that we had that sucked in a lot of liquidity into gold and silver. You've got Trump standing on the path screaming tariffs at you as you approach. Mm-hmm. I've seen people on Twitter take global M2 down to the 4-hour time frame and try to play off of it.
Hey, Dbloc.
What's
Hey,
going
man,
on, bro?
on Coinbase, I got a wick on Bitcoin all the way down to 108.8, but I hadn't really heard anybody mention it.
On the Coinbase chart?
Yeah, it's like a wick all the way down to 108.8.
Coinbase got going. It's not on
It's showing it
Coinbase
like exactly 10
USDT.
o'clock or around 10 o'clock. I guess I'm on the daily chart.
Maybe it's US. Maybe it's USD. Yeah, it's on the
I am looking
USD
at
chart.
USD.
Yeah, it's on the
Oh, okay.
USD chart. Low liquidity spike. USD pairs are more prone to spiking than USDT pairs, but that's interesting to say the least. I mean, it ate it up, obviously, in my opinion, because it was just like a liquidity glitch. But let me see some quick. I think we had another one back here. Oh no, that one's about right. Yeah, just seems like on this candle, 1097, and it came down an extra $500.
That candle's been tripping me out all day.
I like to watch USDT. If you're trading on Coinbase, then yeah, I would look at the Coinbase charts. But unless you're trading against US dollars, just watch the USDT pair. And then for the best volume, right? Even if you're trading on Coinbase, you should also have up your BTC USDT .p, your perp chart on Binance, because that's got the most volume. Right, that'll sort of give you a better idea of where the volume is really at.
Roger that, man. Thank you.
Problem, brother. go through our little we haven't looked at this for a minute. Let me fix this and we'll go through our fractal chart. All right, who remembers this chart? We've been riding this fractal from the very beginning of the bull market. Right, we've got pump, consolidate, liquidity sweep, bull flag. Right, your purple or your bear market bottoms. So just remember that. Pump, consolidate, liquidity sweep, bull flag. So we had a pump, our first pump into our consolidation. And then they swept liquidity. Right, swept all the liquidity that was underneath this consolidation built up. Pump, bull flag. Pump, consolidation, pump, consolidation, liquidity sweep, back into a pump, bull flag, pump, consolidation, sweep, pump, bull flag, pump, consolidation, sweep, pump, bull flag that fails. Right, after this next pump up, wherever it takes us, we will get another section of bull flag. In my opinion, that bull flag fails. Right, that has been my TA from the very beginning. Right, it's just identifying the fractal and respecting it until it breaks. Right, that's all we're talking about. To be fair, in this fractal, there is a chance, and the only reason I say it is because we can't tell the future, right? It hasn't happened yet. But there is a non-zero chance that that's the bull flag that fails. Right? Always look for it to end in a bull flag that fails after a pump. So to invalidate that, we're going to have to make some moves. Right? Once that pops up, takes out these highs, 124, then we could be more sure of what's going on. Right now, we're very carefully watching these bottoms on this macro chart to make sure that that's not a possibility. Right? So the fear on this chart of it breaking down and this being the top is why we're watching this chart. Make sure everything plays out the way it's supposed to. Feel me? Maybe on the weekly it's a little easier to digest the whole thing. Probably not, Anno. I mean, demand would really have to pick up. I'm not saying ETH won't go, but I don't know if we get any sort of real supply shock. Lowest green box is currently the same as the lowest previous box. You're talking about this one right here, the one that we're still building out? Or you're talking about this one? Yeah, I mean, typically on the sweep, we didn't take out the bottom of the last pump, right? That's the bottom of the last pump. That's the bottom of the last sweep. Bottom of the last pump. Bottom of the last sweep. Bottom of the last pump. Bottom of the last sweep. Bottom of the last pump. Bottom of the last sweep. But you can also look at this one, right? Still slightly higher, which is good, right? It means we're still holding that uptrend. But the buying pressure on that wick is what I'm sort of focusing on. And we also have to take into consideration when we're looking at a cycle like this, why the sweep, right? Remember, this was 10-10. So we did have several anomalies, I guess we could call it. Oh, my bad. Yeah, log makes it look a little cleaner. Look, here's on log. Let me get rid of that. I was wondering why it looked so weird earlier. So this, in my opinion, takes us into November of next year when we'll end up coming down into our buy zones. This is just how I'm playing it until further data, right? Until I get further information. I know that this looks great and does absolutely nothing for your alts. I understand, and I know how frustrating that shit is. Because this only looks good to somebody that's been holding Bitcoin, right, for the majority of the time. You know what the crazy part is, Kane? That when we were at the top of the last bull market, we were looking at going down between 28 and 18 was my original call, right? And everybody was like, "Yo, I will sell my kids for $18,000 Bitcoin. Like, I will just liquidate everything I have. But when we got there, people were too scared to buy. You know, and then it went down to 16, to 15, and people were still kind of too scared to buy. Yeah. Well, I mean, scared probably isn't the right word. Greedy. Right? People get greedy at the bottoms. Appreciate you, Kane. We just getting started, bro. Just getting started. Now, when we talk about how to play these, right? There's two tools that are going to save you a lot of effort, a lot of worry, a lot of concern, in my opinion. And I might be a little biased because one of them is my 4-year cycle indicator. Right? If we look at when the DCA bubbles on the 4-year cycle indicator fired off during the last cycle. You started off with your first Bitcoin buy at 18.4, right? Then you swept. Then you got another sign to buy at 15.5. Then we pumped. We went, this looks like nothing right here, but we went to 23 and came all the way down to 19.5. Right? So that was your third buy. And then your last two buys were at the bottom of that consolidation, or at the bottom of that bull flag. Right? And then you're just chilling. Now, if you don't like that, then just look at our scalp indicator. Look at our scalp indicator on the weekly. Right? You got your sign at 24.8. And it hasn't turned red once. You had one point of the chart where you'd be paying attention really close, 2, 3, but we never lost that bullish momentum on the weekly. Yeah, this is what we're talking about is your base trade. Your base trade is an investment, right? If, in my opinion, if you're doing this the way it's supposed to be done, your base trade is that Bitcoin investment, right? Which is a trade on the macro. And then the only time that money comes out of this is to go into something that's outperforming Bitcoin. Right? If it's not outperforming Bitcoin, then why would you take it out of Bitcoin and risk it, right? Right now, the person that did this caught an average of about, I would say maybe like 18. And they made close to 8, 9x on their Bitcoin just by sitting there doing nothing. And what people don't realize about Bitcoin positions is when you've got even 6 alts, right? And you've got, whatever, 10K, you have to split that, right? You got to split that between the alts. And if 4 of them don't go, but 2 of them do, only this part of your portfolio moves. I'm not even saying these dump. Let's just say these stay flat, right? Only that part of your portfolio moves. When you go early in the season onto a Bitcoin only trade, it's only one trade, which is Bitcoin. And most of your portfolio is sitting in it. So when it moves, it really makes a difference to that final number, right? Because it's just not a piece of your portfolio moving, it's the whole thing moving. And then once we get into more risk off sort of territory, that's when you start to dabble with alts. Yeah, that's also a thing, right? Your scalping bag is completely different. You keep a scalping bag on the side and you just go crazy for the daily gains. But that bag, that long-term bag is what protects you from the downturns, right? From any mistakes that you happen to make on your trading account. Problem is just like leverage, instead of just having 5-10% in the trading account, where you're trading alts with and the rest is in Bitcoin, people have 70% in alts, 80% in alts. And when things go bad, they go bad in a hurry. Only thing that's gonna slam dominance down, mana, is ETH popping. That's why we need ETH to move. What's going on, Cecilia? ETH is still riding its trap, waiting for CME to open. Remember, CME opens at 4 today instead of 5. CME by holding this trap, they basically ensured that as soon as CME opens, there will be no gap. Right? This is what market maker control looks like. When you're literally right at the candle that you're about to open CME, and you are right smack dab on the bullseye between open and where you closed. That's a successful weekend for market maker. And Bitcoin's not too far off. Actually, yeah, pretty much the same. Right? That's our bullseye for Bitcoin, time wise, price wise. And we're literally just the flattest candle we've seen this whole weekend, sitting right on CME. I'd have to go back and check. Well, maybe not. I think we had like a 0.5% CME, a 0.5% weekend trap before, but this is really close to one of the tightest traps that we've had on Bitcoin in a long time. Depends on what alts you're talking about, YSG. The closer to the bottom of the list you are, the more of a chance you're running that when Bitcoin takes a leg down, they'll see lower lows. Sui is just one off a rotation, right? The next rotation from here is Sol, right? ETH goes to all-time high, then Sol pops. The next rotation after Sol is your Sui's, your H bars, your links, your basically top 10 through top 20. So they're just one rotation off, which means that people are speculating in them because they're up next, right? When you go down past that first page, when you're in 100th coin, 1000th coin, yeah, if Bitcoin hiccups the wrong way, they can put in lower lows. But anything, in my opinion, from 1 to 20 should be receiving enough attention right now to where they can sustain. No, that's speculation, right? So you've got two types of traders right now. Smart money is playing rotations, right? They understand the cycle, they're playing the rotations, they're keeping their money heavy in the things that have relative strength. And then you have the speculators, right? The speculators have already learned that if we're going to speculate, we can't just go on our own. Like, we can't just go find something that looks good and hopes, like, we've got to go on to the same projects. So when these things catch narrative, right? The payment system that came out for AI agents is what sparked the AI agent narrative. But you notice all the money went into virtuals, AI XBT, right? Co AI. Just like before when like H and M were running, we're getting like one or two alts that run at the same time in narratives, but they're speculative, like Dash Zec, right? MH. Um, like I just said, virtuals, AI XBT, right? You got a main runner that everybody's speculating in, and then you got a runner up that the more speculative people are sort of bumping into, right? Main speculators jump in Zec. Zec was going crazy. The more risky speculators said, let's try Dash, and ran Dash up. So there's like two games being played right now. I'm playing both. For my day trades, I'm only dealing with what speculators are running into, right? And for that, we look at volume. Extremely high trading volume, maybe 2x, 3x the trading volume is market cap. That's where people are speculating, right? That's what has movement. That's what's worth playing. I'm just not hesitating to take profits and move stops up on those coins that are speculative because since they're not moving on rotation, my confidence that they'll hold their levels isn't there yet. Right. So as we push up, I'm moving my stops up and I'm basically locking in profit. All right, it's 4 o'clock. Let's wait for our 15-minute window for Bitcoin. For BTC.1 to do its thing. I mean, BTC1 exclamation. Oh, you're right. It's closed, not open. My bad, Neve. I just said that earlier and I got it twisted up. Yeah, you're right. 5 and then 4 is the close on Monday, on Friday. But we are CME's closed right now for maintenance. 4 o'clock every day, whether it's daylight savings or not, CME chart stops. It doesn't affect anything though. Just a maintenance stop. Yeah, because it's Chicago, Mike. I'm the worst at daylight savings and standard though. Like I'm telling you, it takes me forever to get used to that shit. There's something in my brain that just doesn't click with it. Well, probably because it's not natural, first of all. But give me 1 second. I'll pull it up for you. Yeah, see. Daylight saving times affects opening and closing of CME market groups as the exchange's official schedule operates on U.S. Central Time year-round, which alternates between Central Daylight and Central Standard. So from 5 to 4 to 6 to 5. In an hour. Well, in 53 minutes. Hector. Well, I wish I could announce a launch for you, but we're not there just yet. Say we're staging right now. Australia's entire national GDP is at about $1 trillion. So like, there's just not enough money to move markets. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. See, this is the times where I wish my memory was better. Now Mike has me going down a rabbit hole with the CME close. DeepSeek is making no sense here. You'd think I would have this memorized by now as many times as I've been through. Weren't we supposed to do away with this shit? Like, is that just another Mandela effect? Am I tripping, or didn't we already vote to get rid of this daylight saving shit once and for all?
I think the money that it would cost Europe, especially, is way too much. There was a big special on that size show or something like that, but it would cost a fortune.
We did. I mean, that was a thing, though, right? Like they were contemplating that. I feel like we went pretty far down the path of getting that done.
I thought they talked about it, but then it kind of went away.
Yeah,
Kind of
yeah,
disappeared. Yeah, Mandela. It wasn't really Mandela. I heard it too, but after I watched that documentary type of thing on it, I understand why now, and it would make a mess of the world because we're so ingrained in it.
yeah. I mean, well, right now our shit is a mess because DeepSeek can't even agree with itself. So apparently the issue is, or what it's telling me, is that for traders in Central and Eastern time zones, the market remains the same, right? 5 p.m., 6 p.m. But for traders in the Pacific, Mountain, and GMT time zones, it goes back an hour. How does that make any sense? We lost an hour too. It's not like our time didn't change.
I got nothing, bro.
It's so funny, bro, because this thing is like I promise you, I have like a mental block when it comes to this daylight saving shit. Like my brain can't wrap itself around it for some reason. It's just not natural. My brain refuses to deal with it.
It just hit me like 5 minutes ago, literally, that the clock's changed, and now I realize why everything seems off.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I just kind of walked in here, heard you saying that.
Nah, you're good. Mike, you still in here? Because he wasn't completely off. Actually, right if you're in East. That does ring a bell, actually, the Sunshine Act. Wow, this is the most convoluted shit I ever read. Even though both in EST and in CST, where the exchange is fell back, the absolute point in time that the exchange opens did not shift when viewed from a universal standard like UTC. Okay, we understand. So in absolute terms, the market is now opening 1 hour later relative to the sun and coordinated universal time. But because both your local time and exchange's local time shifted in the same direction and by the same amount, the relative difference between you and the exchange remained the same. That's why your opening time on your clock in New York didn't change from 6 o'clock. I'm sure that'll make sense if I read it 3 more times. Right? Explain it to me like I got some sleep last night. Like I didn't get some sleep last night. I'm fried right now. Yeah, I mean it's I doubled and triple checked already, and the time doesn't. Literally, it's a year earlier. I mean, literally, it's an hour earlier, but since both changed at the same time, so we're an hour behind the sun, but not an hour behind the clock. I promise you, the next time we go into daylight savings, we're gonna have to do the same thing all over again, bro. My brain has a mental block when it comes to daylight savings for some reason. Mazi, what's going on, brother? Neve was telling me that you sent me a message. What is your Discord name so I can find it? Because I was looking for it earlier and I couldn't find it. I appreciate you. Yeah, I was looking for it yesterday and I just couldn't find it. There's a Mozzie in there called Mozzie 50K, but He sent me a friend request, but he didn't send me a message, so I wasn't sure if that was you or if that's somebody else. Because you said you messaged, right? You sent me a message, not just a friend request. Oh, that is you. All right, hold on. I got you. I just waved. You got it? That's you? I just didn't want to message first because, you know, the scammers. I want to make sure that I never reach out to anybody first. So it's easy to tell us apart. All right, cool. Give me a second. I'll get you into the Discord. When I send you this invite, just come in and go to verify and hit the little emoji on verify and then go to the rules. Just glance over the rules and I'll send you your family role. Nice. This, that. And then once I see you pop into the server, I got you with your role, brother. Appreciate your support, bro. There you go, Mazi. Yeah, Mazi, you can play the $50 one-time fee. Mazi became a patron on YouTube, right? And that comes with it. The family role comes with the patron membership on YouTube. The cheapest way is just to pay the $50 one-time fee, though. Our patrons just like want to help support the channel. It's greatly appreciated. So for that, they get the role for free. Well, I guess it's technically not for free, but you know what I mean. Yeah, it was bad, Stan. Every day people were coming in saying, "Hey, Dbloc, I talked to you on DMs," and I'm like, "Oh shit." But the fake Dblocks have toned down quite a bit ever since we put the one-time fee. There's still a couple, and there's still some people in the Discord that haven't paid their one-time fee. I'm not really stressing anybody out because I know people are hurting right now after what happened on the 10th. But eventually we'll have to get all over the page so that we can really weed out anybody that happens to be left. We just got rid of somebody the other day that was trying to post malicious links in the Discord. Mod sniffed them out. Oh, you're talking about the fractal, the pump consolidate. Liquidation. It's interesting charts you like. You're in the right place. Because I got some doozies. Yeah, definitely did. Yeah, that's what it was. That stupid free premium shit. Even trading views like, look, guys, we're not gonna give you anything for free, all right? The scam before that was the trading view AI commercials, remember, on YouTube. I'm so and so from TradingView, and we've implemented ChatGPT to come up with AI indicators. That shit was a hella scam. They do it all the time. It was like that in 2020. We had fake Elons and all types of shit. You know what I haven't seen yet, and I'm surprised because we've seen the fake Elons, we've seen the fake Vitaliks and the fake Michael Saylors. I haven't seen anybody dare do a fake Trump scam on YouTube yet. I think nobody wants that Secret Service knock on the door. I know I wouldn't play with that. Oh, I'll take a look at Deep for you. My bad. You did ask for that earlier. Where is my Deep chart? I might have it on a different layout. Hold on. Ugh. Well, this is what we talk about when we say off cycle, right? Deep is a SUI beta, right? Which means that when SUI goes, it's going to outperform SUI, right? The problem is that as a SUI beta, if SUI retraces, it also outperforms SUI to the downside. Right? So Deep really needs for ETH to ATH so that Sol can move, so that SUI can start to get some love. Somebody's got an open mic. Yeah. I mean, the last time it looked hopeful was when we had broke out of this bull flag, started to create that W right on the retest. You did expand your bearish channel, I mean your bullish channel here though. But this shit does not look great. Let me clear this chart up a bit. Our larger W, right, that we were riding off of, that's been invalidated. It's now a double bottom. So I have to redo this whole chart. Actually, I haven't looked at the deep chart for so long. Give me a second. We'll just do it real time. You know how many charts, or how many like targets this drop on 1010 completely ruined? What are you in, Rightus? Keeping all the sauce to yourself? Oh, Ada. Okay, my bad. I didn't see your other message. So, very simply, and we can even take this away. Take all of this shit away for deep. That's what you're looking at. Right? Almost a year-long wedge pattern. Coins that are this far down market cap list, what's important for them more than their patterns are timing, right? ETH needs to make an all-time high. Sol needs to make an all-time high. Sui needs to make an all-time high. And then, while Sui's making an all-time high, Deep recovers. Yeah, Mazi, you're good. I sent you both your tags. Everything should be open in the Discord. You can see all the channels and everything, right? Yeah, after that, you're good. Just read over the rules, go through some of the educational stuff. And then the room everybody's in is where we're talking at. No problem, brother. Thanks for your support, man. Welcome to the family. My bad. I know it took a couple of days to figure that out. Neve has been telling me, but I needed to know what your name was. And then I had found it anyways. Because I just didn't see a message, so I wasn't sure. I didn't want to message back the wrong person. Anyways, long story short on Deep, do I think it can go lower? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you're in a buy and hold position on any alt that's in this, in my opinion, in this section market cap wise. We need to see some closes. Now, if you're just talking about day trading, intraday sort of stuff, be very specific. This is for trading, right? Then we've put in a higher low. You've got your W. You're about to break through your 50. You've got plenty of liquidations to the top side. Psychological high and psychological low would be the targets. Remember how we talk about during the week, this becomes mean reversion, right? If you're underneath it, as soon as you find bottoms, as soon as you get volume, you have a big volume spike there, price should return to the daily open, psychological high, psychological low, 200 EMA, 800 EMA. That's our rotation. Right? Mean reversion goes 50 EMA, 200, 800. Those are your EMA mean reversions. Your mean reversions for the daily for market maker is the daily open. Right? He'll try to return price to daily open to provide balance. Your mean reversion for the weekly is your psychological ranges. Right? During the week, price will attempt. Doesn't mean it's going to, right? But price will attempt to make its way back into the psychological ranges. So while this looks like shit for buy and hold, it's not too bad for a quick play. I wasn't sure which one you were asking. If you guys asked me to look at something, and just make sure you tell me if you're looking at it for trading purposes or if you're trying to accumulate, and then it'll be easier for me to do the TA. But yeah, if we go down, I mean, it's still early here, really. And your W just formed for the most part. Type 3 traders would be thinking about taking positions here, right? Your type 1 trader about to fall a knife. Your top 2 trader bought into the higher low that was accompanied with volume. Not just a higher low, but a higher low that has a volume spike, right? A fallen knife that has a volume spike. That's your higher low fractal or your W formation. That's where you need to break, right? Type 3 traders are waiting to see a break of this. They're trying to play the breakout. Type 4 traders are waiting for the breakout and the retest to get in on a continuation. You have a really bad invalidation for this, which is why I wouldn't like to be a type 3, type 4 trader here, because your invalidation is all the way down here, right? Which means price could do this without invalidating that W, and that's not a, nobody wants that downturn. But it looks like it wants to break here. So type 3 traders would be joining the trade here. Type 4 traders would be sitting on their hands, patiently waiting for a retest. Problem with type 4 traders is they take less trades, right? Because sometimes price doesn't come back. But when they do get a retest and it's accompanied with volume, it's a higher percentage probability, right, of a winning trade. Copy RH. What we're waiting for here is a momentum shift. Turn on your scalp indicator. And we still got red dots. Means your 13 hasn't crossed your 50 yet. You can get rid of this. Perfect. As your 13 EMA crosses your 50 with one candle of confirmation, that's when you get your green dot on the 5-minute scalp strategy. The tools that we use to get in on level 1, level 2 trades are what gets you in before scalp strategy goes. you're brand new and you don't understand any of this, then it's best to wait for that 13 and 50 to cross to give you confirmation of momentum shift on that time frame. We go to the 1 minute. We already have that confirmation of momentum shift, but it's choppy. See how we go green, red, green, red? That's because we're ranging. So the break of the range is what you're looking for, and you won't get the break of that range until you get that 5 minute flip. Super chat.
Thank you, Block.
You're welcome, brother.
Dojev, blue heart emoji, saluting face emoji.
Now I kind of want to see if this plays out. That invalidation sucks. That's why I really like when the I really prefer when the left side of your W is way higher. So Sol's moving. What Sol BTC looks like right now. Yeah. I don't even have to look at the USD chart. No, Sol's doing its thing right now. Let's see Sol ETH. Sol ETH is trying to break out of the range. A little something something on USD. Okay. Nice volume on the right side of the W. Nice volume on the left. Means we've had traders step in. Measured move would take us up past the 800. Remember, like I said, psychological high, psychological low. If your coin is underneath and it's showing good volume, it's going to make a move for those psychological ranges. Take all of this shit off the chart. These lick levels. So this is what I'm talking about. You see how ADA is underneath its psychological ranges and its daily open, right? You see how we had large volume coming on the left side, on the right side, large volume coming on the left, right? We can get over these EMAs, then we're targeting psychological ranges. You play EMA to EMA until you get into the psychological ranges. Same thing for AIOZ. Right? Everything's trying to make the same move. Some have way further to go than others, right? Which means there's more ROI in the move if it happens. Some are looking weaker than others, where they've already attempted, but they can't get over their EMAs. Doesn't matter the chart, they're all doing the same thing. Some are still within their psychological ranges. Some are making their way back up. But you have to hold these EMAs. Shouldn't matter what alt you go to. Go to KSM. You wanted to look at KSM. Already at its psych highs, right? Because it's been overperforming. Your stronger coins are already going to be in their range, close to the highs. Your weaker coins are going to be underneath their psychological ranges, trying to make their way up. I don't like this wick on KSM though. That's nasty work right there. Take a look at the VPVR. You've got a lot to fight through on the way up. Tons of high volume nodes. Price needs to hold support here, right? You've got a gap above. There's a good chance that you could pop up to like 1080, 1090 if this doesn't reject you. But you can't break this support on the way down, right? If price comes down and does this, then you're putting in a large M pattern that's going to bring you down through that range to your psychological low, if not under it. Remember, mean reversion works in both directions. Right. Now, I'm not saying this whole thing plays out, right? Because you've got plenty of support here. But there is a chance that you come all the way down to daily open, though. Right, so if this breaks, you see that gap in the VPVR, price moves fast through these empty spots, right? Because the way they were created was a fast push that created no support. So if you don't stay above 1040, then you're gonna see close to 10 flat. In my opinion. That uptrend would be a good spot to hold. And then if we pull a fib, you see where our golden pocket lands?
What is that, Kusama?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that in a minute.
So now you have 3-4 levels of confluence if that breaks 140. You've got your uptrend, you've got your daily open, your psychological low, your golden pocket, and your support resistance flip. in that move. So this would be a serious area of interest if that breaks.
Seems like a lot of tokens have the same deal going on.
Yeah, Mike, I was saying it. I was saying I said it right as you left. Man, me and DeepSeek went down a crazy rabbit hole. So apparently East Coast doesn't change. Everybody else does. And the next time that we change time, I will have forgotten that fact already, and we're going to have to go through this whole thing all over again.
What's that? East Coast don't change. Change what?
We'll go through it again next time, too. But, I mean, I guess it is important to bring up because people who are in Pacific and anywhere else in the country, they still have to, it's still an hour early for them, which still is boggling my mind, but whatever. Yeah, no problem, bro. What's good, boss? Yeah, I'm looking at Sui right now.
Sorry.
Sui didn't move at all on Saturday, so its psychological range is tiny. Like, look at this. And for the most part, we're already in it, so I still think we're making our way up. Right? We will go up and get back into that range eventually, but it doesn't have as far to go as everything else did. And our W pattern is right here. Nice volume through this whole pattern.
Oh, could have changed the clocks today. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what we were
No.
just going through. That would bring us back into our range. Our invalidation for that would be 229. And then this is our break of downtrend. Just had. All right, so first sign of weakness is losing point of control, coming back down underneath trend. Then if it gets invalidated, then, you know, all bets are off at that point. But measured move is 237. Very small. Like I said, this range is tiny. What's more important is that putting this together is going to give us our higher low, right? So if we go back and look at where we're at here, then it's more important than just this small W playing out, right? That small W gives us our left side if it holds. And that's the pattern, in my opinion, that's worth playing. Right? So if you're trying to DCA into Sui or a swing of this move here, then this would be your type 2 entrance. Right? This is your level 2 entry. But you have to watch that that W holds together. that brings us up to 260. But more importantly, back into the range. Remember, we've got our range here that we broke. And it's important that if we're going to turn this into just another deviation, that we get back into this range and hold. What you don't want to do is get up here and reject off of that 800 and put in a new low, because then that's officially a breakdown of the range. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. I'm back. Alright, what did I say earlier? If I was market maker, I'd want to come down and sweep that bunch that we had there. And then come back up to CME. Fill my longs that I leave on that vector. Go down to the 5 minute.
On Discord, did you say after 5 minutes?
You got some interference coming through, Chris. I can't hear you. I heard you say the 5 minute, but I didn't hear what you said before that.
Oh, pardon me, I had the heater on. I just got back to the right. So, yeah, so you just said, you know, you want to see the vector, but not on the 5 minute? Is that what I heard?
No. I said we'll go down to the 5 minutes so we can sort of watch it build. I'm trying to see
thought,
if
like, you
I'm trying to
got
see
the
if they
new
want to.
rule that if it's a 15-minute candle vector, it's more of a stop of volume. I don't know, whatever. My brain.
Nah, you're good.
So
You're good.
that's volume and stop volume.
No,
Candle.
I do want to see that stopping volume candle on the 5 minute though. That's why I went down to the. But yeah, you're right about that part. What we're trying to see now is if they're going to be satisfied with this flush or if they're going to take the rest of it.
And your sentiment, I haven't been on as much as I normally am. Your sentiment is still, this is the game?
I'm still bullish, man. I'm still bullish until this macro chart starts to look different for me. I have to remain bullish.
All right. And next question, are we looking at the answer to that bullishness in the next couple of days?
That I can't. That I can't tell you. It's going to depend on how we swing out of this weekend.
Are you thinking a rejection at 114 or something?
Well, global liquidity is going down until the 7th, so I don't expect the first week in November to be super bullish unless we have some like real-time catalysts. So we'll be playing momentum for the next week, but our overall liquidity is contracting for the next week. So we have to keep that in mind.
I'm so reluctant to send my cold storage to an exchange. I don't know why. I don't know. I feel like if it's an exchange, I might do something stupid.
I don't blame you. I haven't moved any of my long-term shit yet. I mean, we all have different decisions to make, but me personally, I haven't moved any of my long-term into exchanges.
Now, all Bitcoin transactions, they're like 15 to 20 minutes, right? Sometimes longer?
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes. It depends on how clogged.
Now, is there a shortcut instead of like going like maybe Coinbase is slow or something like that? Do you have other outlets that you would go to beforehand? If like, again, if
I mean, I usually sell on DEXs, but most centralized exchanges, even then, it doesn't matter, right? It's the Bitcoin blockchain, so it's going to take that same amount of time if there's congestion. Which is why you typically don't want to wait until you see the candle that you think is the top to that moment decide to start, you know? Because everybody's making the same decision, which means it's going to be slow.
Are you familiar with the Trezor wallet?
Yeah, I haven't used my Trezor for a while. I've been using Tangent as like my main driver.
Option to sell.
Yeah,
I never used it.
You can sell directly through your wallet. You're just gonna get slaughtered on. Well, I shouldn't say slaughtered. It's just as bad as some centralized exchanges, but you're just not gonna get the best rates, right? But in an emergency situation, I would hit it. I've hit it before.
Now, I see something about like no KYC up to like 26 Gs.
Yeah.
Can I just do like 4 whatever? Can I just do multiple transactions?
Yeah.
Or
you would just split it up. Exactly. You have to make sure that there's not a daily limit though too. That's another thing, guys. I've been saying this for months now. Contact your exchanges. and tell them, look, this is how you do it. What we want, the goal is that we want them to increase our daily withdrawal limit so it doesn't take us that long to get our money out when it's time to get it out, right? But if you call them and tell them that you want your withdrawal limits increased, they might give you issues. So what you do is you call and tell them that you want them to increase your deposits. The deposits and the withdrawals, they get increased together. But if you tell them, hey, look, I'm coming into some money. I want to be able to deposit more than I'm allowed to on a daily now. I need you to move that up for me. They'll move it up with no problem. Then obviously you don't deposit. When it comes to withdrawal, your withdrawal becomes easier. Those are just the little things that people run into at the very end of the market where they're like, oh shit, I didn't even think about that. Another thing is your bank, right? Let your bank know that you expect a windfall coming in, and so that they don't pause the transactions or give you any shit when it comes time to move to your bank, if that's your plan. Nah, you just email them or go to support, however you contact your exchange. I mean, it's what I would do. A lot of this shit when I'm trying to figure out directionality, especially when there's a 50-50. I told you I'm always going to err on the side of the person that's in charge. And for me, without a doubt, market maker's been in charge of this price movement. This has been one of the most ridiculous traps. So then you got to sit yourself in their seat, right? Then you got to be like, all right, if I was the market maker, right, what would my cost benefit analysis be here? I have to juggle sentiment, right? I have to juggle not killing sentiment in the direction that I want, but I also have to try to get as much money before I move in the opposite direction. So for me, the idea of coming down and sweeping real quick, leaving some vectors that would get recovered right before CME opens so that the algo's kicking in on CME and people trading towards CME would then get me up to pay for those longs that I just entered on that vector. And I got to clear the liquidity underneath. Sounded like the most bang for your buck. When whales are in charge, it's easier, right? When whales are in charge, you just have to know if they're bull whales, bear whales, and then, don't get in their way. The worst is when market makers and whales are in a like toe-to-toe fight and it's 50-50. We've had a couple of those in the last year. My anticipation is that we come up and clear CME and then have our false move up. Right? We cleared those trap longs. So as much as I hate double tops off of trap longs because it opens it up for some subjectivity, I'm going to assume that the trap longs have been freed and that the false move is up. This move down is just to clear CME. Now, my thesis will go out the window if we take out the trap shorts. Right? At that point, it's broken. But I don't see how you exert this much control over the market to let it get out of control right at the end. Yeah, I don't think so either. I would have liked a deeper sweep of this, but they took that big hotspot that was there. But I would have liked a deeper sweep of this without taking out the shorts and then a move back up into CME.
Hello, D.
What's going on, Zusi?
End of weekend.
Exciting stuff.
Not really. It's always a bit sad. End of weekend.
The price gets to move finally. I mean, that's good.
Not for
The
all.
natives start to fall asleep during the weekend. What you been up to?
Do-it-yourself stuff in the house. What's up with some of my shit coins? Why is ICP up 25%?
I know that shit went crazy today for no reason, bro. I haven't jumped on that narrative
There
yet.
is a reason.
I don't know. Yeah, I haven't jumped on it. I have no idea. I
It's
looked at the
technical.
chart.
I don't know about fundamental, but the
haven't
technical
even
reason is that
looked at the chart.
it halted its bear market bottom. So yeah, when if you can't go lower, you have to go higher.
Dollar exhaustion.
Yeah. Directly small caps. It's interesting. Actually, ICP isn't that small of a cap, no.
Broke out of the bullish channel that it had here. Since 10
To sell or
from
not
its
to
recovery.
sell.
Not bad actually. That's actually a pretty clean climb out of a bullish channel. Ranged in the
It's a 2x
channel,
on...
got above the 50, held it, broke out without a retest. It's clearing all of these vectors right here.
Mina also doing the same stuff in my watch list.
Somebody said there was a crazy arbitrage on Mina.
Oh.
On one of these exchanges.
Dash, I don't have that one, but I see it's up 20%. Aster, ZK. Wow, some alts are moving here. They're trying to avoid getting delisted. You know, it's the case for ICP too. Like, if it doesn't hold 1 billion market cap, then it doesn't, right? And well, next step is to get delisted. So they're saving some coins by holding bear market bottom. Yeah, they're.
Why is this
gonna
daily
get delisted
open showing me every
yet.
daily? Oh, historical. Yeah, so ICP is clearing its last vector now to 443. That 800 EMA on the 4 hours waiting for it right there. This will be a big test of what's going on. I would like to see.
Yeah,
I would like to see it come back and hold its 200.
you know, alts. It's straight up. They don't.
Back on.
Straight up to make people FOMO at high, and then bloop, slowly down. It's almost at 12. Oh yeah. You said 800 on the 4 hour.
Yeah,
That's like $5, huh? Somewhere there.
it's right like where it fell off the cliff, right? The scene of the crime where everything went bad on the left. A little bit above that.
Well, I'll just hold. It's the hurry to sell if you're not in a hurry to buy.
One more thing to worry about.
Oh,
yeah,
last time
man,
ICP,
we were just all confused about that shit. I've been doing this shit for years, and this still catches me every time they change the time. They put us back into the past, Susie, yesterday.
Really? What happened?
We lost an hour. You know that whole. You guys do that? You change time over there?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, cool,
Okay.
cool. So now we're back on sync to typical times between New York and Paris. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool because it's confusing for us. There's like, you do it later than us, so there's a few weeks where everything closes and opens earlier.
It's confusing for me too, bro. My brain just won't accept it.
Yeah, last bottoming structure was 3.3 on ICP, and we got a spike to $20 with like, you know, average exit more like 15. This time we're getting a lower entry at 2.8 because it's where bear market bottom was 2 years ago in September 23. And notice that market cap didn't go as low. Like there's still dilution going on ICP. So whatever Sam was doing, selling ICP to buy Solana, he's still doing it. But yeah, so because we are starting from lower, there's no need to go higher. Like I'm not really expecting ICP above $21. But somewhere around $8-9 isn't
Are
out of
they? Is
question.
ICP like even active still? Like they're doing stuff?
It doesn't
The
matter.
devs?
It really
Nah,
doesn't
And
matter.
I'm
they
just, I know,
are.
I
It's,
know it
you know
doesn't
what
matter. I'm just curious.
the problem with ICP is that it's great tech. It's literally the only project that can 1000% claim that they're Web3 because they don't use AWS. Everything runs on their shit. Like 1000% Web3. Great tech. Nobody cares. The problem. Nobody
Helium's
cares.
kind of like a situation like that too. Like Helium got its own little network thing going on. I mean, they backbone off other networks too. But
They're at T-Mobile, right? Yeah, you backbone off of T-Mobile, I think.
yeah,
But the point is like nobody cares. It's like the perfect example of great use case, super useful in the future, probably the direction most things are gonna go, and just nobody cares.
But wait a second, it did 5x up. People cared. They bought it. You know, they bought it in
Not
last
it's
bear market. They bought ICP
undervalued.
around $3-4, and it went to $20. Well, it's not because market cap became pretty big on this. Like, let me check before I say wrong stuff. But I think we got to like above 5 billion. No, how high did market cap go? Because the problem is the value. Yeah, it went to 10 billion. Like market cap isn't small either. Like 10 billion is pretty big, you know. It's
SPX 6900 has a mission statement of overturning the stock market's daily trading volume, and it's doing 10 times better than something that could be the future of Web3. What I mean,
I
like
guess,
nobody
yeah,
cares.
maybe, but it's the price doesn't represent the value of ICP because market cap wise, it holded its bear market bottom. It didn't go lower. You know, it came down to 1 billion market cap and that's it. So we don't have a wick in price discovery down. You know, the wick is at bear market bottom. It's at a $1 billion market cap.
I still have
It
memory of
wicked
that
there.
shit at fucking $3,000, pretty much.
Yeah, but it's the tokenomics of it, right? So like it's dilution going on.
Yeah.
So now it's at 2.2 billion, and yeah. So wait, my $8-9 value is wrong. If you look at market cap, yeah, it's a bit lower.
I think you should follow the mainstream and sell that ICP for some Solana non-financial advice.
I just bought it a few days ago. Why would I sell? Damn, it's way too early. Huh? What's the
This thing's,
hurry to sell?
And it's actually
I made
moving
money. Let's
finally.
sell. Yeah,
that's when
but
you sell when it's moving, right?
I sell if it reaches golden pocket, and we are nowhere near that.
Do you have any Solana?
Yes,
Nice.
but mostly I sold $80 on Sol. Since then, it's smaller positions. But yeah, of course I have Sol. I forgot to sell it. It's still in profit. But we're at $200, so yeah. 185. That's the problem. It's not too late to take profit. Dbloc wants to see proof of the bear market before TPing. Yeah, I guess that's a good plan. So like we can even TP at 120 on Sol. There you'll have proof a bit of. Well, actually no, it's support. I can't sell 120 them. I don't know.
You tie yourself into a
$300,
knot,
you see.
bro.
You have to anticipate. You like
$294.
not selling 120, but I could. Yeah. It would still be a little bit of a win. Yeah.
So at 294 non-financial
That's
advice.
too funny. 1 minute until CME opens, yo. We target daily open, CME close. I would like to see a nice.
It's gonna gap down. No, the US. America was dumping Thursday, Friday, so just the trend is continuation downward for America.
Pop, pop, pop.
False move down Monday to go then
CME's close.
up 3 days up. No?
Nice, let's go.
Well done,
Let's
market
fill that
maker.
gap on.
Well done.
Let's fill the gap on US 500.
I'm all in. Let's go.
Highly impressed
Maybe.
with the amount of control that market maker has on the market right now. At least on Bitcoin. Let's check ETH. Perfect.
People, someone but 12 Bitcoin here. That's all.
Have you looked at H-bar at all in Dbloc?
Not today.
The smallest one, the smallest crypto with an ETF, right?
Yep. This government shutdown, bro. All of the ETF either denials, which is important to know, right? I'm holding some of this shit, or acceptances, which is also important to know, is just sitting on a desk somewhere. We just don't have access to it because these guys can't get their shit together.
I mean, by the time it happens, people are going to realize, like, oh, well, we can just get on Coinbase and buy it ourselves.
What's gonna be cool is that if they are accepted, we're gonna get like a batch of acceptances all at once.
Yes, gapped up. Not down. Damn.
Go, Biddy, go. I'm never
Go
gonna beat the
Solana, go.
allocations.
Yes, we need to pump on crypto, but not while they pump. We need to pump while they dump.
I'm not worried about it.
A lot of people, including Kathy Woods, I think Solana's going to be the next ETF for crypto that takes.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, Woony.
I was reading that today.
I thought Sol had an ETF working already.
Yeah, they do.
Dude, there's big things I think cooking for Solana because there's going to be a lot of more stablecoin activity. I mean, even though it might not be the most secure chain, it's pretty damn fast.
Let's take a look at H-bar.
But me, I'm thinking about just going after the smallest one. Don't want the lowest market cap.
Yo, CZ Binance is funny, man. He's like already got 95% supply or something like that of whatever that Aster coin. And then this morning, he's like, ha ha ha, he's like on his 10 million followers. And he's like, oh, I was hoping to buy more after he announced them. And he's just like, I just bought $2 million worth of my own coin on my own exchange. And then tweets like 5 minutes over, like, damn, I was hoping to buy some more at lower prices. Ha ha. People are steamed. They're heated. Heads got liquidated. He bought it like 80, 85 cents. They were pushing and showing it at like $3. They were saying it's going to $10. He was in a space with the whole crew, with all the local scammers of the Twitter spaces sitting there. Ha ha, he he. These guys are so dirty, man.
As long as you know people's motivations, you can make money off of that shit.
Yep.
Man.
I just like when people are consistent, bro, because when people are consistent, they're easy to read. You know what their motivations are, you know what they're going to want to do. Those like wild cards.
Yeah, I think he's doing it to troll.
We have to get above this bullish channel to have any chance, right? Which is basically this high volume node at 20.2030. But yeah, we can move after that. There's enough gas to take us to that measured move to 25.
What is H bar still pumped up, or did it go down?
It went down like everything else did, but most of the
Oh, but no, not really.
coins that
No,
had
no.
ETF filings, people picked them up. And it's still a fresh
Yeah, I
narrative.
didn't. No, it didn't
have-
go to bear market lows at all. No, okay.
No, I didn't get
It's
slaughtered.
still high up there. Yeah.
No. They all sort of kept the floor. Anything with a listing seems like it kept a pretty good floor comparatively.
Doesn't Doge have an ETF?
It's got a filing, but it's not one of the ones that I would consider an automatic
three-
yes.
Yeah, it has 3 filings from
Hmm.
3 different companies. I think at least 3. There's probably more than I know.
Bartcoin also has ETFs. Like there's, like I'm not on board with the meme ETFs yet, guys. As much as I would love a Doge ETF, that would be a surprise to me, which is good, right? Because a surprise. Listen, when things meet expectations, you don't tend to have too much of a reaction after. But if people don't expect Doge to get this ETF and it actually does, that means that there's got to be some pricing in because nobody's priced this shit in yet. Most people haven't picked up Doge because it has an ETF. So that's good. That means that there's some possible room to run there. But I don't even know, bro. I wonder if Doge ETF is on Polymarket. I'd love to see what people's odds are.
You have meme stocks, right? So why not have meme ETFs on crypto? You have ETFs on meme stocks currently.
Well, no, the thing is, it's different. It's not. They became meme stocks. They're official, real stocks or real companies, but they got memeanized basically by traders just degenerating on it and just going, let's go gung ho on this.
Damn, there's no Polymarket on this, really? I thought for sure there would be an altcoin ETF Polymarket.
Because like the meme stocks, it's not like it's a meme. It's a stock. It's a regular stock. Like let's say, AMC. That's a regular company, even though now it's a meme stock, or it could be considered a meme stock.
Right.
Or Bed Bath and Beyond. That was a meme stock for a while.
Yeah, we were just talking about Astor Menon.
You mean disaster?
Overall, alts are slightly red though, except a few small cap stuff pumping. It's been more like a bearish weekend, I guess.
I mean, we still got Bitcoin hanging out around 110. I think we're chilling like some villains. The bulls are comfy.
Well, Bitcoin managed to break out upward without doing anything because time has passed. Yeah.
It's cool, but like after a move like that, like a dead cat.
But they're all like dead cats, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. 1010 was
Bitcoin.
traumatizing. The dip that kept on dipping.
Depends on this hold. If we can get above that high volume node, we can look at 150. But if this is just a move back to SR flip, then market maker is not going to go unpaid on those vectors. Volume definitely needs to keep up. If this move is volume divergent, and it is,
Well, it's about surviving the bear, no?
Yeah, on that move, he tweeted right before, but he bought 2 million. He was buying it along that, and he waited a little bit, and then he made the tweet. I think he opened up a long right before that tweet. Probably, if I was him, I would definitely open up a long before that tweet.
This thing will go again, but the FOMO is gonna exhaust at some point. Let me see what your daily trading volume is.
I'll be right back.
Let's see if we're back to juicy. Yeah, it's not even double. It's not even equal market cap. 2 billion trading volume. I mean, it's the most we've had in a while. Up 28%, but this doesn't scream FOMO to me. I say one move up and then FOMO fizzles out if I had to guess. One move up probably to that 150 if we can stay above that volume node. Right, so that gap in the volume node right there is, I think, the ceiling on this thing. Still a good move. But volume has to keep up for that. If FOMO dies anywhere between here and there, back down through this gap right here.
This isn't FOMO yet, Dbloc. You know, it's down a lot, this coin. Like, you know, on the daily, just went to its next resistance. You notice how it exploded its wick on the 10th? So as soon as it put a lower low below the 10th, bloop, straight up. Bitcoin will do the same thing if it puts a lower low below 101. Now, it might not do it, but if it does, it's a good, it's going to be a good trade.
Right now, volume is supporting this, right? You just got to make sure. Oh, don't do that. You just got to make sure that that stays the same. Increasing volume as price increases. As soon as this goes divergent.
Yeah, well, it's not even a short squeeze. It's just that nobody wants to sell it below the 10th. I don't know why, but people stopped selling it, so
Aster's been a heavily speculated coin lately, though. Whenever you get a big move on like that on Aster, the degens will pile in. Just gotta wait for them to make their buys. They don't step in, then it'll just retrace.
You know, 90 cent was the 10th of October low, and it didn't break lower than that. So in the end, after the 10th, all you had to do was patiently wait for the low. You got it. You take the trade. It just goes up. I think that's why it goes up. Yeah, it gave the opportunity there. But now we need like a reversal pattern on more like on the daily, or took it a month to try to go up, impulse up.
How we doing, YouTube? Anybody catch that lick sweep? They're crazy.
Well, you know, most alts didn't make a low here, so for me there wasn't much to catch.
I'm talking about Bitcoin.
Well, yeah, same.
Yeah, ETH was nice too. The fact that we didn't go too far down underneath CME was good. ETH didn't have the same sort of liquidity underneath, though. Bitcoin was stacked.
Like below 185, maybe that could have been a good trade, yeah. But here,
I don't want to clog the chart up, but that's the W that it's fractaling into. This one is still dominant. We haven't broken. Right? Measured move still counts. And the reason we don't bother drawing a new one is because the measured move is basically measured move is a little bit higher. But then it becomes analysis paralysis and people can't understand what they're looking at on the screen. That gives you targets from like 4K to 4.1. Bunch of ifs in between here and there. 800 EMA would be the break of the larger W. Right, the smaller W we've already broken and sort of just meandered around in. I'll leave the measured move, but I'll remove the smaller W just so it doesn't clutter the screen up.
Yeah,
The
we had
weekly. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I'm dealing with some FOMO right now. I want to buy. I know we don't buy green candles, but if this thing retraces Ethereum to the pivot point on this vector recovery, you think that's too late? You think I'm still too late? Is there a 2.5 to 3 trader? You know how you always say. I'm like kind of in between. Got the devil on my shoulder telling me this is a good idea. Tell me this isn't.
That's funny. 2.5 to a 3 trader.
But
I know
it
what you
depends
mean,
your
bro.
margin of
That's where I'm
error.
It's
like,
like when you miss the higher low
I'm advancing,
and you don't want to wait until the breakout. I mean, like I said, if volume doesn't keep up, we'll retrace some of this, right? So if you really do want to get in my opinion, if I was looking to get into a trade right now and I wanted to get on Ethereum, I would wait for at least a retest of that 50 EMA. Right, that would bring it to eat back half of this vector at least, and then if it holds support and volume continues to pick up, then I would be a little bit more confident, and then my stops would be down underneath. But yeah, we don't want to get in a habit of chasing green candles.
Oh, it's so hard.
Fast moves usually give back, a good percentage of the move. So it's because it sucks because it's those fast moves that induce the most sort of FOMO too, right?
It's gonna be the lowest weekly close on ETH since August. So in that sense, it's cheap, right? Like it's just been going down since August. And we never closed the daily candle below 4K, a weekly candle below 4K, and unless it pumps $100, $150 in 45 minutes, in 40 minutes, it looks like we're gonna close it below 4K. And this means that we are closing below 2021's monthly, weekly level.
So you're
So
saying it's cheap.
it activates, another bearish setup, I guess. And you would target 2000, somewhere there, between 2000 and 2800.
So you're saying it's cheap.
It's cheap because since August it's going down, but it could get much cheaper, like 200 MA, EMA kind of areas. So the 200 MA is at 2400, the EMA is at 2500. It could just be a fake out below 4K. Like maybe once, we could just get another week, a few weeks below 4K, I guess, and then maybe next week we'll climb back again, and it will prove wrong a pretty bearish idea. And honestly, I'm conservative with 2,500. But we have a double top that's 4 years wide, right? And we took 3 months to try to break that double top, and we couldn't. And now we're starting to trade below the previous resistance before the all-time high. You know, you have all-time high at 4,800, but 4,000 is a well better defined level than that pushed all-time high because it caused us issues by in May 2021, then in March 24, then in December 24, and now we're still there. Well, we're there again now.
It's all over, guys. Pack it
just-
up.
For people who trade weekly closes, yeah, you're closing a candle below resistance, so you're accepted back in that 2 to 4K range. Maybe 3,200 somewhere there could hold. The dead cat bounce from last cycle, 3,200, yeah. Damn, I forgot to sell an ETH. Oh boy, I'll be holding, by the way, even if we are to go down to 3,200, yeah. Not on leverage, of course, that'll all get slotted and stopped out. But on spot, yeah, I'll just be holding.
ETH is
Maybe
like
losing.
ETH is like your second largest position, isn't it?
Yeah. don't mock me.
I'm just pointing that out to everybody. So everybody realizes
Maybe I should sell some.
that
Yeah,
he's literally flooding his own bag right now.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, Zusi must be
Well,
short
like defending
Ethereum. Like,
rates
no,
and-
Zusi is very long Ethereum.
No, but I can see bearish setups even though I am biased long. That's
right.
all. And yeah, that's all. Yeah. So yeah, not too late to TP, not too late to short, not too late to long. I mean, you just need a plan.
Scalper, I'm expecting for price to go up here. We freed the trap shorts. We freed the trap longs, came back, closed CME. Right, classic move out of the weekend trap. Nice stopping volume candle on the 30-minute. A little lick sweep. Market maker stepped in. So we'll see. Right now, we're still in the range. We want to play it safe. We're still in the range. We've got to wait for a breakout. If we're taking the weekly swing into consideration, we've already signaled the freeing of the trap long. So I'm under the assumption that we go up into tomorrow. Find our top sometime Monday. And then we retrace.
The monthly is fine though on ETH. The weekly close here is really not good, but the monthly managed to close above the previous highs. So by the monthly time frame, we're still in price discovery. Well, we're still attempting to be in price discovery. Because as long as you close above 3,700, you are in that top section of the chart where very few candles have closed above. Yeah. We had one close at 4,600 4 years ago. And ETH couldn't, for now, it never did a new all-time high on the monthly. Yeah? Like it never closed a candle above all-time highs, basically, on the monthly. But we know that, right? ETH didn't really break out in price discovery, so it makes sense that it doesn't close candles above 4,600. It made a very tiny new all-time high, giving you a short. You had to wait 4 years to catch it, but it did.
Let me get a fresh ETH chart. I need to do an ETH max.
All it has to do is pump another $100 before the weekly closes. That's all it's got to do here. Actually, even less than $100 though. Who even trades the weekly? Maybe it doesn't matter.
Weekly is important. Macro guys trade the weekly. The bearishness that we saw on ETH was when we broke. Oh, I do have shit on this chart. This.
But then it's not good to close below 2 years ago. March 24, yeah. Like if we could at least get close above the candle body of March 2024, that top there, at least that we're inside the wick, but we're even below the body now.
All right, so we've come down and we've cleared that vector. Let me get rid of that. So it's really close to what we're looking at on Bitcoin, right? But slightly different. So we have this range here, which was the range that needed to hold. Right. On Bitcoin, this would be that range where we were talking about the only range that matters. Very similar to this range on Bitcoin. And as important. Now I lost my. Where did it go? So, same sort of deal. Because when we look on the weekly, remember what's the big deal about Bitcoin on the weekly? That 50 EMA, right? And waiting for that 50 EMA to come up and not wanting to break this support to go touch the 50 because of what that means. If we look on the weekly, we got the same deal. 50 EMAs underneath us. Trying to stay above that range as much as we can. Because if we come down underneath it, we threaten breaking this uptrend. Losing the 50, breaking that uptrend, and coming to clear the rest of this sector. Which we don't want. That takes you down to 2.9.
Can it stay above 3,500? Because I'm long from there, and my stop loss is just around there.
Well, the support that's holding
Can
so
we make
far,
TA so it holds
the support that's
3,500?
holding so far is the one that we have right here. This is the one that needs to hold on the weekly. All right. So far, every week that we've come down, right, we've gotten big wicks off the bottom, getting buys in this area, so far holding support. Need to hold it long enough so that the 50 can come up or we can actually poke out. What we want to do is come after this vector on top. That'll snatch the 50 up into that range that we needed to be into. But if we lose this, all right, let me make it make more sense. Remember how it is on the other chart? Green path, yellow path, red path, right? So our green path would be staying here till the 50 comes up and then going all the time. Right, that's our green. Our yellow path, excuse me, would be breaking that support, coming down to the 50, being accepted back into this range.
3,200?
And then
Damn, I'll be wrecked off.
And then hitting support. This number is dynamic because this depends on where the 50 is. Right? Yellow path depends on where the 50 is. If we consolidate, 50 goes up, then you don't have to come all the way down to 3,300. Now, the red path, which is the one we don't want, is just like Bitcoin. The red path is we come. Let me get rid of this magnet.
Oh, you turned the 50 into resistance, no?
Magnet is off. All right, whatever. The red path would be if we hit the 50, but we get rejected. off of support, and then the 50. Okay, at that point, we're coming down at
2800? No,
the least of the 200, the very least of the 200.
2600. Oh,
That would be the red path, right? But right now, price action tells us that it's following the green path more than anything. Anything underneath support has gotten bought up, right? And we're about to close this candle in the next 30 minutes. Then we look for the next couple daily candles to see if we pop up to grab that vector. Remember, we're on the weekly here. This is the daily.
yeah, but you know we're now lower than the previous high. So
I'm just saying, as on the daily, we're
JBC
still
here.
putting in higher lows. Our wicks, we're still wicking up
Yeah,
over
of course.
support. We're still getting that buy pressure underneath. Right? So we need to figure out if we're going towards that vector or if we're going to reject off that 50 and make another attempt at support.
Yeah, but anything above 1400 will be a higher low anyway. On the weekly, right? We correct this 3x up. Yeah, as long as you're above 1400, then it's still a higher low.
Does that make sense to everybody, YouTube?
The week of the 10th will react, you know, like it seems very likely that if ETH puts a low below 3,500, it will react. So I guess I already have that trade. Yeah, like I'm ready for that.
That's what I mean. Like, as long as you've got clear validation, then it's easy to ignore the noise, right? Because as long as you haven't seen it on your chart, you haven't got that confirmation, and you understand how much risk you're taking waiting for that confirmation, which is important, right? Then you
But
can
we now
just
have
let all the noise just go right over your head.
No, but the problem is there's only bearish setups activating here. You know, we are below 4,900, previous all-time high. We are below 4,400, the resistance that the only resistance it had last time, and we are now also below 4,000, which is a bit the SR. And next support, well, yeah, there's that wick on the of the 10th, maybe a bit higher than the wick. 3530. And once you lose that, support is 2,800. Yeah? 20, well, maybe 3,000. 28 to 3,000 for buys. Yeah.
You've been sitting in your chair for too long. Stand up, stretch.
Actually, no. I was out today, outdoor, garden and all. Well, the weekly doesn't look good, honestly, but the daily looks better. And the smaller time frame you go, the better it looks because you can see a potential reversal structure happening.
That's exactly what it looks like when things are pivoting, right? You see them start to pivot on small time frames first.
Yeah. Like 38.14 on ETH, 3,814. You know, the fact that daily candles don't close below that. Well, we did once, but now we like it's trying to reclaim the lows we did at the end of September. If we were really bearish, there'd be no chance of managing that. We wouldn't even spend this much time here. It's been a month now, almost. Well, it's been 3 weeks, right, after the crash.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a month. I mean, looks like there's no hurry to dump, right? We probably would already be lower. Like last time, it took us 31 days to continue crashing, I guess. Wait, actually, no way, I'm saying bullshit. 31 days, yeah. Well, for now, it's been only 23 days. Okay, so we crash in 7 days. All right, okay. Never mind. I just want negative funding rates. That way, at least I get paid to stay long. People FOMOed this weekend. Everything turned positive, right? Mental is positive. Bitcoin is slightly positive. Damn, we have to pay to stay long. AVAX is negative though. SWI is positive. December 4th, 2021 seems similar to 10th of October. No.
Deribit
Big
is
week to
having
the
some.
downside.
Deribit on the Deribit exchange are having some crazy swings on funding for some reason.
They're less negative than Friday, right? Funding rates overall. Like, seems they're a bit less negative.
Google trends are just disgusting.
Nobody watches crypto anymore. It's all about AI.
We're at a 31 right now.
Sign of a bear market, right?
I mean,
People aren't even looking
that,
for crypto.
not even a bear market, like almost that bear market lows.
Bottom, yeah. But it's the idea with the right translated cycle, right? Is that we are actually at bear market bottom currently, basically. But not a 4-year bear market, more like a 3 months bear market. Well, just a pause, right? A reaccumulation, basically. A pause in the bullishness. You know, the structure before World War III, 98K, that was reaccumulation there. But now we came back inside it and we're trying to hold the highs. That range from 100 to 110.
So check out what happened to me today. Maybe I can save someone the mistake that I made. So I was trading on BTC, right? So whatever, I use my phone as like the remote, and I chart on TradingView, whatever. But I have the exchange on a web page too, right, on my computer.
Yeah.
So we were going through this drop earlier, and I went from like whatever, one coin to Ethereum, right? And it showed it like as if it was like 10 cents. I mean, like it took me like 8 seconds to scroll. It was like crazy. It was just a line which was price action, and then a line that was like, you know, like whatever, kind of like Adam looked. But so I see this, right? And I'm scrolling, and it's taking me forever. My computer's kind of like being slow. So I just go on my phone and I hit smash, I buy. And what happened was, because it happened to me later again, when my screen timed out, it asks me to log back in normally. This time it was just acting funny, glitching, but I traded from one coin to another, and then all of a sudden it showed this chart where it looked like, you know, the thing was at zero. So I smashed buy, and then in a, you know, a couple of seconds, I was like, all right, let me see, stop loss, you know, like I just hit buy, you know, it looked like it was a couple of dollars. and I was like, oh my god, I could be the lucky one, you know, when there's no liquidity. But you know, again, I had a heart attack and I bought it, and then it happened again, and I almost freaked out again, and then I was like, no, slow down. So, you know, again, you see that, and you really like panic just goes on, and you're like, fuck it, I'm buying. Excuse my language. So, yeah, BTC has that little thing, and they had an update this morning at 7, and it happened after that. And I've been trading on it for a long time, and it never happened before. So, you know, just something to keep in mind.
That's weird.
Anyone's dealing with that exchange.
$135K on Bitcoin seems like a good target, no? For bulls and for bears, 90K. Well, and we're right in the middle here at 110. According to the stock market, 135 first seems more likely than 90K first, but it is reversing downward too. At least on the small time frames, you know, since Thursday.
Sui BTC, you said?
Yeah, BTC. Once I refreshed the page, you know, the chart didn't show it. So again, it was like a glitch. So it's not like you're gonna see it on the chart that it went down.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Again,
client side,
it
no?
was a
That
glitch.
glitch is client side, no?
But yeah, it was weird because it had the name of one coin on it, and then when I clicked to go to ETH or whatever, it reloaded a page, and I seen this huge red line, and I thought I only had seconds before whatever. But after
Yeah,
looking at it and realizing that I bought it at regular market price, I got rid of it. But
it's
once then I
JavaScript.
refreshed it.
I think I have an idea of what you saw. I saw it already a few times. It's JavaScript lag. It really didn't last long, no?
No, but it happened twice today. And I
Oh.
updated.
Is your computer old?
2 years, but
Okay, that's it.
Sui
I do need
BTC,
to
real
clean up.
quick, needs to get back above that support. Right. First and foremost, this thing is going to be weak against Bitcoin until it can regain that. But it's making moves, right? Like you said, a double bottom on the 4 hour. All right, my bad. Go ahead.
But yeah, on the descending triangle, breakdown, retest, find resistance, continuation down, no? Gotta get above that green line even. That double bottom isn't wide enough to be as strong as the green line. That's much longer time. And yes, I am long on Sui. Well, it just needs to put a high above 239, and then we'll continue going down.
You can go down by yourself. Don't drag us with you. We is a lot
But
of
it's
people.
me, it's Bryce.
No, but you like we. I know you're French, but we is a lot of people.
Dodge Plaza.
The market will continue.
That we can agree on.
But it's people, right? People are overall buying other stuff than crypto this cycle.
At this point, Link is gonna want to hold this 800 EMA on the daily. It's got some work to do. You're getting trapped between your 800 and your 200. This is good though. Consolidation between EMAs leads to the big moves. Now we just got to figure the directionality of it, right? We do have a higher low. So as far as structure goes, it's starting to build something here.
When you press buy and you have zero conviction that it's actually going to work.
Then you should definitely not do that. You have zero edge, you're gambling at that point.
The hedge is that we dropped a lot on the 10th, so it's just automatic. Reflex buys.
This is just assuming that we don't break the 800 EMA. Break of the 800 EMA is just wick discovery at that point on. Our target would be the unrecovered vector from the top of the drop.
Looks like ETH is taking the charge. It's breaking out while Bitcoin's sitting.
Trying to save its weekly. There's 15 minutes left. Let's go, ETH. Yeah, 3,900. Nice.
I'll be
Okay,
right
well
back.
that
Give me a
makes
second,
it.
Joe.
That changes a little bit stuff. But yeah, it's a bearish engulfing weekly. We'll see if Bitcoin can solve its 112 issue. Then yeah, I don't have any doubts if we'll go into price discovery too eventually. Maybe we can stay a bit longer in price discovery next time, or like 1 or 2 weeks. 3 weeks maybe, I don't know. It's gonna be a calm week, no, compared to last week, news-wise. Like I was checking on Forest Factory, and there's a few stuff like manufacturing indexes. There's a few data releases, of course, but jolts, well, typical stuff. Yeah. Unemployment, but at least no FOMC this week. So I guess it could be calm, which would line up with spending a bit time to consolidate below 112 and maybe eventually manage to break out upward 112. At that point, everything changes TA-wise. But for now, we got a double top, a bit lower than 112. It can't even get there. 111.
Zeus, did the government open?
I don't know. Yeah, that's a catalyst. Maybe they'll open next week and we can have
That's what we
some
weren't getting
bullishness.
that
But
data.
why
That's
would
why
you
when it
expect
was good, we weren't getting it.
why do you expect a bullish reaction to government reopening though on the markets? We're
Not that I
already
expect, I heard you talking about that, and I thought that we wouldn't be getting that data until they open. But I don't know much.
yeah, that's Powell problem.
Government reopening would be bullish, guys.
Yeah, we get to see them print money and pump that M2.
Better look at it.
For crypto? I'm not
For
sure,
everything.
honestly. For legacy, yeah, probably, but crypto doesn't follow right now, so I don't know. It probably wouldn't affect it much. Yeah.
You telling me ETF news wouldn't be bullish?
That's crypto specific. Yeah, that's crypto specific, and the answer is no. When you get ETFs news, you put a lower low and then you rise. So short time it's bearish. Well, the problem is because there's bullish news, people go long like hell. Then, well, yeah, bigger money players are just laughing at it, and it calls for a stop loss hunt, not a
Wasn't that
liquidation hunt.
just Grayscale when they did it? Didn't they just dump on everyone because they had the
Depends on who's holding the
Yeah.
fund. Yeah. If Grayscale is
Yeah.
holding a bunch of it, it's not great news.
But even Sol, look, it just had an ETF, right? And it doesn't seem like it's having a very bullish reaction at that news, right? Now it comes at a time where the sentiment is bad, where there isn't a lot of people who want to just FOMO in, I guess. But still, it's proof that ETFs news don't necessarily give you an immediate green candle. Yeah? But it would be long-term bullish, right? Now, the problem is Solana doesn't need an ETF. It's already hanging high up, close to its all-time highs. It's like it's not a coin that really needs an ETF. Honestly, same for same for a lot of coins that are high up there. Well, in my opinion, yeah, they don't they're already bullish without ETF. Yeah.
Yeah, but it would attract institutional money that wouldn't otherwise be going to it now.
That could scare retail out too, right?
You're too bearish, Susie. I don't know how else to say it.
Oh, well, yeah, it's time to switch. No.
Maybe for you, but
No, I haven't.
that's not data dependent. Well, that's what I mean. You're getting bearish way before, like you're getting too bearish before it's time. Just because you don't want to miss it.
I'm getting myself ready.
That's what I'm saying. But you're too bearish. Like you're literally taking the bearish side of every argument that's presented, no matter what it's on. If it's economic, and like literally no matter what it's on. Even if we haven't
No, I'm
seen the
just
data
questioning.
points. Even if we haven't seen the data points that tell us that it's there yet. Like that's the angle that you've been taking lately. I mean, I'm not telling you to change. I'm just telling you you're too
Yeah,
bearish in case you haven't noticed it.
Prove me wrong.
That's
All
what
we
you
have to
want.
do
You're
is
trying to reverse psychology the market into pumping your bags.
yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I feel you though. I'm not saying you're completely wrong to have those concerns. But we have metrics that we watch, right? And that's to keep our sanity in check. So until we see those, and they're gonna be different for each person.
Even Elliot has no more buys here. Like, Elliot ways wise. Looking at like ending diagonal. Actually, it has a third up push. But we broke the rule where you shouldn't drop below 110. Yeah. 108, yeah.
ETH lets the floodgates go. Everything's pumping right now.
People underestimate how much ETH really does control sentiment on alts.
Well, everything is pumping, you say, but everything has also been dumping since December 24. Well, just putting a
case in point.
bearish side to what he said.
Yeah, no shit.
To bring it to balance, because that's
way to
also
prove
true.
my
Total
point on the
market
next
cap
sentence.
Total market cap is trading below the previous all-time high. Oh.
Life is about perspective, man. That's just a life lesson right there.
We're here a year ago.
I'm sorry, MB. I didn't see any super chat come through, but I'll look at Doge for you. Super chat or not. Appreciate it though. Still in the range. Higher low. Looking to break out of this, but we're still in the range that we've been in since the 10th. One of the flattest range recoveries too that we've seen from that 10. Right? Hasn't lost its ground from the first time that it retraced, right? But it also hasn't gained any. So just some accumulation. Hopefully we can pop out 500, 50, 200, 800. But until you get back above this SR flip that we lost, bearish.
I'm not watching Doge, it would scare me.
Bearish tint.
But I know my trade is it's fluctuating between 400 and 600%. We're currently at the lows on Doge, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, bottom of the range, really. I mean, last 3 buying opportunities, if you were accumulating in this range, this would be your first higher low.
No, the buying opportunity was on the 10th. That's been nonsense. It's just, it recovered and it's going
You're
sideways.
literally not buying any closer to the bottom than you could have on the 10th. Nobody got those buys down at 9 cents. 10 cents. Anybody here buy 10-cent Doge?
Give it some
Or
time.
15-cent Doge.
I got 13.
15.
Because I
Bybit,
actually
right?
waited for it to. I waited for it to reclaim the previous low. That's why I could have bought lower. I played the ABC correctly there. It's the previous low, 13 cent. It's still long to catch. You know. Where in April, tariff scare it dumped to 13 cents. So there's support there. It could go there tomorrow morning. Well, maybe a bit slower than that. I just hope 14 cent maybe will hold and I won't get stopped out. But with the bear market incoming, these are all going to disappear anyway. It's just a matter of time. That's true, right? If I don't TP them, they will eventually disappear.
That is a guarantee. Your coins won't disappear, but their value
some of
will
them are
greatly
disappearing too.
diminish. Well, hopefully not
I've seen
anything you're holding.
I've seen 100 delistings this week at least, just on Bybit. I'm not even reading Binance emails. Like those are going into spam junk folder. But I'm sure Binance delisted a lot of stuff too.
Reminds me a lot of going from the shift in the .com bubble from the first wave to the second wave. Right, the first wave of .com bubble, anything with a .com on it just went up and to the right. The second wave is where the cream sort of rose to the top. Right, that's when you're like, you know, the names that we know now started to take the lead. And as that happened, they absorbed most of the liquidity and all those other companies went to shit. You know, completely disappeared. So like I could say that this cycle for me feels like the first wave of that. Right? And not even the whole cycle. Like we went to the absolute top of degeneracy of the first wave that I'm talking about, where everything just because it happens to be a crypto, you know, with the memes and shit, right? Where the shit that was just literally getting made up and had memes. The only difference is that everything didn't move because there wasn't enough money. But this second wave, or the second half of this, feels like prices consolidating a lot more around value. And it might be the market maturing, or it might just be that everybody got burned during the first half, you know, with memes, and then on the 10th got burned with leverage. So everybody's like spot utility minded right now, you know? I don't know if that's going to last, but it does feel like that shift a little bit.
I thought you were going to say that 2021 cycle was more like the wave one of the .com bubble, where you know, anything that had crypto
Yeah,
in
that
it
was
would
like
go
the
up.
main, that was
And this
the
cycle,
heart of it. That was like the heart of it. But the blow off top of that was that meme shit that we saw, in my opinion, where you got, I mean, where there was like $500 million in pre-orders for a meme that hadn't even
yeah,
dropped yet,
boom.
or you know, yeah, or Bone
Um,
getting listed on 9 different exchanges on day
yeah.
one, like
You know, it's in
the president
it didn't
dropping
get
his own
delisted
meme
yet,
coin. Like those are some, that's some top level shit. You know what I mean? Like that's some toppy shit.
but Trump doubled his net worth with that coin. No,
Yeah, over the next 4 years. Yeah.
he went from billionaire to multi-billionaire. And you can bribe the president of America now. If you want to have dinner with him, just buy some Trump.
If you're
That's
creative,
that's crazy.
there is ways to get money into his pocket. It was the same before though. He didn't need a meme coin. It was the same with They said the Chinese government had the top floor of his resort in Florida reserved for almost his whole presidency. There's ways to like tip your hat to the person in charge.
Yeah. And at least it's public like this, right? Like
I'd
everybody
rather
can.
it be on the blockchain, bro. Straight up.
Yeah, that's true.
If we're not gonna get them to play
But
clean,
still,
at least we can get them
these
to
are.
play visible.
But still, these are things they should at least try to hide a bit. No, like, oh.
Wait till the Dems drop their donkey coin or whatever the meme's gonna be for the Democratic Party next year. Imagine if it just becomes like a regular thing. Every presidential candidate has their own meme coin. People start using it to guess who's gonna win or not by volume. Crazy world.
All right, we're doomed. This new weekly candle is starting by going up. And so in a reversal strategy, if the candle starts upward, well, then it will reverse downward. Well, no, you'd be
red
looking at
weekly
catching
candle
the
bad.
downward reversal.
Green weekly candle bad. Gotcha.
Zeusy, are you the guy that goes to the parties and tells everybody they're going to regret it in the morning when they wake up?
Hey,
It's like, do you know how many microplastics there are in those red cups?
It's been 3 years. It's been 3 years now. I'm always bullish. It's time to have a bearish outlook, though.
You're having fun now, but you'll have projectile vomit in the morning.
No, but if the weekly candle started by going down, now there's a few. No, that's true till Wednesday, right? Till the middle of the candle. Like, it's better to leave a wick first and then go up than not even have a wick. Like we are not at the weekly low, basically. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's very little probability that the weekly low is already
First
in.
4-hour candle of the weekly is like the first like 5-minute candle of the hourly. You know what I mean? Like, you can't really read too
exactly.
much into it.
So by Wednesday, if it's a red candle, then there's a reversal upward possibility, and if it's a green candle, well, it looks bad for the end of the week, for the end of next week. But it just looks bad anyway because it's a bearish engulfing candle, and it broke below 4K and this and that.
That's your side route of explaining to take profits. That's how I see it. When you start talking that ish, I like that's profit taking type.
I was gonna say, this is UC saying the microplastics in the cups. If we get enough of them in the ocean, then we can preserve all the fish.
Like, what?
That doesn't make sense. What?
I just want to. I came on to say that I just took my initial out for the season, so I made a big boy move, and I'm finally in good profit.
Shit, bro. A lot less stressed out.
Yes. So, I mean, that the 10th really hurt me, man. And I'm gonna say that I know Zusi has theories on this, and I know a lot of people have theories on this, and I know that you've been saying it like, don't get into alts until we're at a like Dom is like completely tumbling 58, maybe even lower, whatever. But I didn't listen because I was always trying to get dips, and that hurt me. So I'm in a position now this weekend because I bought a couple of the dips this weekend, went all in. Now my initial has been secured, and I'm ready for the whatever we top off at. But I just wanted to thank you, Dbloc. It took a lot to get there. I know I was swimming against the waves. I know you told us not to trade alts, but by that time I was already stubborn in trading alts, and I'm out of the danger zone. So everything else will be a loss on seasonal profits, but my initial will never be gone. If that makes sense.
Good shit. Damn right.
Well, yeah,
Uh,
when you expect a bear market, you're not going to hold alts, so it makes sense that you guys sell them. I'm
speaking
buying.
of speaking of dominance, I was going to ask if anybody had suggestions for a screener to read dominance easier as an indicator. Because I've been using it through my I have a screener that I compare, like it shows me Bitcoin and ETH and Sol, but I was trying to it gives me a percentage and difference, but I want one that's specifically for dominance so I can keep an eye on it.
I just look at Dom itself, bro. To be real with you, I don't know of anybody else.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do that already. I was hoping to find something that could give me correlations between kind of where dominance is going. But if I don't know if that's even a thing. Yeah, maybe I have to code it myself.
You want like a bubbles chart, but for dominance, so that you see which coin is acting on dominance the most?
Yeah,
I'm
basically
sure
like
you can come up with it probably exists.
I mean, dominance is already a derivative, right? Like from a mathematical perspective. So like you start getting more complicated that, and you start talking integrals. Like wow, you're gonna, like I definitely you can totally overdo yourself to the point where it starts going the wrong direction.
Well, so sort of I feel like a lot of times because I get really focused on Bitcoin and when that shift happens, I'll be watching Bitcoin dominance, but I'm not always. It's figuring out where it's going. Listening to you guys helps, obviously, but figuring out where it's going quickly. Um, that's kind of what I want to do. Is I want to have the screener up top so I can hop over to whatever, whether it's going into ETH or Solana, and then start to branch out into my alts from there.
Yeah, but what if it's a fake out rotation? That's the problem I have, is that if it rotates, which I think a lot of what D shows is, we're rotating here, we're rotating there. My problem is if I try to find that on myself when things are rotating, I get faked out to where I thought it was a rotation, but it's not. So I don't even know if an indicator like that would be helpful.
I'd still be waiting for confirmation, right? It's basically just to get my eyes on the next chart quickly because that's something I struggle with. But yeah, I do hear you. I think it does sound a little extra.
Sometimes, and I'm not saying this for advice for anybody else, but for me, when I scaled back and started making things more simple, I was doing better. I don't know that I was just complicating things. Definitely charting DOM has helped for me. Simple trend lines, and when they break hard, and it could really show if alts are going to bleed or if alts are really going to shoot up for a day or so. And that's held true. I'm talking elementary first day charting trend lines on DOM has really helped me, and drawing parallel channels.
That sounds really good because I don't chart dominant. I just try to catch up to it. So maybe that's all.
But to what you said, it's not going to be like it's not going to be day trading reaction. It's going to be more like 3-day up, 3-day down trading, or a little bit between macro and micro. So I don't know if it would help you catch it like in the moment, but it definitely tells me like, okay, it's time to get out of or it's time to stop DCAing once DOM breaks to the upside and wait till it's done shooting up, and we don't know when that's going to happen. I do know that on the 10th, when DOM shut up really hard, for me, that's when I got in my alt, and that helped me recover because that red candle on DOM, I'm sorry, that green candle on DOM retraced hard.
Yeah, I'm still dumb. It still eludes me a bit, but I mean, I understand the basics, and but it's definitely something I need to. I mean, I think I'll just start charting it a little bit and see what I can see what it produces, you know?
I'll be honest with you, I still get confused though sometimes when and I have to have others in the chat explain it to me in the moment. That is, um, when Dom is going down and Bitcoin is going down, but alts are not going up, then usually somebody will say, "Oh, it's either going into ETH or it's going into stable coins." I mean, I always forget that, but it still, when you see Dom going down and Bitcoin going down, it's still you gotta kind of look around and see what's happening. Normally I don't, but then I can see, oh, USDT is going up or ETH is going up, and it's sucking all of the, it's sucking all the liquidity from everything else. So it requires a little homework, but it's not bad. I'm just trying to make it simpler for myself. That's all.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing the ideas.
And as also Caliphant said, Bitcoin pairs have been helpful this season for me. I've been using them a lot more.
Yeah, so like part of the reason I want this screener is instead of having to use a whole indicator just for dominance on one, so that I can see a bunch of assets. But I think that maybe I need to do a little more research and figure
I
out
mean,
kind of what I'm looking
you,
for. You know what I mean?
yeah, you could. I mean, I was writing scripts for TradingView like when I first got into crypto, and I came down to the conclusion that I wasn't really making anything better than anybody else, and I was like, okay. But I would think that with AI assisted code generation, you could probably make yourself something like that, man. It doesn't need to even be TradingView's API. You could probably use another API like the Bubble API and do something like that. I don't know. It's worth a thought.
Yeah, I wish I could get the bubbles directly on TradingView. That'd be really cool. But maybe one day figure out how to port it. Yeah, part of it. Uh, my work sales has been super heavy, and like I've been nonstop back to back. And my phone's broken right now, so I only have like the outside screen, which is very small. And that's what I've been trading off of. Like I've just been trying to keep up and watch the charts all day during my breaks and stuff. So I've done all right. Definitely learned a lot. So thanks Dbloc and community. But yeah, definitely actually I'm doing better with my limitations right now than I was before I had the limitations. So kind of forcing me to focus a bit and to take better trades, you know.
What did I say about alts on Sunday? They always do this every freaking Sunday. It's like almost too good to be true.
I wasn't there. What did you say?
Every Sunday, alts have done at least a 3 to 10% pump on Sunday for the past 4 Sundays.
Well, overall weekend is a good time for them. Yeah.
I know, but there was a period there in the summer, man, when it wasn't. Like it was horrible. Like you couldn't predict anything. You couldn't see any pattern. It just did what it did, whatever. I would get frustrated, it'd flatline. But I've been going in on Saturday evening. I've been going in on dips on Saturday evening dips for the past 4 weeks. And I get out before opening, usually um, Asia opening, and it's worked. It's going to work until it doesn't, is what's going to happen.
Well, let me just
Nope.
chime in on that. Dbloc mentioned it earlier. I don't know if you caught it, but when was the last time we had a weekend trap that broke down? You know, so it might just be that the last 4 weeks they all been up, or I think I'm not certain, but pretty sure. So it might just be that, you know, being that they've been breaking up, you know, force move up, that you know, that's been working out. So something to keep in mind, you know, be aware of, you know, if it's a false move down, that might not pan out.
No, I get it, and it's low liquidity too, right? Like a lot of the coin, like my coin, has low volume on the weekend, and anybody buying like a, small percentage is going to make it green candle, you know?
But Bitcoin tends to stabilize during the weekend, so people get bored and they play more other stuff than just Bitcoin. Like there's really not a lot of point in trading Bitcoin during the weekend. On average, of course, because there are some weekends where, because of what happened elsewhere, you kind of know that it is going to do something.
I mean, they're not huge gains, right? It's not like you're going to get rich doing that, but I just thought it was interesting that a 5% gain in your portfolio is not anything to be ashamed of on the weekend, you know. I don't stay in it. Like I'm spot trading. So the whatever I bought on a Saturday is gone by Sunday night for me, my time.
This up move on Bitcoin since that double bottom at 1095, right? It's legacy supported, fortunately. BlackRock saving crypto. And they might want to prevent a bear market. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Or delay it at least. So, it looks like continuation in price discovery is likely this week, especially with potential bullish catalysts like wars, new wars starting in Venezuela. I don't know. There's a lot of bullish catalysts out there. The government being shut down, all of that. So it will likely continue in price discovery this next week. All right, I'm not funny. I'll give up.
You think we're going to go to war with Venezuela? You think that's a thing?
I heard about that in French news. They're talking about America pressuring Venezuela. I don't know what's happening out there, but it looks like it's a very bullish news according to the charts. So let's continue that. And then when we get real bullish news, maybe we'll just continue the same trend up, right? In the end, they just don't have any effect on price. Huh?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's hard to tell. Like I didn't believe that Trump was gonna destroy Iran's nukes. I thought he was just talking smack, and then he did it. And then he's talking smack about, going to war in South America.
I would say
And
it's pretty
I don't know.
likely that he actually goes into Venezuela because I don't know if you remember, but his last presidency he sent Silver Corp in, and they had a failed coup in Venezuela. So I know he's still got some bad blood about it. So I would imagine. I don't know, but
Whatever the news, it seems plausible that we see new all-time highs again this week on SPY, for example. In which case, BlackRock and all, they might continue. Well, they've been selling, maybe they'll slow down their sales and sell some stocks to buy some crypto. Yeah, it's gonna look cheap.
I don't know where I read it, but I haven't. You probably know this, Zusi. We had like one of the best last 4 weeks in stock market history or something. I don't know what it was. I don't know what the measurement was, but it was like the running streak for has been the best for a while or something.
Since 2022, yeah, overall.
Yeah. I think that's what it was. It was. I think it was like post-COVID or whatever. And then the rumor is, I don't know if it's a rumor or if it's patterned rumor. November historically is one of the best stock market months. So we'll see. You can't say that in 2008 though, or 2009. It was one of the worst. It was stupid.
No, but the recovery after April tariff scare was really similar to COVID recovery. Like we didn't retrace much on the way up. A bit like an altcoin, like SPY acted like an altcoin. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, you hear people like family members that never wanted to invest before. They're all like, I can't get in. This stuff doesn't stop climbing. And then when it does drop, all those people that wish they were in, they got in because they didn't want to buy at the top. So every time it drops, it just keeps because all the people on the sidelines are getting in, and it just keeps it going.
And it left a lot of real gaps during that recovery, which wasn't the case of COVID recovery, by the way. I mean, I guess there's one at, yeah, no, okay, never mind. There's one or two too at COVID recovery, but man, there's one right at 2,200 on SPY.
Oh, I mean, you heard what Powell said. He's like, he sees. Where did he say he saw weakness in the labor market?
Yeah.
So we might get so they've been claiming recession since COVID. Pretty much this whole decade or first half of this decade has been we're going into recession. We're going into recession. Then they changed the recession standards, like what constitutes as and now with the slowing labor market, are we really this time going to go into recession? But you say it enough times, right? You're eventually going to be right, I guess.
No, the problem is it pumped a lot, right? So that 20% metric to call it a recession isn't really valid when you pump. Well, SPY is up like, well, since January, like since the beginning of the year, it's up a lot. It's really up a lot. It's up 50%.
Yeah, man. I mean,
Half of the value
look at
added.
Nvidia.
And this is SPY. It's not Nasdaq. Like.
No, I know, but I'm just saying as an example. Look at
Nvidia
tech
isn't in SPY. Oh, it is right. Yeah. No, it's
but
not.
I'm just saying. I don't know. I guess my point is that when we think that it's done pumping and then it doubles again. I mean it when they split the stock, man. I remember seeing my account and I'm like, I wasn't paying attention to the split. And I went from like 1,100 to per share to $110 per share or whatever, right? Now it's over $200 per share. Like it just when you think to get out because it's pumped so much, you're getting out early. Like it's hard, dude. It's hard. Like I've never seen anything like this before.
But it's inflation. I mean, inflation explains it a bit, right? Like as long as there's inflation, it makes sense for stocks to just pump overall. And on top of that, when you add the bull market, you add AI, you add this, that, then yeah, you end up with a very exponential, yeah, it's even accelerating up, yes. So exponential growth, yeah, on the stock market. Now, if
Crazy.
Powell manages to reduce inflation to zero, then it's going to make a bit less sense, and I guess we'll slow down our pump rate, the year-over-year pump rate, yeah. Because they say it's 10%, no, or on average, SPY pumps 10% per year. Well, this year we're already at 50%. Yeah. They say it's 10% per year, but it never does 10% per year. It either pumps like hell or dumps like hell. Like, on average, you get 10% return if you buy a SPY. Last 50 years. But it never gives you exactly 10. It either gives you 30, 40, or it gives you minus 30 or minus 50. But on average, it's 10% per year. Now, with 3% inflation, you could expect that 10% to be more like 20% per year, right? Because money is losing value. So it makes sense that we end up with a decade of high stock market growth because, yeah, we have a decade of high inflation.
Do you,
like the 1980s, yeah.
Speaking of money, do you use the euro in your, like, what's the predominant currency in your country?
Well, of course it's euro.
Like, each country has their own currency or
No,
whatever. Is
we
it
all
like,
use no, we don't anymore. We all use euro. It's been 20 years.
well, when I was
Except
in
Great
England, man, they
Britain
took
and
pounds.
well, except Britain, who never switched to euro. Maybe there's Finland also, I think, who kept its currency. But other than that, the main countries like Italy, Germany, France, Spain, we're all using euros.
Yeah, that's probably why I was biased.
It's
'Cause
just
they all have that
it's
currency.
just London. It's the British. They kept their currency.
Yeah,
Which has been dead since Second World War, right? Like it used to be the dollar before Second World War. The pound was the dollar, and then the dollar overtook the pound because of the debt of the Second World War. Like they had, they borrowed so much dollars, the country was bankrupt at the end of the war, and the pound lost its reserve status, dominating currency status. But the British Empire fell in the end. They won the war, but they lost their empire. Funny, right?
I'm tucking off to eat some food for a minute, guys. I was just doing some research. I'll be back in a bit. I'm starving.
Ooh, bon appetit.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
But yeah, since January, SPY is up 50%. Unfortunately, Bitcoin is down. Bitcoin is red since the beginning of the year. We're not even green. I mean, I'm taking the extreme case, but in January, Bitcoin topped at 110, right? So in January, we were close to 110. We're currently at 110. Right? Now, all right, we also went down to 75K in April. So we are up 50% since actually, well, a bit less, yeah. We're a bit less up than SPY if you take it from the lowest point of the chart in April. But that's not how you measure it. You measure it from the 1st of January. Right? But on the 1st of January, Bitcoin was at the same price as currently. So there's a big divergence here. Yeah. We end up with an ability to continue in price discovery, at least for now, while they've been just killing it since January. It'll solve itself. Either Bitcoin will go to 135 and even more, while markets continue to pump eventually. Well, as long as markets continue to pump, there's a chance we break
That's a
out
really
this
good
range.
point, though. I could see why we're well, I don't know if we're holding support here or not, but I know that I didn't realize that's what our support is January's levels. I'm thinking, right?
Yes. But there's a reason why I keep saying 108. It's the previous all-time high. Total is trading below it, by the way, and it's the previous all-time high. Yeah.
I was gonna ask you,
It's
oh,
technically
sorry, go ahead.
pretty important, and we've been holding that as support since summer, since September, like even before the 10th of October. Right? Like holding 108 as support is really SR flipping the previous all-time high into support for continuing to new all-time highs. It's just taking its time here, and it's scaring people by closing candles below 108 and all. It's scaring at least me.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But in the meantime, everything else is still pumping. Maybe they'll turn around too, in which case we are in big trouble. If SPY starts retracing this 50% rise of this year, but Bitcoin has no chance, very little chance of holding 100K. So that's the red path in Dbloc's Bitcoin predictions.
Do you see a scenario where, without a super cycle, we hit anywhere near those like 170, 180 targets that people were talking about a long time ago?
I'm still waiting for a price to reach those levels to sell. So I don't know how now, but we can get there, yeah. Technically, they haven't changed. What's changed technically is that we are starting to see what could end up being a topping pattern here. That's going to bring us down to 75 at least. Yeah. Like it's starting to form, right? Triple top. Yeah, there's a triple top above us. And there is no triple bottom below to support it. But I guess we're building it, right? Like it's trying to build a triple bottom of some kind around 100K.
Yeah.
Well,
it almost feels like it's a bit lagged, like everything's a bit lagged, and I wonder if if some of that is institutional investors getting involved at a larger level.
Yeah, but they know also about the crypto cycle, yeah. So they also know not to buy too much 2 years after halving, right? So
yeah.
Like, 1 year after halving. Yeah, sorry, 1 year after halving. Well, halving was in April 24, right? So even halving, well, it's going to be 2 years in April. We're in November. Well, you mentioned BlackRock and ETFs, and yeah, that could explain a super cycle, I guess, especially if legacy continues to rise.
Yeah, my thought was it would be greed, right? Like if they could influence the market enough with their investments to suppress price for a time, even, right? And that could lead to a later pump and lead to a bit of a shift in the cycle. And this is just, like really basic thought in my mind, but I don't know if that tracks at all.
It's just not happening right now, right? We see a weakness in Bitcoin, at least compared to other assets. We saw it rise earlier than typical. And well, the question is, are we gonna dump earlier than typical? And by earlier, I mean a month early, not like I mean, it wouldn't be.
I mean, I guess in some sense That's the price you pay for having a huge pump without necessarily building all of the needed support and having sentiment there.
But although Bitcoin built amazing supports, it had a really nice run where it built really every level got retested, SR flipped and all. Like, maybe the only area is around like 30 to 40k area where there was manipulation with ETF, false ETF news and this and that. So yeah, maybe that area doesn't have a very clear SR you see on the monthly, but otherwise the whole pump is very SR building. Like there's a clear support at 25. There's a clear support at 30. There's a we spent a lot of sideways downward retracing to build supports before continuing higher. So I don't think we're gonna see a straight down to 50% candle like Bitcoin used to do last cycle. Well, it should have happened already with that 10th of October, but it didn't for now. Maybe we'll get one later, but like 75 will react. I don't have any doubts about that personally. That's an amazing buy. We're gonna get 90k, same stuff. 100 though could just not react. Yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens there. Depends a bit on context, right?
Yeah, and I guess we just have to wait and see on the catalyst. Although it does feel like we've had no no lack in catalysts this year.
If there's a scare, we'll get a SPY at 6100, 6200. That's just 10% lower. And I'm just worried about the impact on crypto. Well, maybe it won't be as harsh because we are building support here, but in a bearish scenario, right? Because the bullish scenario is we just continue pumping on SPY and while Bitcoin does sideways accumulation and we eventually break out up. But another scenario is that SPY is done. Now it will probably spend a few weeks topping here. It doesn't have to be immediately down, Yeah, maybe a few new all-time highs, but overall more sideways now on SPY. And then if you drop 10%, you will just retest the previous high, the previous all-time high as support for just bullish continuation even. Like it would be healthy to do that, Drop 10%, retest previous all-time high, probably on bearish news. I don't know. Maybe it's not going to be tariffs, because tariffs probably lose of their effect now. It's going to be something else going on in the news. Like that people will probably stop panicking on tariffs now. It's been like 2, 3, 4 times. I lost track. But maybe it'll be on the impact of tariffs, not the speculation that there's going to be big tariffs, but more like their real economic impact. And if that happens, then it's a wrap anyway. Yeah, then we're not just going to drop 10%. I don't think so. It'll be more. It'll be 20 at least, yeah. But to the gap, we left 5,900 or 5,700 somewhere there. The 17% down, yeah. What do you think Bitcoin is going to do if that happens? It's diverging right now, even on the 1 minute Bitcoin, because we're like red day on Bitcoin in the end. I mean, slightly red, yeah. While it's up 0.4% on the other side with a gap. Also, dollar index is well, has been climbing last week, and we're expecting resistance here, right here, yeah. But that 100 round number on DXY, it's kind of good to see it go up at least while Bitcoin goes down, right? Because it gives it room for the reversal. Like at least DXY is up, it's not continuing down, while Bitcoin's going down. So we'll see if it turns 100 into support again or not. It doesn't really help because, yeah, at that point, it's the last entry for the bear market. Yeah, it's 99.5. Downward ABC since 120 on Dixie, and if we are to start a recession and this and that, then yeah, you would stay long on dollar from 99.5 till 106, 105, maybe even a new high. Then 2022 energy crisis. This predicts bad geopolitical stuff. Maybe it's war in Eastern Europe. I don't know. Last time when Dixie spiked up, it ignited wars all over the world for food even. So, you know, if it doesn't find resistance and reclaims, things are going to get expensive again. In particular, energy and food. Yeah, it's not good for peace.
We're approaching back to, was this New York Open at 110, 108? Just below us, and then Silo is 109. So, right, 109, 8, just about 109, 8, 10, looks like.
On Dixie?
No, on Bitcoin.
Oh, Bitcoin. Oh, yeah, it's yeah. It's going sideways at least. I think it's just going sideways, yeah. But it couldn't put well, of course, a lower high, yeah. After the higher high. Yeah, a bit of a weekend small SFP of 1111.
Yeah, and I think
It
that
needs a low below 1085 to catch some strength to then attempt 112, no?
yeah. And then we've just got that resistance at was it 110, 711, which we came through but dropped back down from. That's the weekly high, and I believe. Wait, am I? That doesn't feel right. Oh yeah, because it's Sunday. Is the weekly high currently?
The weekly has no wick, right? Remember? So we need to leave a small wick.
Yeah, we've definitely had.
Which we're doing, yeah, currently. So
We're at like half of the range of yesterday right now, I think. But still early.
there was a double top on Bitcoin. That was an opportunity to take a trade. Then I guess you got a lower low earlier, so there was maybe a scalp at 109,600, right? And now price is coming back towards your entry. Well, we'll see if 109.6 holds or not. But yeah, if it doesn't, then 108.5 is the previous low, and that's at kind of at risk. Now, if 108 doesn't hold, then yeah, you're looking at a new low below 106. Well, maybe a double bottom there. I really think it's not gonna do much tomorrow. Like I don't know why. I feel like we're just gonna go sideways here between 108 and 110 for a while. I guess I would like that to happen instead of continuing down lower. So maybe that's why I see that. But yeah, I think we could just stay between 108 and 110 for a few days even, yeah. Like not exit the weekend range. I think it's the most bullish way of attacking 112. It's to yeah, just go sideways.
Gary does some strength. I think below, what was it? Below 108. What is this? Yeah, so 107,087 is the quarterly open. I believe. What's that?
It's a yearly open. Maybe that'll hold. Oh, 92. Yeah, of course. Surprise. And we gapped at 92.
We have the low for the quarter is 105.10. And last week's low, which is 106.2. So we got a couple stops on the way if we did go down that far. But I mean, I don't think we go much further past that, hopefully. Yeah, it was the yearly. Oh, wait, where is it?
Yearly open is 92. Which puts Bitcoin only in a 16% win since the 1st of January.
I have yearly open as 93.5.
Right. A bit zoomed out too much on the yearly. Yeah, 93.5. Yeah.
And then the yearly low is 70, just 74.4, or just about 75.
Yeah.
That'd be a heck of a trip.
But it's the third green candle on the yearly, right? So you're expecting if the crypto cycle isn't dead, 2026 cycle is supposed to candle is supposed to be red, not green. But of course, if 25 ends up red, maybe we can avoid a red candle in 26 by pumping late in the year. If we start pumping in November, December 26, then yeah, maybe there's a way to not have 3 green, 1 red, 3 green, 1 red. But for now, it's pretty well respected on Bitcoin. You have 3 green, 1 red, 3 green, 1 red, 3 green. But the next one is supposed to be red, right? No, it's the yearly chart. The next candle opens in 2 months, and it has a whole year to be red, so we can probably. But you never had the all-time high in the red candle. Just saying. There's never been a right translated cycle or anything like that. So. At least not on Binance. Wait, I'll check on the bigger time frame one. All-time history index. I mean, it's close enough, right? Like the wicks get close to the green candle's high, but they're always lower. Then in 22, there was barely no wick. 2014 was lower than 2013's high. Same for 18. Same for 22. So I don't know by which metric we're still bullish, but by the Bitcoin metric, there's 2 months to make a new all-time high, and on the yearly chart at least, yeah, there's 2 months left. And it's a green candle currently, but it's not like a bullish candle. Yeah. It's a bit. Well, it's more bearish than bullish because the down wick is bigger than the up wick. But 2021 ended up like a clear rejection green candle, right? Then you got the red. Here it's more like still undecided candle, right? It's not really bullish. It's not red. It's not bearish either, but it's not really a bullish candle we're in on the yearly. If we could close it around 140, 150K, then yeah, it would be a bullish year like 2024 or 2023, something where you clearly see, or at least if the wick could be bigger, you know. Yeah, it's a small candle on the yearly. Bitcoin Euro is almost red, by the way. Yeah, that's not really a great candle. On the 3 months, 3-month chart, yeah, there you can see 108. Yeah, you can clearly see it on the. You said quarterly, right? So it's the 3-month chart. And I guess bears need to close the year below 108 to have a bearish engulfing on the quarterly for the end of this year. Yeah. Well, 107.5. Candle body closed below 107.5 would qualify as a reversal candle. And the yearly would still be green.
Little guys are
I'd say this is starting to look a bit like a inverted cup and handle on the 5-minute. And Hong Kong is open.
still boring.
And they are doing some nasty work on this charts.
Man, this little dip on Dogecoin. What are we doing, chat? How you doing, Mike? Ouch, that's harsh, bro. Arpan. Ouch, that's harsh, bro. I mean, people obviously want Bitcoin at these prices, or else would be in a whole different predicament. I mean, we've pretty much been ranging.
Yo, yo, yo. Yo, 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 yo. I want to buy some Ethereum. You might get an opportunity right tonight. Need it, man, for like 30, 36 something. I'm being super conservative here, and like my trading hands are like paper. My spot hands are like diamonds. I need to get a chart up. Look at that. Where's my weeks account? There it is. I got a short playing out on ZK. My gun long is completely flatlined. Bail. My KDA short is just disgustingly good, but should have had more money in it. That's all I'm doing on trading. And now I'm going to look at ETH. This is the only thing I want to trade. And that looks like a dot on the hour. Can I get 36.77 for a double bottom? Or should I be satisfied with this for the weekend? Or let's see, 4 hour. Well, anything above 36.77 Ethereum is a higher low. 38. Where are we at? 37.93. Get knock off another 100. 36.95. I can nibble. Or am I being too cheap? Then again, I'm supposed to be deleveraged and de-risked at this time until next month. Why am I trying to buy? I will. But it's gonna have to be cheaper. But I've seen a lot of alts were trying to move. It was interesting. What do we got? ICP 20% almost out of nowhere. What's up with that? Anything else? Oh, Mina was pumping Dbloc. Damn, I had a short on that too, and it took me up out of it. It was at 15. Now it's at 13. Bastard. Same crap they always do to me. At this point, I'm accepting it when they want to take me out of a trade and go to my stop loss, and I enter in a good spot. This either I'm right or I'm wrong. Come take me up out of it, and then go the other way that I thought it was going to go. Then whatever. So for that, I'll accept that over losing money. Screw that. I'll find another trade.
What's going on?
We're going down.
Yes, we are.
We're ready to purchase at a low price. Hopefully you locked in
Locked in what?
your profits
Not even in anything, so I'm good.
from the last pump.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to say what profits. What are these profits you speak of?
Well, there were some profits. Saw a bunch of
Profits all
20.
day long.
Saw a bunch of 20 and 30% reps on different coins. I guess it depends on what you had. I bailed on my ETH trade. I bailed on that. Now it's below where I bailed at, which is good, but I wanted to come down more. And my SUI on spot ain't done jack. It didn't even want to pump. So whatever on that. It's been ass lately.
We need ETH to do something.
It did something.
Bitcoin came right down to what? That W invalidation.
What I do? I did ETH 30. I think
Yeah, we got a stop
37.
and volume candle on that. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Okay, Dbloc shot. We came down perfect to the W invalidation. And that's the stop and volume. Gonna go back up. Stick it as sideways crap, man.
It was looking pretty bad yesterday, but then we poked up and then it kept ripping up on Bitcoin.
Been worse than yesterday. Oh.
Then it turned around now. It's back in the trap. Let me see his chart. Yeah. Yep. Look at that. Wow. Yeah. I got out of my trade on Ethereum like at the middle of the trap near when Bitcoin was like kind of near the topish of the trap, and then it came up more. And now it's all the way back down here. Trap shorts. So they did get untrapped the shorts from the start of the trap. Trap shorts all the way on the left are untrapped now. So what does that mean? Does that mean something? I forgot. Anybody remember?
What?
Since we freed the trap shorts all the way from the start of the weekend trap, right before the start of it, since we just freed them, what does that mean? Damn, I thought I had a bottle of tea.
Bottle of tea.
A can of tea, actually. It's I guess I drank it and yeah. You know what? I don't know what's going on with them, man. It started to taste like extra sweet for some reason. Like I don't know if it's just the batch over here. They need to cut that crap out.
One thing I could never stand. I never liked iced tea. Ugh. I don't mind.
It's good. Just the ginseng one is just lately. I don't know what they're doing. Like they had too much honey in it. Maybe they think if they add more sugar in it, it'll be more addictive. It's making me not want to drink it. Started to taste like straight up honey water.
Right. Doing something to save money.
Honey's expensive. They should be putting less honey in it.
Adding more sugar. Then putting less honey, adding more sugar. Maybe I don't know.
They better not be putting sugar. It's supposed to be honey.
Read the ingredients.
I better go read it and make sure they didn't. That's what I thought, but I haven't read the ingredients in a while. You know how sneaky they be. Maybe they changed it up on me because I can taste it. Better look. It's too late. I threw my can across the room. Too lazy to go
Online,
get it.
you can look up the main ingredients in Arizona iced tea are premium blue blend of black and green tea, filtered water, and sweeteners like high fructose corn syrup and cane sugar.
What? Where's the honey?
Yes. There's no honey in their ingredients.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, you can look up the ingredients right online.
Didn't it say honey on it somewhere on the can?
Oh, wait. Black and white. The blend features a mix of black and white tea, lightly sweetened with cane sugar, and includes natural flavor and honey.
See? So they
Strawberry.
added more cane sugar in it. They probably added more cane sugar and less honey than jerks. I don't like that.
Common ingredients: tea, water, sweetener, acidity.
Stupid asses. No, I'm not
Sulfuric
buying it
acid
now.
is
Screw
added for
them.
flavor.
I'll
Sweetener.
teach them a lesson.
Ooh.
I'll stop buying it. It's high fructose corn syrup in it. See, it doesn't have sodium benzoate in it though. That's a good thing. I had some. Well, I only drink that one. I don't drink the other ones. I only drink the ginseng. But I see it has cane sugar in it and high fructose corn syrup. I don't like that neither. I gotta get back to water, which I'm doing right now. Time for some water.
That's the best thing. I go through so much damn water.
Nope, I gotta get my water up. I ain't been drinking enough water. Drinking too many of them damn teas. And I'm about to quit ginger ale. I have been having some ginger ale because I thought it was cool, but I went and looked on it. I could have sworn it didn't have preservatives in it. I saw sodium benzoate in it. I think it's only the ginger ale from Walmart that didn't have it. The regular brand, but the cheap brand from Aldi has it. Jerks. Oh well.
Make your own iced tea. That's the easiest thing to do, man. Just
It's work.
boil water and add some tea bags. Put it in the fridge. Add
Then I
any
gotta
greenness
get.
you want.
Then I gotta get ginseng. Then I gotta put honey in it. And I gotta boil tea. Then I gotta freeze it. I'll just go to water. Ice water. There, done. Well, is this a stopping volume candle down here? I guess I'll wait to build some structure here. Let's make a W and I'll take a trade.
I forgot we had a time change, man. This screwed me up. If someone didn't tell me about it, I wouldn't even known.
No, me either. I don't really care.
Everything changes time itself nowadays. I have
On
one
the
clock
hours,
that
on the
doesn't change
hours that
itself.
you've been on.
I have one thing that doesn't change itself, and that's my microwave, and I don't even look at it.
Well, you sleep all day, and I wake up in the afternoon. So
I woke up at 3 p.m. today, so yeah, that's why.
You're worse than me.
It would have actually been 4.
I actually woke up at 11 o'clock to between 12 o'clock usually.
I knew the day felt a little longer than what it was. Right.
You're on that graveyard shift trader.
I like it. I'm gonna deal with. I don't do it for the trading. I just like. I don't know. I like staying up at night.
Well, it's kind of good to an extent, except you miss out on the American market in the morning where there's a bunch of movement.
No, I'm usually still up.
Wow. You're up at 8 and 9 a.m.
Yeah, I usually go bed around noon. I try to get up before 8 p.m. I don't know.
Well, damn, if you do that, then I guess you can make the American market on when the movement's in the start, then sleep the whole damn day, and then trade the Asian market in the UK. It works.
People waste a lot of time sleeping. You waste about half your life sleeping, man.
I don't want to sleep. I'm at the point where I'm being forced to sleep. Like,
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, no, I'm not.
like I'm just like passing out, and I can't even do anything about it.
Need to come up with something. Sleep. Life's
Like
too
I'll be
short to sleep.
Man, I'll be sleeping 8 hours and waking up, and I'm still tired.
I hate
Sucks.
those days, man. What is up with that?
Something ain't right. We ain't supposed to be like that.
That comes with age, I think. I don't know.
Yeah, that it is part of it, but I have a feeling that's not all of it.
That's why, I think that's why people exercise.
No, some chemical in my brain is jacked up. It's called I forgot what it's called. Narcolepsy.
Narcolepsy?
Yeah, that's the shit I got.
You ever fall asleep standing up?
No, I don't do that. But sitting down, it's a wrap. Never done it standing up.
You have to be exhausted to do that.
It's horrible, bro. I might have to get disability for it. It said that I had to do some overnight sleep testing thing with the doctor to get diagnosed. I'm gonna pass that shit with flying colors. Like, doc, I need a trade, a computer desk, crypto chart, and let me just sit there quiet. I'll show you that I slept the whole night, and I'll be passed out real quick. Not even tired. To the point where like I'm like passing out. Sometimes I'm passing out, but I wake up instantaneously after I pass out. Like pass out, wake right up, and be pissed off. Like, man, screw this crap. I don't want to go to sleep. I did that shit the other day. I passed out. Did a narcoleptic pass out during the day sitting down. Woke up immediately and punched my desk. Slammed my fist down. Bam.
You don't drink caffeine?
Pissed, man. Sick of it. Going to sleep when you don't want to. Go to sleep. I want to go to sleep when I want to go to sleep, not just go to sleep. Screw that. It's frustrating. Well, there's the red candle. What we gonna do? No D-block you coming? Or am I gonna be?
I thought it was reversing.
Am I gonna be knife catching alone? guess I've gotten good enough at it.
Looked like it was gonna reverse.
He's better though. I like catching knives with him. We're knife catching brothers. It turned out to be my favorite time. But this time, I sold my knife. And I'm going to get a new one, I hope.
Hey, if it doesn't come back up here, we are. Hold on. We're probably looking at 107.67,
Or,
and then hold on. I can't get it.
I remember the exact number from the last time we did this. And that was 107, 400.
107, 610. Oh, man.
It's 107.087, which is the quarterly open. And then after that, we've got 106.5, then 106.2, then 105.10.
Well, I remember the last knife was 107, 400. When it was around this point. Because I was waiting for 107, 200, and I got front ran.
Yeah, so 107.4 is a support resistance.
I'm going for that. I'm going for that.
I just don't know how strong this would be. Let's see. Because we're dropping right now in like the waves.
I'm stepping up the bat. 107, 400. I'm stepping up the bat with a tight stop.
That's if we don't bounce here, which we're pretty like. I mean, bears are definitely control pretty sold. But if we bounce here,
Wow, look at dominance, man, flying over 60.
I don't care because he said that he was deleveraging on the 31st, and that's done. So now he said that he wasn't coming back in heavy until the 7th of this month. So, and correct me if I'm wrong.
After 105.10, we've got like 102. Oh, we got 104.2, 2, and 101.250.
The SUI.
After that is 98.
That's it. You take it down to there. That's the line in the sand.
Yeah, I mean, also, I feel like we were gonna have to down 100 for repump if we're gonna pump.
I guess. I mean,
Like
time wise, if you're to measure from the start of the bull market to the end, we're like near that time where it can be over. But we haven't hit the phase where ETH hits an all-time high, and then alts break out. We ain't even done it.
Yeah.
Hit 10.
So I'll read this off for you. It's 107.087, 107.087, 107, 106.2, 10, 104, 101, and I think it's 101 and then 98. So you're almost exactly 98. Just a little over.
You're the guy with the, what is that? For your picture, is that a Cheeto?
What, my dude? Nah, it's just
That
it's like, man,
that orange
so I want
thing.
Sony. Oh, no, that's not me. That's someone else.
Oh, you're the
And then
red.
yeah, I'm the red. And then I got
What is
95
that?
2, 93 5. It's a fucking
Big cells.
yeah, it is in Oni, like a Japanese demon, and
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's got
So
a
it's
pear
old.
nut bottom. It's like walnuts. It says hold these.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, clever, right? I paid like $60 for this. I mean, he was
Oh,
only
there we go.
I gave him a little good guy.
Come on, Dbloc. Come on in here. Let's catch a knife.
Yeah, we get the knives today, boys. So we'll see. 105.6 is a likely place to bounce. If we don't bounce here at 107.4, because we got a little gap, but I mean, to keep dropping through, and we're in a gap on like the sideways, so we're probably gonna take a big plunge.
Let me get my chart ready because this could be quick. What coin do I want?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's gonna be.
I want Ethereum for 36.77. What do you want, Woody, for your crypto Christmas?
Nothing.
What coin do you want to buy?
I want them all to go up.
You
I'm
want to
all over
buy
the place.
something cheap.
I'm all over the place.
You want some
Through it.
Zcash
I'm in Zcash right now.
on the dip? Oh, that's right. Zcash doesn't dip.
It dipped. It went down to what, 3? Something.
It just dips and then re-rips. Even during the worst of the worst on the 10th, it dipped and just completely recovered and then ripped.
This thing, man.
Savage. Never forget that.
That was great because I held that whole thing, man. It's so
I
scary.
think saved your whole freaking ass all the way. I need to get into that on the dip then, huh? On spot. I think I need to do that. Let's go look at that. What's it do?
It's at, what is it at? It's at 407. It's up almost 10% for the day. Right.
Yeah. What is it doing right now? Oh my God, it's not even.
I will say we did print a divergence right before we started to slip into gap. A bullish divergence on our side, but believe it when I see it.
Zcash isn't even going down. It's got a green candle throughout this whole thing. That wonder you don't care.
A lot of people trading Zcash.
That's a spoiled coin. I need to get up on that.
Hey, you had plenty of time.
I see. I was too skeptical.
Hey, I was watching that thing for like a week before I even got in it.
Oh, I forgot.
This
I got
thing
a.
is.
My bad, brother. I do got a short open on it though.
Uh-oh. Be careful with that. That is, in my opinion, not the coin to short.
Well, I've been riding it down from like for a while.
Zcash?
Yeah, but basically
Yeah.
from top from that local top
Top. What's that?
Careful.
Around 420.
from like 445 or
Sure.
whatever.
They said it's going to 10,000. Not that I take it seriously.
I mean, it does have good utility.
There you go. What's his name? Arthur Hayes calling $10,000 for the thing.
Oh my God.
He put a lot
That's
of
who
money in
said
that
it.
thing.
Savage. I might join the club here. Give me a dip on it.
There's that other rich guy that's been showing it too. I can't. There's too
That
many,
was
man.
I was a founding investor on Zcash, and I got rug pulled. Well, not really rug pulled, but yeah, basically.
You were a founding investor on Zcash?
Yes, because it was a privacy
Damn.
token.
You balling.
Nah, because unfortunately, it was done through my business partner's name, and yeah, I never saw a dollar for that. I mean, he definitely lost a bunch of money, but he just never paid me.
It's horrible.
So it was my $1,000 though. Can you imagine?
I'm
What was
back,
the
y'all.
price back then?
Just got back from the gym. See, now
Yes.
that is a move through trap shorts. This one's gonna be hard to read, y'all.
Okay.
Like I said earlier, that move to free the trap longs, technically, yeah, but
Me.
it just wasn't decisive enough. Like that's the kind of move that you want to see through a trap. So now we're gonna be in really subjective territory, right? Was this not the intended move? Is it a false move down and a 3-day up? We're gonna have to play it by momentum for a couple of days here. Price action will tell us.
The candle before that one, it was a stop and volume candle. I was like, "Doop, doop."
So
Yeah, my bad, y'all. I went to
we
eat and then
are
I had to hit the gym because I ate way too much.
in terms of like sine waves, we're possibly slipping through a gap. I mean, we could recover sometime, but we did print a divergence right before we just dropped, so hopefully we bounce.
I have a question.
So,
When we came down and we freed these traps over here.
well, technically
down.
both sides are free. That's why I said it's like
Okay.
subjective, because that small move up earlier did technically come up and free, I would say, like 90% of those trap longs. But this is the sort of move that we like to see through the, you know, I don't know. Like I said, I'll play it for momentum the next couple days, and then we'll see how it plays out.
Does this mean basically like whoever has the most volume, like bull bears, are whoever has the most volume control? Or is it still like
You're
trap?
breaking up. I didn't hear your question.
I'm sorry. So does that mean since we freed both longs and shorts, does that mean we who like bulls or bears can get control here, or is it just potentially like a double fake?
We won't know. I know that
Yeah.
market maker has dropped vectors down, so he's set longs in these positions.
I know we need dominance to chill out.
This is how you want to see a false move up look when you free trap longs. Right? You want a big volume hit, big vectors through the trap, something decisive. What we got earlier was this. Technically, on paper, yes, these longs are freed. That's why I had so much hesitation earlier when we were talking about it, because it wasn't a big impulsive move. It's all good. Fast moves are usually the false move as a rule, but it did meet the metrics of freeing those trap longs, so that's why I said it was going to be kind of subjective. Yeah, dominance is pumping.
Are you good? Are you go look at this area?
Yeah, huh? The last 4 times that we've been down in this range, the daily candle has dropped. Right? This daily candle, right, dropped below the range. This daily candle, this daily candle, this daily candle, right, and now this one. We go to the 1 hour. You see the moves there, right? Sweeps the
What do you make of
range,
that?
sweeps the range, sweeps, sweeps. Looks like we're just in one of those sweeps. Every time we hold above this range, leverage gets out of control underneath. They come down and they sweep it. Once all the leverage is gone, they pop back up. I mean, at least that's been the trend so far. Always change, but as of right now, that's the trend. And on bigger time frames, that's the green path that we were talking about earlier on ETH, where ETH stays above that support as the 50 EMA comes up on the weekly. Sort of similar to what Bitcoin is doing. But we're in the wick, right? Like there's 6 days left in this candle. There's a wick there, wick there, wick there, wick there. So we're like in the wick process. Touching.
They keep tapping.
Yeah, if we were to break it and come touch that 50, then we would be on the yellow path. Right? Yellow path has it coming down, touching the 50, and then getting back above. The problem with the yellow path is that it opens up the possibility for the red path if you can't get back above the SR flip.
Okay.
So it's similar to what we got going on Bitcoin. Same sort of deal. We go to daily on the Bitcoin. We're on that support resistance. We've been holding it, putting in higher lows actually. Just started this daily candle. On the weekly, we're on the green path where we go sideways, stay above support as the 50 comes up to us. If we were to break that support, it'd be just like what I was talking about on ETH. You'd come down and hit the 50, but that opens up the possibility of not being able to get back above and price coming down. We don't want that. So 6 days for price to close above 1046. And this is an early candle. We're just a couple hours into. That's what it looks like on the daily. Top of the range, bottom of the range, top of the range, bottom of the range. All right, let's go to work.
Yep. I'm ready.
I will be looking for stopping volume candles somewhere into these liquidations at 106. If I get it, I'm swinging, and I'm just going to have to play it by momentum, but in the back of my mind, I'm really leaning towards a false move down, and that this was just volatility that happened since our trap longs are so short. You see what I mean? What I hate about having the trap longs and trap shorts so close to price? It makes calling the false move more difficult.
It's almost like a squeeze. It makes it feel much more unpredictable.
I'm tired as hell. Left all my energy at the Come on, give me something to set
Damn,
my
that
faith in.
movie was costly.
What'd you watch?
What have you guys done to? What have you done to Mental?
Uh-oh.
It's down 10% in like 2 hours. Oh boy. Can't even watch a
Yeah,
movie
only
without
one.
something getting an alarm.
You can't watch movies and trade crypto. You crazy? I can barely go to the bathroom.
It's yeah.
You guys just keep trading these alts. And dominance is at 60%.
Well, it's the same on. Oh, Mental is fine, man. It had its push like every other alt. You know, it went to 2.7. It did 10x up and all. Like it's normal for it to retrace after 10x up push. Like it's not at risk of getting delisted like other alts. You know, these other alts without their candle of hope. Pushing up from bear market bottoms, they're kind of at risk of just disappearing during the next bear market. While the other ones, I don't think they're going anywhere. At least not Mental. Not yet. Well, it would need to drop 99% and then, like it's closer to all-time highs than to
Didn't
bear
it
market
recently
bottoms.
drop like 50% out of nowhere?
No,
Before
I mean,
1010?
well, no, not that I know.
Talking about OM, right?
No, no, Mental, MNT.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said OM.
Yeah, it's
What do you think,
no
mantra?
Mental. Mental, not mantra.
Yeah, I know.
It's well, it's coming down currently. Who knows how low it'll go? Actually, I have a few ideas.
Dump it.
Please tell me SPY is down. Let's have a look. Of course it's green.
Let me see where liquidity is. I know where to set my orders here. Keep all of it.
It's green, but it went down at least. So yeah, you know, down SPY equals Bitcoin in a hurry to get that lower. And up SPY means Bitcoin attempting to go up, but it's lately failed every attempt at going up. Even though we're in price discovery and all on SPY, Bitcoin is just putting lower highs every time. I thought 1085 could hold, but it didn't. Well. Maybe we can reclaim it. But yeah, the deviations lower are bigger than the deviations higher. That's a sign too. Right? Compared to the size of the deviation above 111, it's just like $100 higher high. while here we put a $500 lower low. On the small time frames. On the bigger time.
All right, let's cook.
Medium rare.
I have some cook. It's well, it's getting delisted soon. It's at 6.
There's some cook coin. What the hell is that?
Yeah, cook USDT. But it's a coin that got launched on the launch pool. When was that? Like 6 months ago, maybe. Had its run like every alt. And then it did its rounded bottom, and instead of going for a new all-time high, it failed that golden pocket, and now it's at bear market bottom. And if it holds here, I think it'll survive. But if it doesn't, then yeah, you're looking at KDA-like decline in the coming weeks, without necessarily news. Right, the news will come once this level is broken. Then you'll have a news saying that the project gave up, which will expedite sales and delisting. But it's at support here, so Cook, yeah, is an altcoin not to touch currently, but if you, I mean, it's never been as cheap. I don't think it's got anything to do with cooking, though. I think it's ETH related, ETH stacking or something like that.
Strong
But yeah,
wizard too.
most stocks are already down 5-6% here. While Bitcoin is down 2%, and the legacy is green still, gapped up, and it's trying to come back down to fill that gap at futures open, and it's hasn't filled it yet.
You're good, Keck.
So there's lots of room to the downside still there, but it just goes up anyway.
Kektron.
Those are liquidation levels, UK. Or like live liquidations per the candle, right? So it's 15 minutes. So it just shows what's getting liquidated, right? Bulls right now are getting liquidated on Aster, Doge, Sol, ETH, BNB, ADA. Nah, when dominance gets like this, guys, you just gotta hope that your positioning is right. Be careful with the alts. I swung at this already for full transparency. My stop is at 107,802.
Yeah, me too. Me too. That looks good, I think.
AVAX double bottom going on. Well, I guess with everybody agreeing with lower to come, it'll probably break it, but yeah, double bottom is a double bottom. What else is happening here? Did Sui break $2? No, it's still above 2.
Dude, this
Same stuff
pattern
as
that
AVAX,
Bitcoin
right?
just did, it's the same pattern we did last time we were around this area, and we pumped back to 116. We took the Friday daily close by barely, and then just rocketed back up to like 116.
I bought as soon as that
But when you are in
stopping
a
volume candle held.
range, breaking it to the downside first is like the grab of stop losses to gather as much as possible before order flow switches bullish. The problem is it just doesn't happen. I mean, it reaches lower and lower every time, right? Well, until it doesn't take.
What
Yes,
a
but-
what a target would be on that Bitcoin long here?
I'm coming back up into the range.
Well,
of
they'll
around
TP very
34.
quick. They'll TP very quick.
I think he's
Back
asking
into the
us
back into the
specific
trap.
questions, Lucy.
Oh,
For people who took the trade. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm trying to get
Back in
back
the
up
trap,
to
or
psychological high. Vector recovery on the 15.
yeah. So it's a
you
scalp
took,
on the 15, right?
what about Ethereum? Would you,
I didn't take the
or
ETH
you
trade.
just taking Bitcoin trade you like better?
Yeah, I didn't take the ETH trade. Dominance is at 60%, guys. You can't fight the, you know what I mean? Sometimes you just got to keep it simple. Dominance is popping like that.
Dixie also is popping, oddly. Oh,
Yeah, this is just a scalp, guys. Don't take your cue from me. You know I always keep my fallen knife gloves on.
All right, I'll take a nibble. Would you? $107. Stop at 107.362. What do you think about that?
I can't tell
it's
you.
above the previous low.
Do you think that's good?
I'm taking an 18-to-1 risk reward right now. Trading. This is the trade I took.
Ooh, wow.
Trade you
Where's your
took
stop? Okay.
is a 4-to-1, maybe 5-to-1. So I'm risking 0.16% to see if this plays out or not.
Stop. Your stop is your stop? 107.8.
107.81.
Mine's a little lower. Okay, that means I could put a little more in.
That shit to me, I get stopped out right now. I wouldn't even blink an eye at it.
Or even 20 times in a row with that kind of risk to reward.
Yeah. And that's what I said about
it's what's gonna happen, yeah.
Level
You'll
1
win
traders.
round one.
Level 1 traders will get stopped out more often than your level 2, level 3, level 4 traders. But it's the price we pay for a good ROI. Or a good
I like the symmetry.
reward, I mean.
The symmetry in Bitcoin's current wick is pretty nice, huh? You see on the left?
I'll just move mine up.
It's post FOMC low before the lowest point, right? Yeah. FOMC low was 109. Then the next morning we got the current price, so 107,800, and and the lowest was 106.3. That's a good thing because after 106.3, there's only, well, from my opinion, there's only 101 left. Yeah. But maybe 103 for the double bottom at a higher low, but most likely a wick below 9th of October. And alts who managed to wick below 9th of October are mostly reacting to the upside nicely. So that's a good sign for bulls. I mean, there's a few that are reacting nicely. Yeah.
I'll roll it.
So for Dbloc, you it's just a scalp, right? You're not gonna hold it for the 3 days up.
No. Not until I know for sure what happened here. Because if I'm right and this is a false move down, then the bottom of this could come tomorrow. This is just as a ride back up. If it doesn't, if it falls out and starts making lower lows, then I have to concede to it being a false move down and wait till Monday night to look for a really good longer sort of swing entry. Right now, it's just me going after these vectors in the 5 minute. And it's my first trade after getting back from the gym, so I'm just getting my feet wet.
Good
This
luck.
line here is where I want to see it come back down to. Retrace to put in a nice right side on the 1 minute. We're all the way down on the 1 minute, y'all.
Off, you know, it can.
Dominance is stuck.
It's only down 2%. But that drop on dominance is mainly ETH, you know, ETH failing to hold. Yeah.
This is when type 1 traders start to buckle up and tighten up.
Follow ETH closer than Bitcoin.
Mm. 12 seconds left. Now give me a stopping volume candle after that for a left side if you really love me, Bitcoin. Now we need a wick. We need a wick on that stopping volume candle, so go down a little bit. And pop back up for me. What I say.
I adjusted my sine waves. I think we're just about to drop into gap personally, but we'll see.
We'll see.
Well, we're not dropping.
Come on, give me that wick.
Wiki.
Said I feel like let's see.
That's bullshit. Me.
Sir.
This
The
so
second
far is going to
version
be a
of-
stopping volume candle on the 5 minute though, but that's not exactly what I was looking for. We still have to pop. Oh, it's not even a vector on the 5 minute. Forget it.
It's printing as a pink on mine, but not the one we're on right now.
Jesus, man. Think dominance do that? I am scared of all coins.
I think we drop down and get 105. 105.5 and get the rest of these vectors. This isn't convincing me. Liquidity.
Stop it, narcolepsy. Okay, there's the wick.
Yeah, so is Bitcoin Evo. All the way down to the 3-day. Really not a whole hell of a lot left underneath there.
beginnings of months have been bearish lately. You know,
First week of every month. Yeah.
I think it's time for that to change, though. People are getting used to it.
We'll see.
Whether it's the 5th, the 10th, the 2nd.
M2 has that retrace all the way to the 7th, so that sort of lines up with it a little bit.
That means breaking 100K, right?
No. Well, you can't really go 1-for-1 on M2. It just means we've got reduced liquidity.
I think it'll react, but if it's just to give a lower high again, then maybe it's not worth the trade. Yeah.
Guys, we talk about M2. Talking on YouTube, we talk about M2 every day. Right? We know our D-risk was Halloween. And we're in our downtrend now on M2.
But it's going down even without offsetting it.
Yeah, that just doesn't affect the market for 100 days or so. How long it takes the money to get from the central banks into people's pockets or out of people's
Does
pockets.
affect bots and AI that monitor that, all right?
Not if they're doing it right.
They fine tune their parameters and they even readjust in real time. So
Bots out of everybody should be on the right offset. Wouldn't be hard for them to figure that out, the correlation. We were able to quantify
and they would
it well.
dynamically change it too, right?
That's the problem, though. That I think that's where people get into problems when they start to try to adjust it on a day-to-day basis. You see these guys on Twitter driving themselves crazy every day trying to figure out what makes the most sense. Like,
well, no, it's
confirmation
just
bias
automatic.
at a certain point.
You know, you have algos that search the best parameters for an indicator.
Testing our wicks now. This buy block doesn't hold, then we'll wick out here of the SL, the stop loss. Damn, I went to the gym for like an hour and a half, and that pre-workout is still buzzing. Little reaction to the order block there. Let's see if this next one absorbs it or if there's still enough demand down there.
Out of curiosity, do you remember if the last time, the last top of the cycle, or last cycle, if before the top, if they did like a fake or trap long, trap short, free the trap longs and free the trap shorts, or vice versa? I'm just wondering.
Not off of memory, no.
You're wait, did I misunderstand, or you're asking if 4 years ago there was a weekend trap at?
I think that's what he was asking. Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Give me a second.
Yeah,
you know, the reason for the 4-year cycle is that when you ask any human what he did 4 years ago, he will invent. Like you know, it's memories at that point. It's not serious facts. Like.
Yeah, I think I can't remember who I was. All I know is whoever I was talking to was before that there was a like I think it was October or November that it was like huge drop down. That's
Yep,
what
beginning
I
of
heard.
November. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. You know, it's a similar size drop than the one Bitcoin did here, but it's a bit. You're looking for stuff that happened at the previous all-time high, expecting it to be similar this time around. It really doesn't have to. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, more just curiosity. 'Cause, from like I guess from a psychology standpoint, it kind of makes sense to try to shake
But there was
some of
a
house,
bearish
right?
weekend. Yeah. Like that drop didn't happen during the week. Last time it happened on a Saturday, December 4th. Yeah, Saturday, December 4th, beginning of month. But this time it was October 10th, so we're like, you know, if you want to compare, we're 1 month ahead of schedule. Because it was already on its way down a bit, and, you know, when it fails to put higher highs, people acknowledge it's going to go down, they all sell, and bloop, it starts to be impulsive down. And then you get a bit of, yeah, you get the 45k dead cat bounce, yeah. Well, we drop another whole level, and then you get the dead cat bounce. So in this case, if Bitcoin is to go to 90k, you'll probably have dead cat bounce up to 100k. And then maybe even an acceptance back above 100, maybe 105, and then you'll continue another leg down to 75. You could just
Yeah,
copy paste the previous bear market, you know, and do a boss pattern with it and make
Alright,
it
I'm
line
back,
up.
yeah.
And you can always make it look like it's the same.
it's that kind of sounds like or that adds up in my mind to how we would drop down below 100 if we were gonna do it. I feel like it'd have to be a bit drastic, right?
We're already dropping while things are pumping. What do you think is going to happen when they reverse? Because they will, you know, even if it's just 2% down. We need a crypto miracle, a flight to safety. You know, we need enough panic in legacy that we actually buy Bitcoin.
You know, you guys longing this shit at 100 and X are making it irresistible for market maker to come stop me out, right? All your fault. My stop loss was so beautiful down here by itself. And then now it's sitting in a cluster of 100. It's sitting in a cluster of 100x liquidations, bro.
But that's good if those are whales that are going to buy on spot to make their loans
Told
work.
anybody. Shouldn't have told anybody. One of those in Zeusy.
No, I'm already 30% broke.
When I tell you
We'll
it
see.
really doesn't matter, I'm like, it's literally 0.16% of the trade that I'm risking to watch the get the river. Like you're basically paying to see the flop.
We need a break on dominance, man. That thing won't even move. Jesus. ETH, wake up.
Can you guys find the bull market signs, please? Because I'm starting to fail to see any. We got dominance above 60%, right? That checks what you would expect at the beginning of a bear.
You had dominance like that at the beginning, in
Zeus,
the
you just
middle of
need
the
to
bull
switch
market.
short already, bro. I don't know why you're torturing yourself. Just close your long positions and switch short.
Because for all I know, Bitcoin didn't reach 180, first of all, right?
That's a fact.
I could have done that. I thought about it.
I feel like you've been trying to talk yourself into it for a while now.
Nah. I'd rather lose on the way down and win on the way up than the opposite. You know? 3 years winning, 1 year losing. 3 years winning, 1 year losing. If I start to switch, oh.
What's good, Ghost?
Talking to a ghost? Jesus. Let's BlackRock been doing? Weekend.
I think they're selling
Anybody
crypto,
paying
but
attention
buying
off
stocks.
completely off topic. This 3i Atlas shit. Before I click this clickbait video. Is there anything that I need to know about what this thing did today? Because they're saying here that it changed trajectory.
Boy. What's the video? What's that?
I'm just asking.
Come get us.
Whether it's a comet or not, I'm not making any judgment on what it is. Even if it's a comet, did that shit move today? That's what I want to know.
Of course it moved. It moves every second. It's influenced by a lot of stuff.
You gotta try harder, bro. You're not even trying anymore. Your legs swinging at low fruit.
I'm just saying it moves every day. It's in space. Nothing is stationary anyway.
You got it, bro. I got it.
I mean, now you can try to explain it with aliens, but typically
I said, did it
it's
change
when the
trajectory?
explication. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
complex
meaning
stuff.
is it moving in an opposite or a other direction than it was moving yesterday?
So for hundreds of years, when we didn't know, we would say it's God, right? So you could say it's God that's moving it.
It's coming.
But lately, instead of God, we're replacing it with aliens. It's the God of unknowns.
So I don't care if God, aliens, or Donald Trump moved it. I just want to know if it moved. I don't care.
Well,
I don't care who
it
moved it.
moved.
I don't care
moves
what the
every day.
reasons are. I'm just asking, did this thing change trajectory today or not?
Trajectories are dynamic. They change every day. Of course, they change trajectory.
Zeusy. Okay, next person. Does anybody else have any opinion here that
No, seriously, you think it's
comes from
linear
an
and perfectly
actual
rectilinear?
report?
I have opinions.
If a grain of sand hit that thing, it changed trajectory today, for example.
Calling it a comet.
Yes, Tana?
Did it move?
Oh, I just assumed nobody wanted to hear it because I was a woman.
Oh my god. I haven't had enough. I'm way too like hyped up off a pre-workout right now. Y'all gotta cut me a break.
This ain't the channel. This ain't the channel, Tana.
No, seriously though. I can't be the only nerd that's paying attention to this thing on a daily basis.
I forgot about it.
Alright, fine. I'll watch the video and I'll come freak you guys out later.
What are we talking about?
3i Atlas.
I'm on the late train.
You know, if this thing hits us, all the Pokemon cards in the world are gone, right?
I'm literally sorting my Pokemon cards right now.
You gotta pay attention to these things.
You shouldn't leave your camera on when you're doing that.
No.
SMS, W Super Chat, bro. I hope you had an amazing vacation, fam.
ETA for December?
We're still waiting for Bitcoin and ETH, and ETH's all-time highs. What I'm really waiting for is the government to open back up. But you haven't missed a lot. I'm kidding, you've missed a lot, bro. Where you weren't here for the 10th, right? I appreciate it, sincere.
God, that was the 10th? That long ago, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it was already okay. Okay? All right.
I can't believe that. That was almost a month ago. Wow, time flies.
All right, I got stopped out of that trip. I'm gonna strap my gloves back on.
Markets are gonna gap up tomorrow if we don't drop by 0.2% till they open. I hope there's a good reason for that, and that they keep pushing higher so that it slows Bitcoin's bear market descent.
Where'd you go on vacation, SMS? We gotta live through you since we were all trapped in our offices. Nice. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know, Ghost. It's not like we didn't just have a de-risk level. I mean, we de-risked for a reason.
You think that Atlas could, Rocket could have Comet or whatever it is, could have a like negative effect on sentiment? People afraid selling because there's a.
It's on its way
Impending
past.
doom?
It's already hit the closest it was gonna get to the sun. It's on its way towards Mars in the opposite direction. Every day from now, it should be getting further and further away from us. So that's why I was like, when it said, like, literally the clickbait commercial or the clickbait video, I haven't clicked on it, but it says, trajectory change, now headed towards Earth. I was like, okay, wait a minute. Before I click this, let me ask YouTube Chat GPT.
Anyone that's terrified and wants to give up all their Bitcoin to me, you're more than welcome to.
I'm gonna need that shit to bribe the aliens, bro. You tripping?
Bro, what do you think I'm gonna do with it? I'll throw a hell of a party for him.
Trying to buy my freedom.
Yeah, like, I don't care if you take out the world, just don't take out me. You know what I'm saying? We can be cool. I just want to smoke some space weed with them.
Is there space weed?
There's gotta be space weed, dude. If there's aliens, there's definitely space weed.
Man, screw the space weed. I want to see what that women look like and see if they want to crossbreed.
Yeah, what if it's
Down
not what you
bad.
think it is?
Don't ever say that out loud again, bro.
Bro, I am a Star Wars geek, okay? What do you
They're
expect?
not. Those were humans. Those were
He just wants to get probed.
those were
I feel like you
humans,
lost
Qui-Gon.
power for your inner monologue right
You don't want an alien. What you want to do is go to Comic-Con.
Yep. Oh man.
You just like cosplay, bro. This shit. Aliens pop out with tentacles and
No, I mean, don't get me wrong, that is a kink, but at the same time, it's like, dude, I feel like ever since the birth of man, like, we've looked up into the sky and wondered if there was any aliens out there and wondered who was going to be the first one to meet an alien and have sex with it.
Well, the
I
thing
don't
is,
know if
what
that
if
was
it
a
has
commonly shared thought, bro.
Bro,
Like I
you
was
not know
with you.
you
I
don't know
was
about
with
the
you.
Anunnaki?
I was with you 75% through that conversation. It was just at the very end. I don't think the
Bro,
majority of
like the
people were thinking.
Anunnaki and the fallen angels and the Nephilim and all that stuff, dude. We did all that stuff already anyway.
Dude.
Aliens came down here and crossbreeded with us, and now we're
I'm
here.
not trying to kink shame, bro. Don't take it that way at all.
I think it's our turn to go out into the universe and do that to another species.
I don't think
help
it's ever
them
gonna
evolve.
happen, dude. The alien race has vagina spikes, so you're gonna be in trouble.
Well, there's probably more than one species.
No, they all have that.
Connor goes colonizer.
Then how do they? If that's the case, then how do they reproduce?
You have to sacrifice.
Yeah, like everybody wants to, do things with aliens, I guess, but like no one thinks about the
No, everybody
logistics.
doesn't, bro. Where are we getting this? That everybody wants to do things with
Do
aliens?
we?
Am I tripping?
I'm saying in his
Yes.
You
world,
guys are on a
everybody wants
completely different algo than I am, bro.
We
So
gotta
depending
find
on
out if our DNA is similar enough.
I mean, someone's got to take one for the
Like,
team,
I
so at
don't know
least
if
I
we
know who
have.
we're gonna offer up. But I don't think that's like a commonly shared
you know,
goal.
I don't know if we have
if the
to or if we
situation
want to. There's
arises,
no
call me. I want to be the first one to know.
Listen, if an alien
I
shows up 1.5
mean,
sex, you will be the very first person I call, bro.
Hell yeah.
Promise.
I appreciate that.
Got you.
I
what you
appreciate
Ultimate
that. I
wingman.
thought you. Yeah,
what you
dude.
should
Like
consider
I thought
is
you
they
had my
might
back before. Now I'm absolutely certain.
No, Venus. The ladies
they
do
might
not need to
figure.
leave the chat. We definitely need as much female energy as we can. Obviously.
I don't even wanna. I'm barely hanging on here.
Might have found the
There's
bug
way
in
too
there.
much testosterone in the chat.
Yeah, fair enough.
Colonizer's hilarious, bro. That shit got me.
No, I mean to be real, we gotta figure out if the genetics are similar enough to be compatible, actually make offspring.
Do we have
That would say
to
a
figure
lot.
that out?
Yeah.
I think that's a curiosity. I don't know if that's a necessity.
No, we have to do it for science.
I think you want to do it for science.
You want to do it for
Which
anything.
I'd be proud.
Without it, do you?
I'd be proud to do it in the name of science.
I'll buy you a placard, brother, if you do it for science.
These liquidations are what I'm aiming at right now, Mazi. I already swung once and got stopped.
You think it's gonna dip all the way down and grab all of them, or just?
I don't know. Like I said, if this is the false move down, we have until Monday to find our bottom.
Yeah, fair enough. So we could go all the way down to 98 off of this.
Any trade for me between now and tomorrow is going to be temporary swing, like small, very scalp swing trade. Just back up to the range.
Oh, my money disappeared for a second. That wasn't cool.
Damn, even
my,
D is bearish.
my money
The
disappeared for more
50
than a
on the
second.
weekly is
Any bulls?
1012. Guys, the only reason that you guys forced me to be bullish because of how bearish you are. I couldn't possibly get any more bearish than telling people to de-risk on Halloween. That's the appropriate level of bearishness. Now, you guys calling for World War III and 30K, that needs to be counterbalanced with some bullishness. So you guys put me in a very difficult position to where I've got to provide a counter to all the emotion.
Usually Halloween's really bullish and shit, like, didn't do shit this year. I've got some concerns.
My only concern is I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. I don't know what the hell was in that pre-workout. Pretty sure it should be illegal.
Yeah, I'll be shorting all night. Or placing entries.
When I was in sober living, there was these people that, well, one like it happened multiple times. A couple people, they failed their drug test because they took pre-workout before they went to the gym. And then like this other kid, there was like they were drinking a bunch of Monster, and somehow they found out that the Monsters were giving false like readings, like false positive readings in the drug test for methamphetamine. And they were like, "What?" They're
That
like, "How
explains a
is this?"
lot.
Because the kid
Yeah,
was like, "Oh, I just been drinking Monster," and so they didn't believe him at first. So what they did was they took a Monster drink, like the same as what he had been drinking. They poured it into the piss test cup, and shit tested positive for methamphetamine.
so what you're telling me is that Monster is made with methamphetamines.
It might have meth in it, or it might have something in it that is similar enough to meth that
More
it
than
reads
likely, yes.
gives a false positive on a drug test.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not safe.
Don't think Monster is risking their brand by putting actual meth into the.
I'd hope not. I mean, it could be an
It would
analog.
explain a lot. Now, the original recipe for Loco, that definitely had meth in it.
Oh man,
Yo,
yeah,
yeah.
that was crazy. The original recipe.
I've heard that it can be used to make fuel.
That stuff is scary, and just stay away from it. That's my opinion.
I liked Sparks. You guys remember Sparks? It was like a speedball in a can.
Yeah, that was just an energy drink, though. The Four Locos.
No, it
That
was
was like
not. It
an
was
energy drink. What?
It was a malted energy drink. So it was an alcoholic beverage.
Oh, well, yeah. The Four Loco was like the Four Loco was just it was like a wicked hyped up energy drink, and who the hell knows what was in it, and then like 6 shots of tequila or whatever the hell they put inside of it. It was like ridiculous. Like that was a can of Four Loco, and because it was like it was such an upper, like whatever the hell kind of drugs they put in it made you up and wild. But then it also had a ton of alcohol. Like it had more alcohol in it than should just be in a regular like
Yeah,
mixed
it
drink.
was like before that, the worst thing was like Mad Dogs or like Wild Irish Reds, and then they came out with Four Locos, and that stuff smelled like thinner, and I was like, nope.
Yeah, like the amount of like the upper and downer effect of it, them being mixed together was just like it always is like a bad experience. I mean, they
Drink
made
a
it like
45 or an OE or Schlitz before I drink a Four Loco. Sorry, I didn't cut you off.
people were dying and shit, so they had to change the recipe. Like Dbloc said, that it used to be when they first came out, it was a different recipe
Yeah, that
for
was
like
like the
several
case.
months, but then things kept kids were dying because they were trying to do the Four Loco challenge, which is like drink 4 of them in an hour, and
To be
like people
fair,
were legit dying from trying to do that.
it wasn't long after the kids were like eating Tide Pods. So
Yeah,
That's that uptrend there on the 1 hour Venus.
well, that's the generation that was the offspring of the original Four Loco generation. So that would explain it.
yup.
On ETH, that uptrend is just a horizontal line, right? It's just as SR.
Yeah.
But maybe ETH can try and save the day, no?
Look at the number of people shorting versus longing, man. 6% difference.
Mm-hmm. Playing with fire.
Well, on Bitcoin, yeah, it's just a high low, but on these alts, they have beautiful ABCs.
We're also getting like the leverage ratios off right now.
That's what he just said.
Oh, dude, I missed it.
Yeah, about 6%.
Mm.
Yo, what's up, Hurain? Good to hear your voice, buddy.
I don't know what's more depressing, hearing you or the price drop.
Aw.
Mike, I'm the same, bro, but I don't know. I don't know if I can quit coffee. But yeah, nicotine pouches and caffeine.
I mean, I understand why Dbloc's all choked up because of the pre-whatever workout drink. Why are you so happy, Kwai?
I'm happy. I just
I mean,
ate
you're sounding energetic.
I drank coffee late. Like I got friggin' like 4 espresso shots today. And I didn't finish
Quad
the last one
shorty.
until like
You're in a
6 o'clock.
short quad.
Me, I am, but it's really very small. It's not like I'm not in an active short. I'm just in the same short I took at 123. And I've closed like 95% of it, so nothing major. I haven't really been actively trading.
I think that's why I didn't take it. It's because I would have closed it like you did.
I closed it in sections, you know.
Yeah,
I try not to
you
hang
know,
on to short positions.
it's still too early for the big short now. We'll see. I mean, 100K could be a 1-2 actually, you know, breakdown short it.
I'm building a big short too, but I don't think Bitcoin's going to go up higher, I think. More than people expect it
Yeah.
to. I don't think that 125K was the top or whatever it hit. It is trying to be very convincing though.
You know, once we lost 60K last cycle, we never revisited it. This time it's going to be a bit different though, because there's more support slower than last time. Yeah. But we never revisited 60K once it was lost.
Lucy, please don't depress more, man.
Hmm?
You're talking about
Bullish,
60K.
man. Let's go. What? 60 candle?
You guys are gonna learn to just take Zusi with a grain of salt, man.
No, I have a few reasons to be bullish actually. You know how 106.3 was the 786? Well, it happens to be that Bitcoin is reacting at the 786 again here, forming a harmonic pattern.
But
Bitcoin's starting.
If you
Sorry.
match sine waves to the peaks throughout, we are like literally about to drop through a gap. We're right on the edge of it right now. If we don't pump right here, it's gonna drop before we pump for sure.
The problem is the next move now. This is breathing down. You know, it will breathe up maybe from here, maybe from lower. I don't know, but I think it's a good area from here. The problem is I cannot see the up breathe break any highs, and that's a problem now. There's no point in logging here if you can't go higher.
Yeah, we'll see.
By higher, I mean really higher. You know?
Oh, you have little faith.
I have a lot of faith, but
High
now
Def, how are
the
you and M1 in here at the same time? I could have sworn High Def was M1. I'm losing track of your guys' alt accounts.
I mean, if we're just making like a giant accumulation too, yeah, you know, like we did range for quite a bit of time. This would be a nice W to make. Give us a big measure.
accumulation, we're coming from it. Maybe reaccumulation could work. Yeah.
Yeah, I meant that's
but
what I meant.
Not accumulation.
Correct. We're coming out of a distribution into possibly a reaccumulation. We'll see.
You would need to break below 108 for good.
Well, what I'm thinking is we're going to drop through this gap and reach down at least to 105.7, if not all the way down to 101.5 or lower. See.
I assumed you meant on the daily because accumulation is more like on daily, I guess.
Think that was it?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes. Thanks, CryptoBig.
I wouldn't trade off of an accumulation on a smaller time frame, but you can still. I mean, the pattern's still. There's still fractals of the patterns in smaller time frames.
We're at least 2 bullish in here, so barely 2, I guess, but it's better than none.
You think it's
This
bullish
could
in
just
here?
turn into a bear flag. Bear flag down to the weekly 50, 101K. Let's go.
That's most
I
likely.
don't mean on the 15D. I mean, when you say this is it, it means
Excuse me.
a bit more than just a scalp up. It's gonna fail, but
I mean, depending on how this goes, too, we could rip like down to 93K or 94K, too.
yeah, close the CME gap there. Yeah. While markets just fly, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But why not?
You guys are just covering all the bases, huh?
Well, men don't want to be wrong when they say something.
I'm not all the time. Just talking about.
What do you mean men don't want to be wrong? I'm married. I'm always wrong.
And if anybody is gonna have sex with an alien, it's gonna be me.
No, I'll be first. You can have
No,
sloppy
no,
seconds.
you
I don't think.
no. Okay, you
I
can
don't think.
have the men aliens.
No, I need one that I can impregnate.
You can only have the men aliens.
You don't.
I don't know if you guys have thought about this, but they might not work like us. They might. They
You would.
might get
You would be doing it purely for enjoyment. I'm doing it for science. I need one that I can impregnate. You can have the men.
No. Maybe they're like seahorses. You don't know.
And maybe the nitrous can be done. You never know.
All right, if that's the case, then
I hate to pee on anybody's
can have them
parade, but you think aliens are coming across the galaxy for you two?
yeah.
They have
I'm
their
a fine
pick.
specimen.
They have their pick on the planet.
Yeah, right.
Stop it. Better find the wife and settle down.
I'm gonna have to journal about this.
What's that, Gloomy?
I'm gonna be like telepathically communicating with them to come down here just to prove you wrong. And when they get here, I'm gonna make an HD video of our performance.
You're making a lot of assumptions there, Bubs.
I know he's like an HD, like HD. That's so old now.
What if it gets here and it has sex with you?
He gets you pregnant.
I
That's
guess,
the
yeah.
plan.
We can at least have it on video.
Reverse Uno card you.
Me walking around holding that alien's pocket.
They're here to colonize you.
That's a line in the sand. That's so
What
where
would be
Quai's going. He just
what
wanted
would be the
special
point?
content.
They know that they can't impregnate me.
That might not be true.
You don't know that.
How do you know that?
All right, if they're aliens that look like from the movie Alien, and they grab on your face and like they impregnate you that way, and that thing comes out of your stomach, like screw that, I'm killing those. I'm killing those
That's
things. If those things
Before or after the alien pops out of your stomach? Like, when is all this killing gonna happen?
No, like
After it
before
kisses
the
him, no.
intercourse. I'll kill the thing before any intercourse takes place, if that's the case.
You're assuming that it'll look unattractive and not impregnate you.
Yeah, it'll probably appear like a human, like your ideal mate.
Yeah, you won't even, maybe it might have already happened and you might not even know yet.
Mm-hmm. especially if you sleepwalk.
Yup. Or you have sleep paralysis.
Yeah. There's a video game that is that.
Yeah, I
You
never
like
know about.
have sleep paralysis. You're just stuck in bed looking around.
All right, you guys are not gonna get in my head. I will be doing the probing.
I don't know, bro.
I will be conducting the experiments.
For a man on Earth, you are very bold to assume that you have a choice.
Well, I'm a resourceful guy.
I wish you luck, brother.
That's an uptrend on the day on the hourly, Rajesh.
1 second. The 1 second has an uptrend going. Is it just made a higher high?
Dbloc,
Oh,
it
it
hit
just reversed.
your like your fib level from Once Upon a Time that you wanted to get right here, huh? Like the originally when you wanted the right side deeper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that white line.
Our side's starting to get in place for a good pump, but you'll see.
Yeah. Wait for a retest.
Besides, if an alien comes to Earth, I'll be able to handle it. Okay.
Quiet, let it go, bro.
Listen, I'm a
That
Jedi Knight. Okay.
conversation
I'm not worried about
run
it.
has run its course.
I'm just saying.
You're getting probed. Just deal with it, bro.
A Jedi Knight will not be forcefully inseminated by some weird squid-looking thing.
You should
That sort of thing doesn't happen.
Bitcoin to a better price.
What?
But dude, I said probe Bitcoin to a better price for me.
I'm doing that. I'm making it go down for you. I'm making it cheaper for you. Putting it on sale.
How did I start this? All I said is, did the comet change course? I didn't expect him to want to have sex with aliens. How can anybody call that?
Right, we don't even know if there's aliens on it. We think that.
You know how weird your chat is. You went there.
Weird, bro. It's super weird. I know. Sometimes I gotta mute Discord if I want to have serious conversations. Like, is our planet in danger?
On Discord, yes.
I'm telling you, love is the answer. If they come in all hostile, we gotta show them what romance is.
We got it,
Teach
we
them
got
how
it,
to
we
love.
got it, bro. We got it, we got it.
Dbloc, is that a stopping volume on the 15?
Maybe one. Well, yeah, just
Got
barely.
205.
Just barely. But our 5 minute didn't go, and I got my 5 minute up on another chart. I don't really get too excited about 15-minute stopping volumes if the 5 minute fails, or if the 5 minute doesn't create one.
I do think it'll give us like a little up before it dumps.
Zeusy, our time changed. So whatever you've always been thinking, that now it's true.
Oh, thank you, sweet queen.
You're welcome.
There's like a 6% chance that this is it.
How much math went into that 6%, Zusi?
I had to divide by 2 because we're in a bear market. So I took 12 and I divided it by 2. So I said 6%. I would typically say 12%. During the bear, alts bottomed first. And It might be what's happening here too. Now you still need SWE to climb back above 2.2. We are at 2.19, so I mean, or maybe it wants to go much deeper. But yeah, it's a very low probability trade. But the rewards, like you said, 17 to 1. Yeah, well, you can make it even much bigger than that actually.
Yeah, if you catch it nice.
17.5 on AVAX, right? We're just a little bit below. Atom double bottom holding, but for people who like to trade dead coins, I guess.
I'm not touching that shit. I hope everybody in Atom makes $1 billion. I won't be one of them.
Well, you gotta hedge a bit, but it's one coin that didn't have a run. Yeah?
Ran all the way to 0.
It had a run, but you know, very timid run. It's more like a B up than a really a bull run. Yeah, it went to 0 because it was already at bear market bottoms, right? Like a lot of coins that were threatening to lose their bear market bottoms before 10th went close to 0. It's a bit the same with Filecoin, for example, right? Aptos also was really underperforming, and well, it gave you a better opportunity because it was already underperforming, and then it underperformed even more, right? So it's like things that were cheap got so cheap that yeah, it's very low probability, but if they reverse, well, it's like Solana at $8 basically.
Compare
Arbitrary
Atom
also.
to Solana.
No, but Aptos, yeah. That narrative can change chain too. I mean, yeah.
Aptos should do well if Sui gets its run. Because they're both on the move protocol. What's going on, Ant? What's going on, Doggy? Just chilling, bro.
You know, they're both at $3. Oh, that's not. Is that really coincidence?
Give me 1 second, I'll be right back.
With a very close invalidation anyway, we'll know pretty quickly.
Greetings and blessings, respect Dbloc.
If BTC on the hourly also is holding that previous low area. The hourly managed to close right where it can.
If I was like, I don't know, somebody else, I'd be like, oh, this might be my last chance to sell my Bitcoin at over 100K.
Yeah, but still in a green candle, right? If you take that decision. We had that, like,
I think so.
You know, me, I had that thought on the 10th, right? Like after seeing that big dump, you know, are you gonna treat the bounces as that cat bounces, right? Now, with price pulling back to 105, it would have been a good plan, even if you were to switch bullish again, right? But once you take that decision, it's not light. Like it's one you'll have to stick with for a year, right? Roughly speaking, like you can always rechange your mind, but then you're gonna take the risk of flip-flopping and making it just worse than actually even holding through the bear, right? I mean, it could end up pretty bad if you start having doubts or you flip too much. Huh? Now you could wait for the next impulse down to have that opportunity again, because you'll have a green bounce. You know, like, even if Bitcoin drops to 90K, there'll be there's going to be a bounce up to 100. Now maybe it'll fail at 98. So, you know, like even in a very bearish scenario for next week, where you get something like the 10th of October, there's never a hurry to sell. You know? But those big dumps or pumps, because it's the same for pumps, you know, when you see a crazy candle go up, you kind of know you have that if you wait, you'll get at least a red candle, but it's the same on the way down. Like that, I mean, there's a hurry to sell when you just look at portfolio value and it's going down. You're like, oh, I should sell now. Yeah. But in reality, there's never really a hurry to sell, because it's not a. It's. I mean, it feels like a worse sell to sell at 98 on a bounce up than to have sold at 116. Yes, of course, but you'll still make 10% or even more if price continues downward after that. So it looks like a lot of people decided to do that after the 10th, yeah. Which makes sense. It's 4 years cycle stuff. But you're right. We're gonna feel it like it's the last opportunity to sell above 100K. Yeah? It's probably why it's at support already, while it's a little bit above support already, while things are green. Because yeah, it's not really dropping elsewhere. You know? Even now on the 15-minute line. Dixie, being well, getting close to 100. Maybe that's a bearish sign too. It's activating a 2-year long setup where we could see Dixie reclaim 106. That's good for me because it means I'll be able to get more euros. Because right now euro is expensive, so I'm more like, you know. Like to sell Tesla at all-time highs while the euro's dumping is kind of better than while the euro's pumping. You get more euros. And Sui, I could say the opposite, right? I could say it's the last opportunity to buy below 110 before we exit this range to the upside, right?
Gonna bounce, 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 baby.
What are you trading, Winnie?
Me?
Zcash? You're on Zcash?
Yeah, I added more to that, and I just got in Tau. Tau.
So damn, there's really no one listening to Dbloc.
What happened?
No, you know when he said to sell alts.
I heard him.
I didn't. You're trading alts. Well, I guess we're all still trading alts.
I'm not in it with leverage though. I'm buying on spot, so there's a difference.
Then you're probably trading with more, no?
I'm keeping my eye on it.
Yeah, me too, although it makes no difference to the result. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna put a TP, put a stop loss, and go to sleep. Wait, I don't have any trades to put a stop loss on anyway. Right? Yeah, they're all taken already. Nothing new in the end. Oh yeah, mental.
Mantle, you love Mantle, huh?
Oh
Your
yeah,
baby.
yeah. It's been like 4 years, 5 years even.
Yeah, before it was Mantle, it used to be what it was Bybit token.
Yeah, it got released at $3, yeah, and it reached $3 this cycle. So normal.
People like Bybit, so hey, gonna do good. But Bybit is the second biggest exchange, I believe, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they're turning it into BNB a bit because you're getting 25% discount on fees like BNB and mostly mental. The point was all the Web3 stuff, all the airdrops you got these last 4 or 5 years. Price is already more like at $12 or $13 if you did all the stuff you could do with it. We got a lot of successful projects out of this funding project. It's funny because you vote to manage. You can vote to manage the treasury of the DAO, and so during the bear market, there was a vote to buy the coin back up, like a bit like a company who buys its own shares when it thinks that it's cheaper. And there hasn't been a vote to sell, but looking at price, maybe I just didn't see it. But it would make sense to sell some, but that's not happening right now. So yeah, now it would make sense to sell some and buy Bitcoin back.
Why?
Because of the cycle.
Yeah.
And because if you did the opposite at bear market bottom, you know, they did it like at 40 cent, it dropped to 25 during that vote, after that vote passed and all, and they just bought the dip with the project's treasury. And I'd like them to do the opposite because Bitcoin will keep its value during the bear. Probably more than mental. Although there could be surprises, we'll see, but in the end, it seems a bit correlated to BNB at the moment because it topped roughly at the same time.
It does seem like we are supported by spot now.
By spot? Oh.
Yeah. On Bitcoin.
Yeah. We started an uptrend on Bitcoin on the 1 second. Now we'll see how long it lasts. Maybe 2 hours before bearish order flow resumes.
We'll see what happens.
Lately it's the metric, you know, it's you can get 2-3 hours of bullish order flow, but it just dies off.
I mean, it could just, shoot straight up, right?
Yep.
Good.
Wouldn't that be a thing?
There's a flashing order at 108 that I think will gonna well, most likely it will just let it don't let it pump if people start pressing buy, in my opinion. But I don't know. Maybe he'll try to stop the flow at 108, where we're just $30 below that anyway, so we're gonna know pretty soon if he puts it back there or not. But 108 had a resting order. It was small, you know, it was 60 Bitcoin resting order that was there since probably since before the weekend. And we took that out, and now you're expecting that to become resistance. So they put some Bitcoin there, but it gets cancelled, put back, cancelled. It's a mess. But it appeared there for a few times now. Now that price is there, he can just mark it. Well, he'll get $50 less per Bitcoin. That's probably not much when you're trading with 60 Bitcoin. But yeah, otherwise it's empty upward, you know. There's nothing like if there's a bullish news specific to crypto that comes, there's nothing to stop it. Like it'll go straight up to 115. 112 is not going to be an issue, but we just don't see that turn come and losing patience overall. But yeah, like right now on the order book, it's straight up to 115, and there we have an area that's going to be hard to traverse. Yeah. In particular, 116.3. There's multiple sell walls there, and then 120 is like the biggest single wall. Some of them might get cancelled, you know, on the way up. Like if depending on the news, they'll pull some orders out.
Well, and also like if we do get it to jump straight up, right? Then you might have some like retail come in, some FOMO, and hopefully that would help fill out that order book a little bit too. So we could break that gap at. See.
It should have happened when the stock market broke out and continued much higher with all the bullish news of. You know, we got only bullish news last week. Like literally, only bullish news in the end. Good
What's gold?
earnings, Fed cut, deal with tariffs, rare earth stuff. Now, okay, there's new wars starting here and there. Maybe that's not that bullish. These weapon companies are already pumped up enough. They don't really need new wars right now. But like, you know, last week was really a bullish week when you look at the new news that got released. But it did nothing to crypto.
Price of gold is coming down too. Although it does look like it could go either way right now.
Yeah. Well, it's just. It's like we need a second 10th of October so people are shocked enough that the automatic response is to press buy and not sell. You know? As if the only way to go up now is to dump further down. If you want to see some bullish order flow, it's like we have to go to the next level down. But that can all change with crypto-specific stuff. Yeah.
We are sort of like right on the edge of like the end of the up cycle for wave. So
we're not right on the edge. We're yeah. I mean it's November 25 now. It's 4 years ago Bitcoin topped. I mean it's in 2 days maybe. I forgot the exact date, but it was beginning of November 4 years ago. Yeah.
I'm talking on smaller time frames. Just with
Oh,
like,
we're on the edge on smaller time frames. Oh, yeah. But we're also on the edge on bigger time frames.
Yeah, it's
It's fighting for 108 right now, yeah.
It's got a pump or I think it's gonna dump right here. I feel like either way, like, I don't know. I mean, we could just range down here at the bottom and sit for a while, but I just feel like it's got to rip or it's got to dump so that it can rip.
Or yeah, institutions will pump it up and break the cycle. Yeah, well, translated right. Kind of makes sense if these markets continue pumping, then that right translated idea makes sense. So. Because they're pumping even right now. Like it's up 0.2%. Yes, you know. Russell also is green. That's the small cap stuff. But total market cap dropped 3% and is now below the previous all-time high at 360. Was it 367? Short entry. Oh, we're playing with it. Yeah, December of last year. We topped at 3.7 and it brought us all the way down to 2.3. Market cap lost 30% after Trump got elected. Well, after the bullishness from Trump's election, we corrected by 40% on total market cap. If you were to do the same stuff, the next stop is like 2.6 trillion. Aye. We'll be below COVID, all-time high again. Crypto just didn't go high enough yet. Like starting your bear market from 4 trillion, while the last one was at 3. Like we barely did 30% better. As mostly, well, it's only thanks to Bitcoin. Huh?
I'm gonna be so sad if they make us wait until 4 a.m. to pump it.
Europe opens soon. I should go sleep though. Europe opens soon, yeah.
Let's say 4 a.m. here, so 4 hours from now. Oh, this candle's time. Got. Is it on this? It's not really doing anything.
They're gonna gap up most likely, and then the session will be about coming back down to fill it. Actually, there's still 3 hours till Europe opens. Right? A lot can happen in 3 hours. We need futures to drop 0.3%, and then there'll be no gap problem. It's funny because when Bitcoin on the 4 hour, when it did that red candle, funding rates were still positive. But when it goes sideways like this, people are just opening shorts, I guess, because now we have negative funding rates. They're late to panic. Or the funding rate takes time to move. Could be it too. But it was positive when Bitcoin touched that 786. It wasn't negative. So we should see liquidations build above us right now. I guess there's a small red line there on Dbloc's chart above us.
Let's go.
Why is everything red in my watch list except Trump? Is it is it on purpose?
And Melania.
Yeah. Yeah, it's serving its purpose. So.
Aster.
Pumpkin BNB, who would have thought?
BNB? No, it's red. Oh, it's down. BNB has a dip here. 4% down now. Try safe, everybody.
We're selling a little bit here on Biddy. Biddy biddy bum bum. I put my hand up on your hip. Oh, you guys are talking about religion? Yikes.
Good evening or good morning.
All right.
Hey, what's happening?
I'm just watching this dip here.
Oh yeah, bit of a dip of the ages. Yeah, dip to be bought maybe.
Looks like it's trying to catch itself here, but I can't help but think it's a bear flag in creation.
Mm. Yeah, it's the thing. It's like it could just be a series of knives coming down, but this is where the stop loss really shines. It's like in case you were wrong, well, try and try again, or play the short side. Play all the shorts on the way down. And in case you buy the pivot, or in case you sell the pivot, you stop it. You stop out of that. And you go, oh. And yeah, that's the problem though. It can be just like a frustration.
What's your opinion overall on the macro time frame?
Well, it's everything's about as clear as mud for me, is the way I see it. I think this week, fingers crossed, we'll get more clarity about the government opening back up or not. Because I think once that goes ahead, like once we get the US government back online, we'll know what the SEC wants to do. I think some of those ETFs actually did go through. We found out, I think Solana, there's like a couple of others potentially. I don't know about Doge and XRP though, like whether they've gone ahead or not. I've been a bit out of the loop with checking that, but also I think, yeah, the FOMC, someone was saying that Jerome Powell said that there would be an end to quantitative tightening, which is good. That's good news for markets. So this bull market overall, I think has been a very cautious and slow grind bull market. Like, yes, there were gains to be made still, like there were still good outcomes, but it's not like one of those QE bull runs, like where everything has a go. And I think we will get one of those eventually. There's gonna be one, but it just wasn't this time around, which is unfortunate. But hey, at least with all the people that are brand new to crypto, at least they've learned the ropes in a kind of mediocre bull market, so that when we do get a really good one, they're going to have the skills to be able to take advantage of it, so to speak. But yeah, I think losing $100,000, if Bitcoin gets under 100, it's not going to look great. Maybe we do get like a bit of a downturn. I think to get a full 12-month bear market, though, that requires catalysts. There needs to be things breaking for that to be 12 months of downside, in my opinion. Because if you look at the 2022 market, you had 12 months of correction out of the stock market. You had interest rates going up. You had inflation really hot. I think it got to a peak of 9%. So these were all like, it was like the perfect storm for a bear market, basically. And then you had like pretty major things breaking in crypto. You had Celsius, you had 3 Arrows Capital, Terra Luna, FTX. Like it was just like a house of cards. Everything just fell apart. So provided nothing falls apart in whatever correction we get, it may not be that severe of a bear market. It may not. It really depends on things breaking for it to become severe. And it's so awkward because with QE, well, what's anticipated is that QE is around the corner and that further rate cuts is coming, that's good ingredients for the markets. Like that's bullish ingredients. That's not bearish stuff. So it's so awkward. The timing of it is just really hard to judge what's supposed to happen. And this is where we get that extended bull market theory comes out of those factors. People think that, oh yeah, the bear market's going to be dull. Like you're not going to get the kind of sell-off. Altcoins are a different story. They always sell off regardless. So that's right. And they kind of already have. They've already been down. So, to have a bear market, you need to have had a bull before it, I suppose. You need to drop from somewhere. And a lot of them haven't really even gone anywhere this cycle. So don't know how deep that drop will be. But
Well, how
either
far are you
way,
thinking back
yeah.
though?
it really is dependent. It is so dependent on the altcoin you're talking about because
Yeah.
some of them are so different to others. Things like Solana, BNB, XRP, Ethereum, they've all had new prices, like new all-time highs. Nothing like impressive, but still, nonetheless, they've had new prices. So they're kind of in their own category. But then you've got altcoins that have barely gone up to the halfway point. I feel like Dogecoin's kind of in that category. Like it didn't really come anywhere close to its prior all-time high of 73 cents or whatever it was. It didn't even make it to 50. It was like 48 or something. And that was last year. So how's that for timing? It's so weird. It really comes down to what altcoin you're talking about because things like Matic, which is called Polygon now, I think, like that hasn't even done anything this bull market. And that had a lot of promise and hype last time. And I think that's because the narrative kind of dried up for layer 2 Ethereum coin, like tokens. Because
But
Ethereum had its,
but all those
yeah.
coins that you're mentioning,
Hmm.
I mean, I've been involved with crypto since 2021, and
Yep.
so I kind of saw the end of the bull from last time.
Mhm.
So then watching it all like sink down after that and experiencing all of the like drops that happened and news catalysts, but drops nonetheless. I came in with Solana dipping down at $8 and
Yeah.
it going
That's
above
amazing.
300, and then I witnessed. I guess I just going down the line. I witnessed Cardano go from $3 to sub 30 cents, and it only went back above $1 for a little bit, and then Matic I watched sub dollar go up to $3. And then you have like Sui. This is its first bull market, so
Exactly.
$5.36 was, I think, pretty good because it's its first bull and it didn't even get a full term.
Yeah.
So that was,
Exactly.
and that was
I think you
beneath
wait.
$1 when I
Oh yeah.
got involved, like 50, 60, 70 cents, and then 90
Mhm.
cents, and it hit $5. So I think there are, like you said, a lot of different avenues that got
So
their
many.
play. But
Exactly.
it's interesting though that the top 10 didn't really that didn't really change too much the last 4 years though. Got kind of the same names there.
Yeah, it wasn't really that impressive. Like even the ones that did get technical new all-time highs, it wasn't like mind-blowingly new numbers. Like it's like, yes, okay, XRP went to $3.60 whatever,
Yeah, from
but its
50
prior
cents.
all-time high was right. But when you're comparing it to its prior all-time high, which was 330, it's like, oh yeah, that's somewhat of a new number, like
Was
as
it
a new all-time high.
Did they have a
Yeah.
divesting schedule? Was it diluted at all?
Oh, yeah, it was so damn long. It was 2 cycles ago, so that's why it
Oh.
was so different probably. But, yeah, I would say that its coin count was up, like higher up. What is it? What do they call it again? What's the name? The, circulating supply, that's the word. Yeah, different supply numbers, I would say, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But, yeah, like you said, Sui, this is its first bull market because it's only a new coin, so it hasn't even seen quantitative easing pumps yet, you know?
Yeah, but
Like when
4
there's
years
heaps of
from
money.
now, it'll have
Yeah.
even more
And that
of a circulating supply as well. So it'll be a little
right.
diluted.
That's it. And see, there's the Bitcoin halving cycle, right? The 4-year cycle. Altcoins like tend to follow Bitcoin with its, bull market. However, it's not a hard rule. Things can happen in the middle of nowhere for certain altcoins, you know? Like we had a really good little mini alt season at the start of 2023. when Mexi was all the hype. You know how Pepe came out of that. There was like Ladies Coin. There was all of these like AI Doge, Shib AI. Yeah, there was a whole. I can't remember all of them. Pog AI. There was just all these pumps that were happening in the middle of nowhere. But I think the reason they were impressive though was because they were such low market cap to begin with. So they just looked like they were going places, but really they were just degen pumps really. But yeah, so things like that can certainly happen. And you know how Pump Fun came out like in what was it, like 2020, back end of 2023 or maybe 2024? That was another different, like, in itself, like the Pump.Fun season. But that was all DeFi kind of thing. So yeah, there's just been so many different chapters that it's unlike any other cycle, although things are similar with Bitcoin, which makes it hard to analyze and anticipate what's to come next, you know. But I don't think anything has dramatically thrown Bitcoin off its own schedule, which is good. It's like at least we can look to that, you know.
Ricky, what's going on, brother?
Hey, not much. Just got home from work.
Nice. How's alcohol sales going down under?
Mondays are slow, but I was very like stock busy, like all the stock related
Gotcha.
duties. Yeah, replenishment and getting ready for all the new
Yep.
specials and everything. Yeah,
Filling back in the shelves after the weekend sales.
exactly. Yeah,
Gotcha.
that's it. The Halloween weekend.
Oh yeah. How's everything else going?
Good. I'm just Hannah was asking me like, what's my angle on where I think things are going, and I'm so undecided. I like the bull in me. Like I love crypto. I love Bitcoin. The bull in me wants to see more upside, and the
Sure.
rest of this, this elusive alt season that we all want. I want to see it too,
Right.
but it's like the realist and like the devil on my shoulder is like, oh, I don't know. I don't think we're gonna. Oh, sorry, devil's advocate is like,
Yeah, I know
well,
what you mean.
yeah, like
Yeah.
there
Well,
is
that's
that
why
chance
I've
that may
been.
not happen.
Yeah, I've hardly done any spot at all the last 5-6 months. I've just been all leveraged,
Mm,
training 10 to 20% just to build some bags because our
yep.
economy is just going to go to shit, and no telling what the
Right.
hell else is going to happen in the streets, and everything. It's going to be bedlam for the next year until the elections next year if we have elections. So I'm just trying
Yeah.
to save up, and then when everything drops and bottoms out, then I'm just going to get in cheap and spot buy then.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
You guys are coming up. You guys are just getting your spring season going, huh?
Yeah, I mean in Queensland it just jumps straight to summer. There's no transition. It just goes cold, then bam, hot weather.
Oh, really? Do you guys get much rain there in the springtime?
Yeah, it's been raining a lot. We've had just a
Really?
few storms come across, and yeah, it's been pretty
Gotcha.
wild weather. But yeah, we do get summer storms, and lots of flooding in Brisbane, where I live.
We just
With
had the
the
we just had
market,
the
Mhm. You just came out of tornado season, didn't you? Summer.
that's mostly
Well, if you live on
spring.
that
Well,
area.
I used to live in St. Louis, and it was freaking, yeah, we were just north of Tornado Alley. So springtime, you never knew what the
Right.
hell you're going to get. But in
I
Colorado
see.
now, and the mountains don't allow that crap to happen, so it's pretty rare out here.
Yeah. No, understandable. With the market overall, because you know how I said I'm like kind of 50-50, things are about as clear as mud about sentiment. I don't know where to put my confidence. So I'm not prepared to back like what I consider my bulk of my money I don't want to like throw money at being 50-50 about things. I want confidence. Like I want at
100%.
least an edge. So if that's the case, I'm not messing around with my big chunk of money. Like I'll dabble with here and there. Like if there's little things that pop
Sure.
off, like cool. But when it comes to like reinvesting and like building into a quote unquote bear market, that's to come, which is great. Like that, I can be confident in that part of the cycle. And that's not right now, but definitely not right now. We're still trying to figure out if the top's in or not. It may or may
Yeah.
not
It's
be.
just,
So it's like, well, it's definitely take profit season. There's no doubt about it. Like that's, whether to be all out or not, that's another question. But
do you do all
yeah,
spot or you do any leverage or what do you
I do a bit of both.
trading?
Like, yeah, a bit of both. I think the sensible thing, like the way that, like the kind of approach I try to do and will do into next cycle is like 90 or 95% spot and then just playing the futures market with 5 or 10% of everything, you know? Just because of how risky it is. Like you may have a good month or two on futures, but it only takes about a day or two to undo all the hard work. And I've done that way
Yeah.
too many
It's,
times. I don't trust
mhm.
myself. Like, let alone trust the market. I don't trust myself. So yeah,
Yeah. It's
yeah.
definitely a fine line, a lot of gray area to walk. No issue, no problem there. It's spooky. Yeah, I just do a lot of 5 minute. I'm in and out pretty quick on a lot of leverage trading, and I don't care if it's $15 or $515. I just keep sliding the stop loss behind it and try to do the best TA I can and keep it tight and just move it up and take profits along the way and you know, just just brutal. There's just so I don't know. Everybody was excited, I think, about getting institutional money in here, but I think all it's done is cause more freaking manipulation and BS.
Right. Yep. No, I agree somewhat. Um, yeah, man, it's tricky. I'm looking forward to a bit more confidence and in direction and clarity because Bitcoin has been in some level of a range. I've just jumped onto my computer now. I want to check on a full screen chart. Yeah, like we got a big old fat rectangle. It might have been you that we were talking about this months and months ago. Like, are you in a range? Like, are you in like a consolidation level? And Bitcoin, yes, it is still. It's on the very low end. So if it doesn't hold, then we got a whole new, we got to frame up everything again and see where we're going,
Yeah, just grip tight and hold
There's,
on and see what the hell happens.
yeah, like to be completely honest, Bitcoin to me is not screaming uptrend right now on the daily chart.
No.
Maybe on the weekly, yeah, you can still sort of cut it as you're in an uptrend and we're just pulling back. This is another dip to be bought, so to speak. But from a daily perspective, it's yeah, it doesn't look terribly up. It's definitely pulling back.
I think we're
Um,
good for at least one. I mean, worst case scenario is one good solid push up to maybe a new ATH,
right.
and I don't know. It
Yep.
should. If we knew, we wouldn't be
Yeah.
here.
This is the final chapter
Yeah, the
of this
tough part
cycle, I
is it's
think.
just like Bitcoin is seen as kind of a hedge against the dollar, and the U.S. economy going to be going to crap. I think with all the inflation going on and the tariff BS and all the ice bullshit going
Hmm.
on in the streets, and guarantee it. Like I said, I think I told you before. Like we're not going to have. We're supposed to have elections next November, but Trump's going to find
Yeah.
some reason to create martial law and calling them off, and then shit's really going to hit the fan. And it's like, okay, does that mean everything tanks, or does Bitcoin go up because it's seen as a safe haven versus the dollar is going to be absolute crap? I don't know. It's going to be interesting, but anyway.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
How
crypto,
hot does it get there in the
Bitcoin.
summertime where you're at? You're in Brisbane, you said?
Yeah, it was. I'm just thinking in Fahrenheit. The other day it hit 100 degrees. It was a bit of a heat wave, or just not like 98, something like that. It was pretty high though. Yeah. And yeah, today was just humid today. Like it wasn't so much hot, it was the sticky, humid feeling, swampy, which is not
Yeah,
great.
it was 83 degrees in Denver today. It's the highest in history they've ever noted in the whole month of November.
Yeah. Oh, that's fair. Far out. Yeah, this like late stage cycle sentiment, it's like I'm looking forward to just finding more confidence about the direction. Like I said, like the bull in me, like I love crypto, love Bitcoin. I want to see the last chapter be a big upside move. And I'm open to that. I'm all for it. But it's like it has to show it, man. You have to get the candles. You have to actually get the evidence that it's doing it. And I'm yeah, definitely ready for that. And I want to see it. But yeah, like I said, there's a lot of like variables. Like we need the US government to come back online and see what their departments are all saying about what, because it all does have a very big influence on
Lazy
markets and
bastards.
confidence. Yeah, lazy bastards, exactly.
Imagine if we could just
Yeah,
take
what's up?
off work. Is that we're shutting down the office
Oh,
because we're having
yeah.
interdepartmental issues?
Yep. And
Get your
you
ass back
best
to work.
believe they're going to be like, should we give ourselves back pay? Yeah, let's give
Oh, no, they
ourselves some
deserve
back
it.
pay for all the time we had
Holiday
off.
pay
Yeah, we've
too. This close to Thanksgiving. God, if
yeah,
they've got to work through Thanksgiving, the bonuses are
yeah.
gonna be crazy.
Yeah, the taxpayers won't mind. Just a bit of back pay for the pollies, the politicians. Mm.
What's going
Mhm.
on, yo?
Oh, just, you know,
I was just working on a little
trying to
chart.
speculate.
Somebody was
Oh,
asking me
yeah.
about the real estate cycle, and I realized that I hadn't I
Mm.
didn't have a simple chart to show them, so I've been working on that for a little bit.
Cool.
Pretty interesting to look at. I mean, it's something that we know, but so look at the chart here. So orange is Bitcoin, yellow is your commodity cycle, right, led by gold. White is the S&P, and purple is home builders, right? So the blue line. So the blue line is your real estate cycle, right? This is
Uh-huh.
2008 here when everything sort of crashed at the same time. Right? Each one of these dotted lines are the cycle bottoms for the respective industry, right? So
Right.
gold, legacy, and real estate all bottomed out 2008. Remember that. And 2009 was, I mean, Bitcoin was born, so I guess we can call that, its bottom or its genesis or whatever.
Yep.
But since then, we have topped in unison for the most part, right? Got a little bit of a lag, but the small dips, even though it's an 18.6 year cycle for real estate, it does have smaller dips that come every 4 years. This is COVID. Everything dipped on COVID at the same exact time, so this doesn't count. Kind of like blur that out. But what's interesting to me is, like I said, my thesis on them slow playing this is that, hold on, I forgot to put one metric on here.
Mhm. So yeah, one thing they all have in common while you're doing that, they're all measured against dollar value, the dollar, fiat currency.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that fiat, the money's broken, right? Fiat currency, the monetary system, it ain't getting more valuable, put it that way. It's devaluing over time, which means all of those markets there will go up and to the right unless they break themselves, which is great.
So
So,
on
no?
timing from top to top, mid 2026 is when we're supposed to be topping on real estate, right around there. So my thesis about them slow playing these, and I should add the business cycle on here too. I should add ISM, but my thesis on them slow playing it is that if everything topped out when it was supposed to, we would have a massive gap between the top of our industries and the top of real estate, right? But if they can push it forward, right, if they can slow play it and get as much money as they can out of this before real estate crashes and have everything come down in unison, then they end up making more money at the end of the day. But when we talk about the 18.6 year cycle, and when I say why being able to TP as much as you possibly can at the top of this cycle is important, is because we've never known Bitcoin's performance on the other side of an upticking real estate cycle. Right? It was born right after the crash. So we don't know how Bitcoin reacts here. Right? With everything going down. But whenever you hear people talk about the everything cycle, this is what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Right? Gold runs on a 60-year commodity cycle, but it's 30 years up, 30 years down. So the half cycle of that is right around the same too. But this will be the first time. This is why I'm saying that, like, we have to make sure that we're in a good position for the drops when they come, because this is the first time that we're going to have like a multi-prong bubble pop at the same time. If you put them all on log, more dramatic. Bitcoin ran flat. Just, if you go in there, obviously there's price action, but on log, it didn't start getting juicy until 2017.
True that.
Now, the good news is that at the end of all this, we get to do it all again. Like a full cleaning of the slate. Mostly nosiness, Anno. I have a real appetite to fill in the blanks, bro. I was that annoying kid that was never happy with the easy answer, Like, but why kid? But all of these are controlled by global liquidity, right? For the most part. Real estate's more controlled by mortgages rolling over and refinancing and shit like that. But for the most part, everything relies on global M2. And I hear everybody like upset about the dip, but I mean, I did tell you guys that Halloween was a DCA out range because we have falling liquidity until the 1st of November, the first week of November, so on the 7th. And so we do have this problem. Again, doesn't mean price has to drop, but the drops aren't going to have as much to catch them if they come. If that makes any sense. Now, we don't get moving by the 2nd, 3rd week in November, then we're going to have some sober conversations. And again, just to look at the macro again, right? On Bitcoin. The only chart that matters for if the bull market is over or not. right, is are we still above support? And worst case scenario, we break support. Did we hold the 50 or did we lose it? Right, these are our only three paths that exist. Consolidate till the 50 comes up, break support, hit the 50, retest, then go. Break support, hit the 50, retest bearishly, and done.
I gotta, if anyone's feeling a little bit underwhelmed by Bitcoin's bull market this cycle, I never really thought of it in this way, Dbloc, but the 2016-17 bull run, you know how like that's a big king of a bull run. Like everyone looks at that one. That's great. Bitcoin gained like from the bear market low of 2015, like 14, 15, the double bottom low, all the way to the 20K all-time high at the time. That was a $332 billion like growth in Bitcoin's market cap from bottom to top, from bull low to bear top. Sorry, bear low to bull top. Okay, so 332 billion. Now the next bull market, the 2018 bear low to the 2021 bull high of 69,000, that's a $1.2 trillion growth.
Yeah.
So you got 330 bill, and then you got another trillion on top of that for the next cycle's size in like growth in size. And then you look at this current bull market, it's gone up $2.2 trillion since FTX crashed. 2.2 trillion compared to 1.2 last bull market. So it's doubled in size. Like that's a huge ramp up in like growth, like dollar growth.
Yeah.
It's like it seems like it's diminishing in returns, but it's actually getting way bigger each cycle.
I have a chart.
Anyway,
I have a chart for that here. Look at total.
Oh, nice.
Let me see if I put it on log. Is that better? Yeah.
Oh, yep. Total crypto market cap.
Yeah. So our first run, we were at 800 bill.
Yep.
Right, and then we moved up 3.3 trillion.
Wow.
Right, from 8 to 3. And me projecting forward, being conservative, I'm looking at 5.2. Anything underneath that would be a severe underperformance. And then if we look at total two is similar. So we had $474 billion market cap in 2017. More than tripled that to 1.7. And now we're looking for a mere double up to 2.9.
So in crypto total market cap gain off the previous high, we've eclipsed the previous one. It's 1.232, right?
It's the only thing that we're
Trillion?
not getting diminishing returns in for the most part.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
slightly, just not as intense as the dollar value diminishing return, I should say. And then total three was even crazier, right? Total three went from 363 to 1.1 trillion. And all I'm looking for is 2 trillion. So not even a double up, less than a double up, really.
Right. Yeah, that really highlights that
Your pocket change.
there's
You have that stuff in the creases of your couch.
Nothing, bro. And not to mention, if you notice, they've all got massive cup and handles, which have not been invalidated, no matter how nasty this candle's been. You notice that total one because of Bitcoin, or total period because of Bitcoin, already made that move. Up. Put it together, Dbloc. Had its cup, had its handle, broke out, retested the break, and is starting to climb out. That measured move from that, like I said, takes us. I haven't taken this measurement yet, but I'm pretty sure it takes us close to that 5.2. So we'll see. Obviously, total 3 others, shit like that is like, where's others? So others went from 80 billion to 492 billion. This will show you how small the altcoin market really is. And then I was looking for just about a double up, just a little underneath a double up. Now this looks significantly more weaker than the others, obviously, right? Total 2 is on rotation right now because of ETH. Total 3 is 1 off of rotation. Others is the shit we're not supposed to be touching until Bitcoin shows some strength. And you can see it in the chart. Nasty work. Let me check my Labubu trade. It's getting kind of sketchy here. Rick, I shorted these little demon dolls and price hasn't kept going down in the last couple of days. I'm starting to get a little nervous. I still think that we're well on the green path, Kane. We haven't even threatened to knock ourselves off of the green path on Bitcoin yet. Speak for yourself, M1. I'm a horrible employee.
How do you view this Besant coming in May and midterms in November? I mean, they're gonna create something, right? I mean, or is it already priced in and all that?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of that. What I think about what?
That Scott Besant or replacing
Oh.
Powell or whoever.
Long term, I think it's going to be horrible because I think they're going to do too much. Short term, I think it's going to be great because money will pump and, you know. The problem is that, I don't know, I think it's going to be politically driven and it's going to be very aggressive and it's going to end up bringing inflation back. We'll see. Maybe it gets so bad during the recession, during the bear market, that that'll be needed. You know what I mean? And it won't be that big of a deal. But like 3 months ago when he was like, if it was up to me, I'd replace him right now and have somebody cut 300 points. I was like, holy shit, that is the last thing we want.
He's not afraid to rock the boat, hey?
Nah. He just, yeah, he's like, he shoots from the hip and he doesn't really think too much about how the markets react to, or he does, and I'm giving him, maybe I'm not giving him enough credit.
Yeah.
But yeah, he
he and
likes to
his
shoot
mates are
from
in
the
the
hip
boat.
sometimes, man. It gets sketchy.
Yeah.
I mean, the moment he comes in, he's definitely gonna start cutting rates again, right? And if it's not already
Aggressively.
like
Yeah, they'll take us back to zero. They'll take us back to free money and what I would imagine to be a very, very intense QE. But that doesn't happen until midway through 2026. By that time, I'm hoping that we're well into our bear market.
Yeah. Yeah, if they could just queue it up and sync it real nice so that the bottom makes sense to be the bottom and
It
the
would be
turnaround,
nice.
it all, yeah, just harmonizes beautifully. Maybe it does. Maybe it does.
My grandpa used to say, if an elephant had wings, it would be hell of a big bird too.
Mm-hmm. Liquidity takes roughly 100 days from when they start to printing to get to printing to when we can spend it, right? So as long as they don't start to cut or they don't start to like heavy QE before 200 days into 2026, so we basically want to have a buffer, right? So that that liquidity can be hitting people's pockets right as we're at the bottom of the bear market. So sometime after mid-year 2026 would be nice.
I mean, could the alts then run at that point and not do much till then?
Now that happens. That has to happen before then. We don't look. We're trying to figure out how we can push to the end of the year with a new all-time high. I don't think we can make it all the way to mid-year until that's super cycle theory. These are the guys that think that the cycle is just going to continue forever and ever. I don't think we get that. I think they try to push as much as they can to squeeze as much as they can out of the orange before real estate starts to go down. But it's not possible, in my opinion, for Legacy to keep running the way it's been running for 5 months, 6 months, 6 more months.
Yo,
That'd be
DS, I
crazy.
took a swing there. What do you think? This one looks good.
We're at that daily uptrend. That's the uptrend. I mean, the hourly uptrend. But I would like to see more volume here. Let's see it start to spike up. I'm past my trading hours. I set some buys into these liquidations.
Yo, my bad. Just one last question to you. If this is the false move down or whatever,
Yeah.
even if this is the low and we get a pop up back to like 109 or whatever, you think Monday night we still come back to visit this low?
We can
Is that what you're
still,
saying here?
it's still a possibility to make a lower low into Monday, yeah, and still stay within the metrics. So you got to be careful. That's why I said anything that I trade from now is going to be short term until Monday. If we put in a convincing bottom, then I'll play that swing into the week.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Brick, as it should be. I've found it harder to break people out of the idea of long holding alts than I've found to get them to stop trading leverage. And I thought it was hard to get people to stop trading leverage. But getting people to stop trading alts is like damn near impossible.
I mean, most of them are are already down big on alts, right? So, I mean, how do you stop?
No, I mean, if you're already underwater, you're just trying to rescue positions or whatever. But there's people that every time Bitcoin drops, like they run to buy whatever alt took the biggest dip. Not that they're doomed, Justin. It's just not time yet. Yeah, I'm still holding my ETH, I know. Heavy Bitcoin, heavy ETH. That was my major de-risk, my major strategy to de-risk, to get out of the alts, which is good because the alts I got out of were not holding up as well as Bitcoin, that's for sure. And then I peeled a little bit of profit for buy some dips. Yeah, everybody else too, Justin. I mean, that's one of those black swan events that just hits you on the side of the head, you know? If it makes you feel any better, everybody got hit. Yeah, we were in QE, Brick. More important than going up with Bitcoin, they held their ground. That's the important part about QE. When alts went up, they would retrace maybe, half, but they never retraced the whole thing. They just kept holding ground and pushing up. So you could buy a alt and long hold it and still be up, you know? But everybody's speculating right now, which means nobody's holding. Everybody's jumping on the alt that pumps, running it as hard as they can until it's time to go, and then moving to the next one. I almost can't wait for the next bull market that has intense QT like this, because boy, would it have been way better to just, can you imagine knowing that we're going in a heavy QT, right, and then having the experience of the last one and being like, well, just buy Bitcoin and sit on your ass. You know what I mean? Like that. Talk about an easy bull market.
Oh yeah, simplifies it, doesn't it?
Bro, what? Just load up on Bitcoin and,
Yeah,
gain as much
that's it.
Bitcoin as you can by, selling little rips and buying dips, but definitely simplifies everything.
Yeah, man. So I think the people that learned, this is the first cycle order, the new people to crypto, they're going to be treated when they see a full proper quantitative easing style bull market
Not gonna know what to do
where
with
every
themselves.
market is confidently risk on. Because this has been such a cautious cycle, I feel. People have been like just tentatively optimistic.
Yeah. You gotta remember, that saying, like, don't fight the Fed?
Yeah,
So most big money doesn't fight the Fed, right? Which means they don't even start to buy assets until the government does. If the government's
right.
in quantitative tightening, they're sidelining it, right? Now, what
Yeah.
that left us with were hardcore crypto heads, right? And speculators.
Mhm.
And you can see it in the way that the market's running. Hardcore crypto heads went right to Bitcoin and held. Speculators have jumped from narrative to narrative to narrative, sort of flash in the pan with alts, this entire run up. But the people who put
Yeah.
their money in and sit and put their legs on the desk and chill and don't worry, they're not interested because the government hasn't given them that sign yet. But
Right.
that's why I've said for a while that there is zero chance, in my opinion, of a 2020 style alt season. And if anybody's expecting that, you're going to be disappointed, which is why I've been so strict about these rotations. And I know you guys are tired of hearing about the damn rotations. But when we're in this type of market where everything isn't going to go at once, you have to respect the rotation because that's where the money's going. And there's not a lot of it. So you've got to sit in the pile of money when it moves, right? You can't try to get in front of it too far. You can't fall behind it. So like when Ethereum starts to outperform and go to all-time high and you're sitting in Bitcoin, you're going to be losing money in Bitcoin versus Ethereum. Right? So that's an example of falling behind the cycle. An example of getting in front of the cycle is going balls deep on a coin that's 700th on the list right now because it's cheap. Like you're too far ahead. The time that it's going to take for the money to get there, anything can happen. You can lose another 20-30%. So it's Bitcoin ATH and hold, ETH ATH and hold, Solana ATH and hold, including all the rest of the top 10, BNB, XRP, whatever. And then 20 down. Your SUIs, your links, and then big if, capital IF, if there's enough time left in the cycle, then it'll roll down to the small alts. You just watch for support, Rajesh. They're the weakest of all trend lines, honestly. Right? Uptrends and downtrends are psychology-based trend lines. They're just meant to help you understand when the trend's breaking or not. So to have faith in a hit on one of those, you really want to see it accompanied with volume, with abnormal volume, where you can tell that buyers stepped in. Yeah, we're getting some aggressive sellers coming across. I've got limit orders spread inside of these liquidations. On the monthly, guys, let's look at our monthly chart or our macro chart. That line in the sand that we don't want to go down under, 1047, right? We don't want to close dailies underneath. That line on our big chart is this red line right here. So we can keep that in mind as we're coming down.
Is this the Europe market?
We're still in Asia. We did hit that invalidation. You guys are so dramatic, yo. Y'all need to go on crypto Twitter. Y'all be perfect.
Dbloc, it looks like 106,200 is where, like, you know how you have your gray and your blues that are coming down there? Looks like they run out there. 106,200. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Because the chart's pulled in.
No, it just looks good and solid on this 30-minute. What are those blue and gray bars on the right there again? What actually are those? Oh yeah, it goes all the way down to 103. Yep, I see what you're saying. looks like a good, decent green stopping volume look on that one.
Smoke them if you got them before these dead bodies start to stink. A moment of silence for the for the leverage bulls. I'm gonna start passing around a petition that we end this government shutdown with an old-fashioned duel at high noon in front of the White House. See how serious you guys really are.
What up, Dbloc?
What's good, Nick?
Yo, your lab looks like your image looks a lot clearer tonight. Did you change something with your stream?
Does it? No. No. I got a little backlight on. Maybe the extra lighting helped. The RGB like blows out the sensors on the camera sometimes,
Yeah,
bro. When I have it
yeah.
dark and I just have RGBs on, it like, yeah. I like it though because it kind of looks like it's glowing and shit. But yeah, it does screw the image up a little bit.
Taking a little beating tonight, huh?
Yeah. False move week beginning to the downside. The first one in a month and a half. We've gotten real used to these false move ups. Maybe it's a turning point. That's what I'm saying, Ghost. That's how I feel. I mean, maybe I'll be disappointed, but the government shutdown is putting a real damper on all of this shit, bro. The main reason that Powell came up there and said he was super uncertain about December and everybody had to price that into Bitcoin is because they're asking them to make decisions with no numbers. Like they have no data coming in. Like, all right, so we already cut in November off of previous data, but now you want us to cut in December with no data. And we know Powell, like he's a stickler for his numbers. So I think what we're seeing is the market pricing that in. Right? Bitcoin was priced at 2 cuts at 126. Now it's priced at 1 cut, 107.
Bro, it seems like it was just a year ago this time when everything just ripped.
We're definitely in the season for it. Seasonality wise, we're in the most bullish quarter, you know. Mana, no, it's not a vector yet. So the shape of it, yeah, right. You got a long tail doji, which is still playable, right? People that don't trade vectors, they take all of these, right? Anything that looks like a doji, but then when they don't play out, it's because most of the time it's not accompanied by volume, right? So the little extra edge that we have is waiting for it to turn into a vector. But I've seen plenty of pivots happen off of long tail dojis. Also seen plenty of them Get wiped.
Yeah, those last couple candles look pretty good. I took a long entry on Bitcoin.
Try not to get too impatient here, guys. Not just you. I've heard a couple people in chat also. I mean,
No, but yeah, look at there's actually a stopping volume on the 15, the 5, and the 1.
yeah, the 15 should just barely, bro. I would say that is equal body to, and the candle's not even done yet, so the body's gonna blow out. Let me see the 5 minute. 5 minute, yes, you do.
That one there is
Right
really
off of
nice.
support. Yeah. Decent. Let's see. You're not completely crazy. We are right at the potential breakout. Again, diagonal lines are psychological at best. Every little bit helps. I got stopped out earlier too, and you're not alone, brother. I got stopped out on the first SVC. But I literally caught the pico bottom of that shit. My risk was like 0.16. It's just short of a perfect stopping volume candle for me. What you guys want to memorize is this. If there's only one candlestick pattern that you can remember, whether this is red or not, whether this is blue or not, whether this is blue, doesn't matter. That's what you want. Red vector, stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing vector. Memorize that till you start to see them everywhere and let me know what the success rate is. Remember, our stopping volume candles are invalidated whenever a body closes underneath of the body. So a body close underneath 107.321 invalidates the stopping volume candle.
Where where did you hear that was the rule?
What happened?
Dbloc?
I'm sorry, I just had a coughing fit.
Do you remember where it was that you heard that was the rule?
No, I mean it's just sort of the way they work, right? Every candle, every bullish candle has its invalidation. Stopping volume candles are no longer stopping volume candles if you get volume that sustains itself underneath the bottom of it. Okay, the point of a stopping volume candle is to stop the volume of the price action. That fails once you get closes underneath that body.
So I have my volume indicator on, and I have the like I have it on the chart like you do, right? But I have my moving average put up, and I've set it to, it's usually, I think it like comes as like either like 20, like, you know, just regular, but obviously you can change the moving average, so I changed it to 10 because it's the vector candles are based on the previous 10 candles. So I changed all my stuff to 10, so the moving average is 10. So one of the other things I've been looking for was like if there's a stopping volume candle, if the actual volume, like that, you know, the volume bars at the bottom of the chart, if that's not one of the highest bars, because I'd like to see those volume bars be bigger to like see a pivot.
Yeah, like that.
But like I'd like it to be like the biggest one, you know, in the group.
Well,
But I
yeah,
figured
that would
it's
be ideal. But for me, as
that's
long as
ideally,
it's bigger than the neighbors, right? It lets me know that buyers have stepped in.
yeah. Well, so that's why I put that other little threshold is the moving average on the volume. If it's
Yeah.
above 10, the 10 moving average, and it's a, like, you know, it's a vector, like it looks like a stopping volume candle or whatever, I still check that to see if the actual volume has gone past the 10 period moving average.
Can't hurt.
Like I feel like that's just an extra thing, an extra like layer of confirmation.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with having like mechanical invalidations and validations and shit. Helps simplify shit. Helps take the emotion out of it.
I really hope that entry ends up holding. Because it does still seem like there's some liquidity to get below. But on the other hand, we have been falling pretty hard for a while. Like all day. Actually, for the past couple days. Seemed like it's been doing nothing but dropping. Everything's red.
Where do you see a head and shoulders on the daily, Danny? Excuse me. You draw slanted. You draw slanted head and shoulders. Now I'm talking to somebody in YouTube. You draw your head and shoulders slanted. It was obvious I wouldn't be asking you. I think that's pretty obvious.
Well, see how you have that purple support there? That purple support resistance line? If you visualize that as the neckline.
No, I get it, but
And
that's why I
basically,
asked him if he draws slanted head and shoulders.
Yeah, that's the Quasimodo head and shoulders. Don't you know that? It's obvious.
Some people do it, but
Quasimodo.
I got all
I mean, the
defensive
lower
over the
low.
question.
The lower low there, yeah, that gets made after the head is more like a Quasimodo.
It is ugly. There's no need to do. There's no need to do that when you have an M pattern, right? Remember, your swings on your M patterns really have no limitation when it comes to time. So just for your own sort of education, so when you're talking to other people, they don't call you out on shit like this.
You just need to put
That
like
works.
Quasimodo up there or Sloth or something.
That works just fine, and it gives you the same. Excuse me. It gives you the same measured move as the head and shoulders. It's just more technically accurate.
So you want to see a good one? Go look at hype on the daily. Hyper liquid. That's definitely a head and shoulders. That's a good one too.
Yeah, no, I feel you. Such a pretty chart. What a run, man. 2008 to 2026. Yeesh. And that's for everything. Like how everything comes to a nice, neat little bundle at the end.
So are you only gonna short crypto, Dbloc, or are you gonna get into legacy and short that too?
Nah, I mean, crypto drops so aggressively. It doesn't make sense, in my opinion, to
Yeah,
spread my
focus,
shit
right?
thin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And all these juicy. God, if they give me a couple altcoin ETFs to short, great. Because they go down even worse than than Bitcoin does.
Yeah.
I think it's funny is that some of the bears in chat that feel like I'm like the arch nemesis or some shit have no idea that I'm a way bigger bear than you could ever be.
I know, man. People have no forward thinking or imagination.
Well, they weren't here for it though either. People that have been here for like since the bear market, a lot of people haven't even gotten used to me being bullish yet.
Well,
I know, but like if I came in
I
like at
think
the
there's
last
two
minute,
types of
I would
bears,
still
by the
take
way.
your word for it.
What'd you say, Rick?
You just cut me off, Rick. You
I think there's two types of bears. I'm Australian, man. I've got like a 3-second delay. I'm sorry, dude.
So you're like a koala bear.
Oh, good. Good day, Rick.
Oh, good day. Why? What's happening, brother?
What's going on? Good to hear from you.
So two types of bears.
Yeah, you too, man. Okay, two types of bears. There's the bearish because I'm scared and I'm pessimistic and I'm, and then
damn, dude.
They got him.
there's the bear with a purpose. They want cheap prices. That's the kind of bear that I become. I want it to go down cheap, man. Right? I'll wait till it clears up and then I'll explain the two bears. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's breaking up a little bit, but I got your point. Yeah, you're right. Temporary bears. That's why I laugh. I'm like, how are you that like you realize you're just a bull that hasn't gotten to the price you want to see yet. That's it. Bears are just bulls that haven't found the right price, and bulls are just bears that haven't TP'd yet.
Yeah, I'm driving out to my parents. That's why it's like breaking up a little bit. It's the middle of nowhere.
Okay.
but their house has Wi-Fi, which will connect in a second. You should be able to hear me better now. Is
It's
that
crazy
better?
that we're sitting here talking to you clear across the
I know.
planet in the middle of the outback in real time.
It is. That's crazy. Yeah, across the Pacific Ocean, exactly. But yeah, two types of bears. Bears because they're scared or doubtful or fearful. So they don't really, that's like they're just scared, right? Bearish because of that. They're pessimistic. And then there's the bear with a purpose, which is what I like to get into, which is
What
I
it,
want cheap prices because I want the long side of the market. I want to be long for like when it goes bull,
well, isn't
So
there a
it's
third type then?
there might be. What's the third type?
The third type is the one that thinks it's all a
Sheep.
scam, and all them shits are
Oh
gonna just go to
yeah.
zero.
Right.
Because
I kind of I
90% of
pessimistic
the people
this, but
lose money. So why is there no sheep? Because they get slaughtered between the fight between the bulls and the bears.
Yeah.
well, they just don't know what they're doing. They just follow the crowd and think that it's gonna work out,
They
and
say
then just
bulls
get
make
chopped up.
money, bears make money, pigs get slaughtered.
Oh
Sheep
yeah,
don't make
sheep.
anything. They just stay. They just stay in. They just stay stable the whole time.
That's funny,
If they're a
Rob.
bit
Rob said every
gun shy.
time I heard Dbloc's voice in the other channel in 2022, I knew to pay myself. Bro, people hated me. I would come on the mic and people would be like, no, go away. Or they'd be like, oh, great, great, we're about to drop 20%. That was my like bearish aura at the time.
Can I finish my thought before Crocodile Dundee over there cuts me off again?
Okay.
So when you said that they don't know because they weren't here with you, I would say I guess it depends on how new they are. When you tell me that you can be a bigger bear than a bull, that's all you need to say. There's nothing in your channel that shows dishonesty or mistrust or you're misleading anyone. So
I
that's all
appreciate
I
that.
would need as a new person. If a
That's
new,
fine.
but again, if they are like 1 day old, right? Then I guess I get it.
Yeah, you got to gain people's trust with performance, right? You've been here long enough to see some of the stuff play out, then, or just to see, like you said, to know my character a little bit, then I guess it's easier. I appreciate that, Rob. I don't hold it against you, bro. A lot of people hate me at first.
Well, why though?
I'm an acquired taste, yo. I'm a Brooklyn boy. I taste I'm getting used to.
I don't know, bro. To me, you keep it real. Yeah, I guess some people do gotta get.
I think the problem is that I never, and it's not a problem, but like, I never really say like what people want to hear. Like, there's some places you can go to hear like, excuse me, confirmation. So if you've de-risked and you've taken profits and you're convinced that the bull market's over, like, probably hate to hear me talk, or you think I'm crazy, one of the two.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult when the answer isn't as simple as just like it's here. This is where it's going, But I don't know, man. I'd rather hear the actual truth than, a bunch of so cheers, man.
What's up with the plate right now? Asia's closing up. London's stepping in. Or we got that time different. We get the daily savings time thing now, right? So are they starting early?
It doesn't affect Asia, but it does. I mean, it doesn't affect London because we all roll back together, I believe, but it affects Asia. I always get this wrong, bro. Go to ChatGPT because
people were saying last time that it was a different date that They set their clocks
Oh, that could
back
be it
in
too. Yeah, that could be it too.
in
Zeusy was
Euro.
actually saying that we were back on time, that we're synced back up with Paris.
Yeah, we synced back up this weekend. Last week we were behind. So like when they would normally open up in an hour, it would be like 2 hours from now. But we're back in sync.
Wait, are you telling me that like the rest of the world has daylight savings like a week ahead?
They do it on different times. Everybody does it at a different time.
Yeah.
It ain't real, bro. That's why my brain can't wrap my head around it. Ever since I was a kid, it's
Well,
like
you
my
know,
brain refuses to like accept that as reality because it's complete bullshit.
yeah, like they did it for more time on the golf course and more time to sell candy. Man.
Well, they did it for
So
longer, for harvest periods, for longer farming days, longer work days when we were agricultural, and then it stayed on for the extra hour of trading on the stock market. But at this point, and then we tried to get rid of it recently, and they pulled that what was it, Aeon? That Sunshine Act or whatever, where they voted against it. They voted against stopping it, bringing us in tune with nature, like.
I think
So yeah,
there's
you get an extra hour to sleep, but you don't even notice it, right? You were asleep. It's like whatever. I just like that it gets dark early. Man, calling the top on Dom is not a game I want to play right now. Ones and zeros. I don't even want to think about what Dom's gonna do if Bitcoin goes back to all-time highs. It's not gonna go down. I'll tell you that much. The best we could hope is that when Bitcoin goes to all-time highs, ETH outperforms it. Right? If ETH can outperform it while it's going up at the same time, then maybe we can get saved from like a 62, 63% dominance. But if ETH makes that, I mean, if if BTC makes that move on its own, you see a rocket ship on Dom. That's funny, Evo. That just sounds like stay inside weather, bro. Sounds like sick day weather.
is there a price that if we drop below it that you would feel ready to call it the bear cycle?
Yeah, but it's a lot lower than where I would take profit, right? I'm not waiting until we get to the bare bottom. The bull market's obviously over at this point to get out of the way. right? That's why we've got the macro chart here.
Hmm.
So for me, the second that if we were to come down, the second that I have confirmation that that yellow path isn't holding, I'm out.
Yeah, I copy that.
Right? That's why we've been watching this so closely. We've got 6 days for that candle to close. Every other weekly candle has come down underneath support and then closed back over. Right? This one closed back way over and didn't go down as much. So I'm not really looking for this to do anything crazy, but just be clear, this could come all the way down, put in that wick like all the other ones did, hit the 50, and then that's our yellow path. Right? The 50 is all the way up right now at 101.37, 101.31. When we first started this TA, the wick was at 99. Right? The point of going sideways here and consolidating was to let this 50 EMA make its way up, so that when we do hit it, we don't have to risk breaking support to do it. Because if we break support and we hit this 50 and we can't get back above here, not good. That's not a ride I'm taking. Now, I don't say the bull market is over until we break here, because that's where we break structure, right? On the macro, this is our uptrend. That uptrend doesn't, excuse me, we don't lose that uptrend until we take out that support. That doesn't mean that I'm sitting in Bitcoin all the way down to 75, you feel me? Or in alts for that matter, because alts at this point get slaughtered. But there's a big difference between my Bitcoin, my bull market invalidation and my, you know what I mean, my take profit.
Got some price action here. The little time frames here. Trying to hold this support, trying to hold some higher low.
We're just ranging here on the 5 minute.
The S&P futures just filled 50% of its gap.
Better work, S&P. All right, let's see what we got on the order
Popping.
book here. Go to the hourly.
Oh, there's a bunch.
Yo, what is this chart doing right now? Anybody else saw that tweaking out for a second? Something doesn't look right there. Hold on. All right, that's more like it. Wow. Okay. I didn't see you there before. 2.8 thousand Bitcoin sitting at 106.7. You know what line that is, right? The line on the macro that we can't break. Looks like somebody else has the same idea. That line right there is this line on the chart. That's where all that Bitcoin is sitting to catch price. Nothing really above. I don't see any buy walls yet. I mean, sell walls. I do expect some to pop up here. It might have been it.
Might have been it.
It just sounded
Think
like
that was
crypto
it?
big right there.
Think that was it?
That was my best. That was my best big impression. So this inverse head and shoulders right here is what we're looking at.
This chart view is the view you need to show on Christmas Day. It's very pretty.
You said on Christmas.
Yeah, it's got a lot of green and red and orange and.
Let's go to lower time frames
Glad I didn't
and
say
draw
banana.
this out real quick.
So now you wanted do it. Not when I was saying price action.
This is your inverse head and shoulders. Flat inverse head and shoulders, by the way. Still gotta prove it though. Why is that so thick? Was
That's what she said.
Yeah, it is crazy how like sometimes you zoom out and you realize what patterns been being made the whole time, or what catalyst happened where. Like,
I would want to come down and fill those orders, those 2,000 Bitcoin. If I'm an exchange, I want those Bitcoin. But we'll put this up just in case it holds, so you know where that measured move would be. But it's got a lot to prove still. One being just don't come back down into that range, right? If we look at our visible range here. So breakout out of the range needs to hold, or it's just a deviation, right? Regular range trading 101. Had our deviation here, came back to the top of the range. Trying to see if this is a true breakout or not.
Well, we've certainly had our share of disappointments lately.
Disappointments are directly proportionate to expectations, man.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying with
No,
crypto
I'm not mad
recently,
at you.
like,
You're
it's
right.
been
I mean, expectations are super high. The impatience is definitely brewing, but it's understandable. I can't imagine going through this if I had never been through a bull market before and I just heard stories of them, of what's supposed to happen. There's no way I could hold conviction, bro. Honestly, I'll tell you the truth. I would have lost conviction already.
it's been a rough ride. It sure has been a ride.
I mean, I've already lost conviction, but what else am I gonna do? I can't leave now. I'm probably stuck with this forever. I always say I'm gonna quit trading, and then I never do. I
Yeah,
take
well,
breaks.
I haven't capped conviction the whole time, but I have certainly found stuff like enthralls me. Fascinating.
Call him Jay. Timing is everything. Comes that vector recovery. We got accepted back into the range, so that's a deviation, not a breakout. You don't invalidate the inverse head and shoulders until you come down underneath 107.1 though.
Man.
Volume, bro. If there's no volume, if there's no aggressive buyers, the orders on the book aren't going to be enough to push it.
Yeah.
The problem is that the harder it is to go up, the juicier this 2,000 Bitcoin sitting down here looks. Oh, they spoofed it. Not spoofed it, but they removed some. 2K, now we're sitting at 780. Did they move it up? Yeah, they moved it up, but they removed that order too. We'll see if it fills back up. I want you
We
guys
do
to
still
start getting
sort of have
used to
this
the
bullish
fact that the
momentum.
price point of your alts doesn't matter as much as if they're on rotation or not. Because you can pick up your alts super, super, super cheap. But if you're just going to be waiting and waiting and then the bull market's over and your shit never runs, it doesn't matter how cheap you bought it.
But I just tell myself before sleep every night, your shit will run. Someday. Someday your shit will run strong. And not in a way that destroys your drawers. In a way that makes your portfolio go up in value.
You don't want to hear my alt prediction, AJ. But no, nobody can make proper prediction on tops of alts right now until we know how long they're gonna have to run. Guys, remember the big point of this global liquidity chart was timing. Right? We're already starting to top out after December. Right? As of right now, it doesn't look like we're gonna put in a brand new high and go parabolic here. Right? But I want you to understand what that means. I'm gonna run through this real quick since 12 hours aren't up, so at least it can be saved. This is your alt season chart, right? That we've come to know and love or hate. We are still in that overlap between Bitcoin and Ethereum. What we were hoping is that Ethereum made that all-time high going into Halloween so that we can rotate into those large caps. But it didn't happen, right? So that means until Ethereum makes that all-time high, we can't start rotating heavily into lower alts. Doesn't make any sense. They're all going to underperform Ethereum while Ethereum's in charge because that's what its phase does. So the problem is if ETH doesn't make its all-time high till like here, right? Then the amount of time you're going to have for your large caps and your alt season questionable, right? It goes down. So that's why I said don't jump all the way, not financial advice again, because this is sounding a lot like financial advice. But you don't jump into phase 4 until you know that phase 3 can complete in the time that you have left. Right? So that's future trip. Let's say ETH makes its all-time high here. And then Sol makes its all-time high here. And Sol's group top 10. And then Sui makes an all-time high here and the top 30. Then what happens to the rest of the alts? What happens to everything on CoinMarketCap page 2 through 5,000? Right? You see how volatile this liquidity is here at the top? I plan on trading this. Right? I plan on doing this as a trader, not an investor. Meaning I'll be looking for narratives to run and all of that good shit, right? But until ETH makes its all-time high, I can't comfortably go into alts on a hold basis, right? Could trade them. If it's got volume, trade it. Nah, I mean it's been a staple sample. It's something that we always. All you're really talking about is people willing to take on more risk. Like if you just remove the word alt season, right, and think of it as there's a wealth effect that happens when Bitcoin makes it to all-time highs and Ethereum makes it to all-time highs, right? So the majority of people only trade Bitcoin and Ethereum. There's a wealth effect that happens when their pockets are full that makes them want to take more risk. And then they throw it at alts, and alts tend to move in unison or whatever, right? As people's risk appetite gets bigger. But if Bitcoin hasn't gotten to that all-time high and held, if ETH hasn't gotten to the all-time high and held, then there is no wealth effect to roll over. The cycle didn't break. We're in quantitative tightening. This is what the cycle looks like in QT. We know that now. We've never had a cycle in QT before. That's why this cycle feels different. But this is what it feels like when the monetary policy is tight, the Fed is contracting liquidity, and there's no money flowing. People go into the sure thing, which is Bitcoin, and they speculate. Memes, AI, whatever happens to be running, it's speculative money, right? It's in and out money. It's not long-term hold money. That's the difference between this bull market and the last. Bad news is the longer it took you to figure that out, the more it hurt, right? Good news is the next time we're in this market, the next time that we start a bull market and the Fed is tightening, we'll know what to do, right? I didn't know this beforehand. Like, as long as I've been here, I've never been through a Bitcoin season with quantitative tightening, right? This didn't become clear to me until like a year into the bull market already. And I was doing the same thing everybody else was doing, loading up on alts real cheap, jumping out of the way before they round tripped, trying to figure out why the hell, you know what I mean, these coins weren't holding their value. We are, I'll show you, what's today? Today's the 3rd. We are here. We're right here on this run flat, which makes sense because it's the weekend. So we've got the first week of November, right? We bottom out on the 7th. Again, that doesn't mean price goes down. That means that the underlying liquidity is contracting, right? So if they push price down, it's easier to push down. But also if they pump it, it's easier to pump. Best we could hope is some bullishness that counteracts the contraction on liquidity, and we just range for a bit. Oh shit! Excuse me. Long ass day. Need to go get a cut tomorrow. When's the last time you heathens got a haircut? Don't let crypto turn you into a caveman. I've been there. Big old crypto beard.
Man, I'd be a billionaire if I could find a way to build a robot that cuts your hair while you're sleeping.
WP said, I'm bald. My bad, bro. My bad, gang. It's late, man. It's 2:44. I'm waiting for us to hit 12 hours on the stream so I can reset it. And then I'm probably just gonna leave my orders in place and go to bed. Wait, you're like, wait, so you're like voluntarily bald? That's just disrespectful, bro. That's just disrespectful to bald guys that don't have a choice.
Dude, what are you talking about? It's so easy to get up in the morning, not have to worry about it. I shave that shits off.
Bald guys that don't have a choice just hate you voluntary bald guys, bro. I'm sure they just walk around like this guy. All the hair in the world. Yeah, it's better to call it early, I think, too, WP. You don't want to get it to the point where it's like it's better to be voluntary and then keep it the whole time after you actually lose your hair and be like, nah, he's been bald since way back. Right.
Good morning, good night, everyone.
What's going on, brother?
Good man. So, so you're voluntarily lazy and bald. Oh, I couldn't stand it. Oh, that was funny.
Well, when you already have a wife and kids and you're successful, what does it matter?
Yeah, true, true. I had
I've got
alopecia.
This
I
when it
had
gets good, right?
alopecia.
But like they're stuck with you. You're like, look, this is what you're gonna get. You get what you got. You pick me, you stuck with me.
Dude, she saw the widow's peak when I was young and she knew it was inevitable, so I just started shaving it off. I was like, gotcha.
Funny. That's how they did the same shit too, bro. The makeup and the yeah.
I mean, some people, Gloomy, I could call him it. Gloomy picks on me. He thinks I have a headlamp head, but actually, I have a pretty good shaped head. There's some people, man, when they shave their head, it's so weirdly shaped that it's like, okay, okay, wait, put a hat on, put a hat on.
They're like bulldogs. My homeboy looks like a bulldog. He got like head cleavage. It's like what are those Sharpays? You know what I'm talking about? The wrinkle dog. His whole shit is like that,
Yes.
bro. We torture him. I mean, he's cool about it, obviously, but yeah. Some people really should have hair.
Like I'm actually starting to have areas where I don't grow hair now, and I have so many pictures when I was younger that I already shaved my head, so everybody just accepts it. But if I let my hair grow out like a half a week, then it grows out like Jean-Luc Picard, like you could see, and then it causes my head to look shapely funny. So I have to shave it, like not shave it, but you know those like Remington buzzers that are shaped like your head? They're like
Yeah,
curved.
yeah.
Yeah, I use one of those.
I mean, I wouldn't have a problem at all with going bald if it happened, just completely shaving it off. I've always got hats on anyways, like literally. So it would be no different.
Dude, I'm a really nice guy to people, but for some reason I have resting bitch face. So with a shaved head and a Viking beard, people don't they leave me alone and I'm not approachable. So maybe it worked. Maybe that's a good thing. It eliminates small talk in the freaking checkout area.
Do you shave it often?
They're like every other day. It's like again, it's not like razor shape shaved, but it's that tool, that little Remington. I didn't even know the thing exists until Joe Rogan mentioned it, but it's like I was shaving my head my whole life with one of those normal like butcher shape, like butcher trimmer thingies that barbershops
Savage.
use.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then when I found
You're
out
talking
that they
about the
had
one with
that
like the four heads that pivots.
yeah, and
Yeah.
it's like old school. Yeah, and then I found out about the curved one. I'm like, "Oh my God." I found out it's like 10 years old. It's been around forever and I had no idea. I feel like a turd.
You just got to keep a fresh lineup on your beard if you're bald, man. Then you're good.
Dude, I spend time on my like if I have to go into work, which is rare, or if I have to go into town, I'll actually take some time to, trim the beard and get the nose hairs out, if you know what I mean.
Maybe working on a higher low there.
We're on point of control for this little range. This is a very bored conversation, Martsiki. And when a bunch of guys get into hygiene and grooming, completely bored.
I just wanted to share my side of a bald guy. End of message.
Nah, I started it by telling everybody to go get a haircut. Bro, during the bear market, I wish I had pictures. During the bear market, bro, I was like somewhere between homeless and Taliban. Depending on where I was. Yeah, it was bad, bro. I will shave when Bitcoin bottoms.
Dude,
And
it's
on
now that you
going.
bring that up, man. I know this is not like it's anecdotal but I just don't see a lot of Latino dudes with big thick beards. So you
Yeah,
can
come to
imagine
Miami.
I know, but like I could see like a Latino with a big thick beard being mistaken as a Taliban dude.
Yeah. Very similar. Same complexion. It can get, if you don't, that's why you keep it lined up, bro. There's a thin line between like Rick Ross and Bin Laden. Yeah, exactly. Playoff beard.
Hey, what you were showing earlier, that candles to remember thing, on the fora, is it like that right now?
Depending on how this candle closes and the next candle. Yeah. Oops. So yeah. Big vector candle, stopping volume. The next candle, you want it to be a bullish engulfing. And then that would give us a higher low. Vector recovery would give us the right side of a W. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. But yeah, good catch. Right now, just looking at a naked chart, we look at market maker motivations. Break the 50, 200, 800, psychological low, daily open, psychological high. Enough gas to get there. All we need is our aggressive buyers to push the bid. Now we can zoom back in to micro.
Yeah, because we just have like 6 minutes to close on that 4 hour.
Yeah, that's gonna close as a stopping volume candle. Then what you would do is you would draw. Oh, bad. Could have done this. Well, it has to close, but let's assume that it closes right here. Right? You would draw your line, and that would be your invalidation. If the next 4 hour candle closes on the, but you don't want to wait 4 hours. That's the problem with finding stopping volume candles on higher time frames. You have to wait 4 hours for the confirmation of that bullish engulfing, right? But if you're more of an investor or a long-term swing trader, whether it's like a couple days swing, right? Then that might be the confirmation you prefer than just something small on the 5 minute. Just depends on the type of trader you are. So we can draw this bullish channel here, and that'll be the first sign of the bears taking back over if we break this to the downside.
Damn, I completely killed the beard conversation.
Appreciate that. It needed to end somewhere.
Yes, thank you. Sometimes I need to be reminded.
So, mustaches. So, I've always wanted one of those old school mustaches, bro, that twirled at the end. You know what I mean? They came out of the
Dude.
side and twirled up like all the evil villains on cartoon shows and shit.
You're gonna hate me, man, because mine does that naturally. I actually
That's
have to
great.
like, I have to get it. I have to like get it laid down with the freaking iron, so it doesn't do that.
No, that's so great, bro.
I must ask you a question. My boss has one.
He's got no hair, but he's got a fine mustache. Two gentlemen.
It might have been it.
I mean, we're definitely sitting in the cloud a bit more and stuff. So that's good.
WPJ is trying to change the subject so bad.
I stopped feeling bad
WPJ.
when I found out he was bald on purpose. He's cool.
No, I'm sorry, not WPJ, but like AGP. All these freaking P's and J's, man. This is driving me nuts. He keeps talking about Trump being an FBI informant.
I'll save you guys some time, bro. All these guys are dirty.
Yeah.
Even your favorite.
Left wing, right wing, it's all from the same bird.
Yeah.
Everywhere, almost every government in the world.
Every CEO is dirty.
We need a world revolution to fix it.
Yeah, well, the FBI said a lot of things too. That we found out recently that aren't true. I don't trust them either.
Yeah, I
I
agree
have to
with you,
say
Mana.
something.
I agree with you. That's why I de-risked. Just feels safer when we've got that push behind us.
I jinxed it. Shit.
Yeah, maybe not. It bounced over the 786 of the local move.
We've got our invalidation. Validation is coming down underneath 1072. Range is a range. We deviated, retested twice. Price seeks the bottom of the range. Now, whether it can stay within this bullish structure and still touch the bottom of the range, question, or will it break the invalidation for the inverse head and shoulders? We gotta reset the stream in like 8 minutes.
Dbloc, is it concerning to you at all that Berkshire Hathaway is dumping stock?
No, I mean they're smart, right? They're not gonna wait for the very top to sell.
I just feel it's a little early, but geez, that makes
It's
me
just the first
want to
wave
dig in.
though. Like remember when you've got that much money, you've got to sell in like tranches. You can't just like dump all at once. So they'll safely take profit into the pumps, as I suggest everybody does when their asset moves this next time. Sell into that euphoria. Yeah, I'm holding on for dear life here. I know. I'm about to go though. I just got caught up in the chart. I want to see if this plays out though. If we invalidate everything, then I can switch to a higher time frame and just do the chart tonight. But I'm invested at this point.